Chapter 51, Meeting with Sarutobi Hiruzen, Part 3. In fact, at this time, Hiruzen was really convinced of Zhang Miao. Not for anything else, but for the sake of Zhang Miao's endless information. Previously, Zhang Miao said that the fourth Kazekage of the Tsunagakuer had a daughter called Temari, and the third Tsuchikage had a granddaughter called Kuratsuki. In Hiruzen's opinion, this was only a very ordinary information. After all, the Konoha village was located in the center of the ninja world. Naturally, there would be merchants coming and going between countries. The kage of each village was a public figure. Their relatives and children's names were naturally not a secret. For Zhang Miao to be able to obtain such information, it could only be said that he was just relatively well informed. But the Kirigakuer was different. The Kirigakuer village, located in the land of water, had been isolated from the outside world for a long time since the fourth Mizu Kage took charge. It had no diplomacy, and was very cruel and bloody inside. Therefore, it was also called the village of bloody mist at that time. At this time, the Kirigakuer was not like other villages. If a spy sent by a ninja village was caught by other village, their release could be negotiated by some ways of compensation. But the Kirigakuer only had one way to deal with them: execution. They wouldn't accept any other conditions. All intruders would be killed as enemies once they entered their territory. Under such circumstances, Zhang Miao actually knew that the Kirigakuer was in an internal strife, and he also knew the next possible candidate for the Mizukage's position. This could mean two things. First, Zhang Miao was just talking nonsense. Second, the source of Zhang Miao's information was very powerful. As a veteran expert who had been active in the ninja world for decades, Hiruzen's judgment was not an exaggeration. He first glanced at the expressions of Zhang Miao and Kakashi, and then thought for a moment, and then he had an answer in his heart. I'm afraid what Zhang Miao said is true. Thinking of this, Hiruzen's face suddenly became serious. He picked up his pipe and took a huff, then casually glanced at Zhang Miao. Well, let's not talk about the land of water. What about the land of lightning? The current Raikage does not have a daughter and granddaughter. Moreover, the previous Raikage is always a strong and burly man. Now surely you don't have a way to use your charm against them. At this point, the corners of Hiruzen's mouth suddenly curled up. He seemed to have seen Zhang Miao's defeat. But what he didn't expect was that after hearing his words, Zhang Miao waved at him indifferently. It's fine. Now the fourth Raikage doesn't engage on economic activities. Instead, he brings people from everywhere to collect ninjutsu and secret arts. They are just a group of well-developed but simple-minded guys. It only takes a little trick to deal with them. Speaking of this, Zhang Miao sighed again, and there was still a little sadness on his face. Sigh, it's really hard to be blessed with beauty and brains. I didn't know being such an outstanding person would be this troublesome. Hiruzen. I really want to beat him to tears. Looking at Zhang Miao's smug face, the corner of Hiruzen's mouth twitched a few times again. Finally, he put on a fake smile and asked a question. Well, even if you have the ability to deal with the other four villages, what about Konoha? If I want to fight with other countries, what should I do? At this point, Hiruzen raised his eyebrows at Zhang Miao. I don't have a daughter or granddaughter, and my health is also very good. Konoha is also very stable, and there won't be new Hokages for the time being. Most importantly, my wisdom and experience are not something that a little brat like you can handle. What do you plan to do? Hiruzen threw out this question not to make things difficult for Zhang Miao, but to tell him that if he could become the Hokage, this problem would be solved. It had to be said that Hiruzen had put in a lot of effort in order to set up Zhang Miao's ideal, but unfortunately, Zhang Miao obviously did not intend to accept this favor. Oh, old man! Can you stop being stubborn? Hiruzen's voice disappeared. Zhang Miao immediately rolled his eyes at him. This time, don't look at Konoha as the victor. If not for the fact that the Tsunagakuer is fighting with the Uegakuer and Kirigakuer, would Konoha's west border be so quiet? When they are done fighting, you will be busy and take the initiative to attack other countries. Hearing Zhang Miao's words, Hiruzen suddenly widened his eyes in surprise, and his eyes revealed a sense of disbelief. Of course, Hiruzen knew that the Suna, Iwa and Kiri were in the middle of fighting, but these were all kept secret. Even almost all the villagers thought that their borders were calm because other countries feared Konoha's might. But Zhang Miao actually knew the truth, which really surprised Hiruzen again. How do you know this? Looking at Hiruzen's surprised look, Zhang Miao shook his head. This is not important. What's important is that this situation can't be maintained for long. At this point, Zhang Miao's expression suddenly became serious. Now that the Suna is a little exhausted, I speculate that it will take at most 5 to 7 years for them to recover. In order to deal with the IWA, the Sunagaku's higher UPS will definitely think of a way to reconcile with the Kiri. Once the war over there is settled, Iwagaku might have some funny ideas with Konoha. Hearing Zhang Miao's words, Hiruzen suddenly nodded with a dignified look. Of course, he knew what Zhang Miao said, but what he cared most about now was not the Suna or IWA, but where Zhang Miao's information had come from. Moreover, there was another matter that made Hiruzen very concerned. Previously, Fukuro had reported to him that Zhang Miao often ran to Fugaku's house. Then, was it because of this information that Fugaku and Zhang Miao contacted each other? Thinking of this, Hiruzen directly asked Zhang Miao, Ryunashuk, during this period of time, did Fugaku ask you anything? Yes. Hearing Hiruzen's words, Zhang Miao nodded decisively, and then grinned. But why should I tell you? Hiruzen. This little rascal. Looking at Zhang Miao's sly smile, Hiruzen also knew that this kid was not like the other children in Konoha who would respect him because he was the Hokage. Therefore, if he wanted to get some information from him, he would have to think of a way. At the thought of this, Hiruzen suddenly smiled kindly at Zhang Miao. Haha, little Ryunashuk, what can I do for you to be willing to tell Grandpa? As long as you are willing to tell me, Grandpa can buy you anything you want. Really? Hearing Hiruzen's words, Zhang Miao immediately lit up. Can you do what Uncle Fugaku can do? Ha 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 ha. As soon as Zhang Miao finished speaking, Hiruzen couldn't help but burst out laughing. He nodded while laughing. Of course there is no problem. Grandpa is the Hokage. What your Uncle Fugaku can do, Grandpa can do it too. Ha 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 ha. In Hiruzen's opinion, Fugaku at most would give Zhang Miao some delicious treats and fun. After all, children were the easiest to control. Looking at the laughing Hiruzen, Zhang Miao also smiled. Alright then. Uncle Fugaku learned how to bleat like a goat in order to get my information. Since you want to know, let me know if you are willing to do that too. Hearing Zhang Miao's words, Hiruzen's laughter suddenly stopped. At the same time, Zhang Miao also received the system prompt. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining 7-star cage level, Sarutobi Hiruzen Ninja Fragment X5. Chapter 52, Ying's Sister, Part 1. After hearing Zhang Miao's words, Hiruzen was stunned. He was not surprised by Zhang Miao's request, but was shocked by the information that Zhang Miao inadvertently revealed. The clan leader of the Uchiha clan, the leader of Konoha military police force, Fugaku, who was called Wicked Eye Fugaku, actually learned how to bleat like a goat in order to get information from Zhang Miao. This was too inconceivable. However, this also showed a problem. The information he got from Zhang Miao must be extraordinary. Thinking of this, Hiruzen suddenly smiled at Zhang Miao with a kind face. Haha, that. Ryunashuk, Grandpa is a Hokage. How shameful it is to bleat like goat. Why don't you change the condition? Well, this. Hearing Hiruzen's words, Zhang Miao thought for a moment and then reluctantly nodded. Well, as long as you tell me the name and family information of Ying, then you don't have to learn to bleat like a goat. Hiruzen. Good fellow, so you are waiting for me here. Hearing Zhang Miao's request, the smile on Hiruzen's face immediately disappeared. He raised his head and waved at Kakashi. Kakashi, please leave. Yes. Kakashi agreed, turned around and walked out. He also closed the door. Seeing this scene, Zhang Miao's face suddenly showed a hint of joy. Finally succeeded. Zhang Miao was very clear that Ying belonged to the Anbu. Her information must be important about some secrets that could not be revealed. Now that Hiruzen asked Kakashi to leave, he might tell him the news. Thinking of this, Zhang Miao suddenly pricked up his ears and stared at Hiruzen with wide eyes, waiting for him to reveal the identity of Ying. Looking at Zhang Miao's expectant look, Hiruzen suddenly raised his eyebrows, then slowly opened his mouth and bleated. Baa. Zhang Miao. Baa, your sister. I want to know Ying's identity and information. Who wants to hear an old man bleat like a goat? It seems to be me. Looking at Hiruzen's smile, Zhang Miao couldn't help but grind his 2 front teeth. Damn, this old fox is too cunning. You are the Hokage, how can you just do it? Where is your dignity? Humph, silly kid. I didn't make Kakashi leave just now because I was afraid the secret will be leaked, but because I was afraid of losing face in front of my subordinate. Looking at the indignant Zhang Miao, Hiruzen's mood suddenly became very good. Finally, he could make this kid suffer. It felt too good. At the thought of this, Hiruzen could not help but grin. Haha, Ryunosuke, I have fulfilled your request. Now, can you tell me what news Fugaku got from you? No. As soon as Hiruzen finished speaking, Zhang Miao immediately shook his head. You're terrible at it. That is the cry of a small goat. That is not how an old goat should sound. Without waiting for Zhang Miao to finish speaking, Hiruzen opened his mouth again and bleated. Baa. This time, at the same time as he shouted, Hiruzen also stuck out his tongue. Therefore, the low and deep roar of the goat was very long, and it sounded like an old goat. Now it's an old goat. Zhang Miao. Fuck, how far would he go for the information? At this time, Zhang Miao suddenly thought of the classic saying in his previous life, a tree without skin will die without a doubt, a man without shame is invincible in this world. In the face of Hiruzen who was willing to lose face, Zhang Miao could only nod helplessly. Well, you are good. In fact, the news that Fugaku wants to know is the identity of a person who was controlling the Kyubi to attack Konoha. Hey! Hearing Zhang Miao's words, Hiruzen frowned. Hiruzen knew very well the reason why the Uchiha clan was pushed out by the village was very related to the previous Kyubi attack on Konoha. If Fugaku could really catch the culprit and prove that the Kyubi attack on Konoha had nothing to do with the Uchiha, then the situation of the Uchiha would be greatly improved. It was not impossible for him to return to the village's political scene. With such benefits, let alone bleeding like goat, if he was told to do other animal sounds, it would be still worth it. Thinking of this, Hiruzen seemed to think of something, and suddenly looked at Zhang Miao with some surprise. You mean? The Kyubi incident was man-made disaster, and you also know who controlled the Kyubi? Seeing the shocked look on Hiruzen's face, Zhang Miao smiled and nodded again. Of course I know, but why should I tell you? Even if you bleat like a dying goat, I won't tell you. Hiruzen. This brat. Looking at Zhang Miao's refusal, Hiruzen couldn't help but twitch his mouth twice. Of course, he knew what Zhang Miao wanted. There was no doubt that it was information about Ying. However, the information of a member of the Anbu was one of the important secrets of Konoha. It was absolutely forbidden to reveal it. As the Hokage, he had to set an example. Otherwise, who would believe him in the future? But why Zhang Miao was so obsessed with Ying? Thinking of this, Hiruzen immediately asked Zhang Miao. Ryunosuke, can you tell me why you want to know about Ying so much? Is there anything you want from her? In fact, Hiruzen was just making a guess, but what he did not expect was that after hearing his words, Zhang Miao nodded seriously. Well, you guessed right. She does have what I want. At this point, Zhang Miao suddenly stood up and slowly walked to the middle of the room with his hands behind his back. Then, he raised his head to look up at the ceiling at a 45-degree angle and slowly opened his mouth. It was a stormy night. At that time, I was sleeping when Ying suddenly ran in and asked me what my dream was. I told me that my dream was to revive the Uzumaki clan within 3 generations. She was moved by my dream, so she resolutely decided to become my 18th concubine. Hiruzen. You little shit. You clearly just made it up, right? Do you think I am that stupid? And what the hell the 18th concubine was about? Looking at Zhang Miao with a depressed expression, the corners of Hiruzen's mouth twitched twice again. Well, even so, Ying was sacrificed in the last mission, so you should find another concubine. What? Ying was sacrificed? As soon as Hiruzen finished speaking, Zhang Miao immediately widened his eyes in shock. Then, he knelt on the ground and cried bitterly. Ah, Ying, my 18th concubine, how can you sacrifice yourself so easily? Wah! But don't worry, I will follow your last wish and let your sister replace your position as my 18th concubine. Hiruzen. This is the first time I've heard of such a ridiculous last wish. Ignoring Hiruzen's expression, Zhang Miao quickly wiped the fake tears from his eyes and turned to look at Hiruzen. Old man, Ying has a younger sister who is studying at the academy. It is said that she is a genius in swordsmanship. What is her name? Hiruzen. Chapter 53, Ying's Sister, Part 2. Hiruzen was still a little surprised that Zhang Miao knew that Ying had a sister. Because the identity of an ANBU member was confidential, other than the internal staff, it was difficult for others to know their real identity and family situation. Although Zhang Miao didn't know Ying's real identity, he knew that she had a sister who was studying in the academy since Ying told him herself. Of course, Zhang Miao was obviously joking about the concubine stuff back then. Maybe Ying wanted Ryunosuke to be friends with her sister. Thinking of this, Hiruzen immediately asked Zhang Miao, "If I tell you her real name, what are you going to do? What else can I do?" Hearing Hiruzen's question, Zhang Miao immediately rolled his eyes at him. "Of course, I will follow her sister's wishes and take her as my 18th concubine." Hiruzen. I really want to beat him to tears. Looking at Zhang Miao's expression, the corner of Hiruzen's mouth twitched twice again. Then he picked up his pipe and took a huff, spitting out a long string of smoke. At this time, Hiruzen secretly pondered. Although Zhang Miao had been talking nonsense with him all the time, it could be seen that he still had feelings for Ying. Now, he tried to find out about her little sister. Perhaps he also wanted to take care of Ying's sister. Thinking of this, a smile appeared on Hiruzen's face. "Well, Ryunosuke, Ying's sister is indeed studying at the academy, but I can't tell you her identity, unless you promise me one thing." "Okay." Hearing Hiruzen's words, Zhang Miao nodded without hesitation. "Let alone one thing, I will agree to promise you one more." Seeing Zhang Miao's quick agreement, Hiruzen immediately nodded in satisfaction. "Okay, then promise me two things." "Zhang Miao. Are you fucking kidding me?" Looking at Zhang Miao's depressed expression, Hiruzen's smile became brighter and brighter. As he smiled, he spoke to Zhang Miao. "The first thing is that you have to keep this a secret. You can't tell anyone, including Kakashi. Can you do that?" "Yes." Zhang Miao answered without hesitation. Anyway, it was just a verbal thing, and he would not lose anything if he agreed. Hiruzen seemed to have seen through Zhang Miao's thoughts. He shook his head and then said the second condition. "Second, tell me who controlled the Kyubi to attack Konoha." Speaking of this, Hiruzen's face was suddenly full of anger. It could be seen that he hated the person who controlled the Kyubi to the bone. Zhang Miao understood his anger. After all, the loss brought to Konoha by the Kyubi was too great. Many ninjas and villagers died in this incident. Even Hiruzen's wife, Biwako, was not spared. It was impossible for Hiruzen to let go of the person who controlled the Kyubi. Looking at the anger on Hiruzen's face, Zhang Miao nodded. "Well, let me tell you, the person who attacked Konoha was the disciple of the fourth Hokage, Uchiha Obito." When he heard this name, a trace of shock flashed across Hiruzen's face. "Obito? That's impossible. He is dead, and he gave one of his Sharingan to Kakashi before he died. He couldn't be the one behind that attack. This is impossible." Hiruzen said impossible twice in a row, not because he denied it from the bottom of his heart. On the contrary, it was because he was shaken. In fact, Hiruzen had always suspected that the person who controlled the Kyubi was from the Uchiha clan, because since the establishment of the ninja village, only Uchiha Madara was capable of this feat. Because of this, when Zhang Miao said the word Uchiha, Hiruzen had already believed half of it. The reason why he repeatedly denied it was because he hoped that Zhang Miao could give him a reasonable explanation. And Zhang Miao soon satisfied him. Looking at Hiruzen's shocked face, Zhang Miao suddenly smiled and shook his head. "There is nothing impossible." Obito was seriously injured in the Battle of Konoha Bridge. Half of his body was almost smashed by the boulder. Logically speaking, he was definitely going to die, but he was saved by someone. At this point, Zhang Miao suddenly grinned at Hiruzen. "You definitely won't be able to guess who this person is, so I'll just tell you directly. This person is the famous Uchiha Madara." Hearing this name, Hiruzen immediately sucked in a breath of cold air, revealing a face full of shock. "Madara? He's not dead yet." Knowing that Madara was still alive, Hiruzen's expression was the same as Fugaku's, full of shock and disbelief. Looking at his shocked expression, Zhang Miao nodded again. "Yes, Uchiha Madara is not dead. He has been secretly studying the first Hokage's cells all these years. After he saved Obito, he used the results of his research to repair his body. At the same time, he used the death of Nohara Rin to make Obito fall to his side." "I see." Hearing Zhang Miao's explanation, Hiruzen suddenly nodded. Hashirama's cells have a very strong vitality. It could make Madara live for so many years and save Obito. It seems that he has a deep understanding of those cells, and Obito is just a child. So he would be easy to use. At this point, Hiruzen looked at Zhang Miao with a puzzled face. But how did you know such a secret? If Fugaku asked him this question, Zhang Miao would not even bother to explain. But he couldn't do that to Hiruzen, because the old man was someone who knew his background. It was impossible to fool him casually. Therefore, Zhang Miao laughed. Haha. Actually, I didn't know about these things either. It's just that in the past month, when I fell asleep, I could always hear someone talking in my mind. I naturally remembered it when they kept coming to my sleep. Someone is talking inside your head. Hearing Zhang Miao's explanation, Hiruzen immediately frowned. Is it a similar ninjutsu to Yamanaka clan's mind transfer jutsu? The mind transfer jutsu is Yamanaka clan's secret technique. It was a kind of telepathic form of communication that could be used to send thoughts or messages to other people. It could also be used as a means of mass communication. Usually the user needed to touch their target's forehead to send the message. During the Fourth War in the original work, Inoichi used this technique to let Shikaku command the allied shinobi forces. It was a really practical ninjutsu. Now that Zhang Miao said that someone was talking in his mind, Hiruzen immediately thought of this, and at the same time, he was more sure of his original guess. It seems that Minato did leave a backup plan. Although he is dead, the people he left behind are still investigating the real culprit who attacked Konoha. Now, he told me this through Ryunosuke. He really has good intentions. Thinking of this, Hiruzen was a little moved. Even after your death, you never stopped thinking about Konoha. You are really worthy of being my successor. A true Hokage. Obviously, Zhang Miao's misleading explanation had created a wonderful misunderstanding for Hiruzen. However, Zhang Miao did not care about this. Seeing that Hiruzen was in a daze again, he immediately stomped the floor impatiently. Hey, third old man, I have told you everything I need to tell you. Now, can you tell me the name of Ying's sister? I am still in a hurry to bring her home to revive the Uzumaki clan. If you delay me any longer, my ancestors will come at you with a coffin. Hiruzen. Minato and Kushina came for me while bringing a coffin? Thinking of this, Hiruzen was in a mess, and Zhang Miao also received the system prompt again. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining 7-star cage level, Sarutobi Hiruzen Ninja Fragment X5. Chapter 54, Ying's Sister, Part 3. A few minutes later, Zhang Miao came out from the Hokage's office, but his expression was very ugly. He was muttering along the way. Damn old man, you don't keep your word. Don't expect to get any more information from me in the future. Perhaps because he was too angry, Zhang Miao's muttering was a bit loud, and even Kakashi behind him heard it. Hearing Zhang Miao's words, Kakashi immediately knew that he definitely did not get the information he wanted, but this was also within Kakashi's expectations. If the information about the Anbu was so easy to find out, then how could it be called the Black Ops? Looking at Zhang Miao's gloomy face, Kakashi suddenly showed a helpless face. Ryunosuke, don't blame the Hokage-sama. The rules of the Anbu were set by the second. The third also had no choice. Bullshit. The old man deliberately did not want to tell me. As soon as Kakashi finished speaking, Zhang Miao suddenly threw the thing in his hand to the ground, and then stepped on it twice. Seeing this scene, Kakashi shook his head helplessly again. Just as he was about to say something, he suddenly found that the thing that Zhang Miao threw on the ground was somewhat familiar. Isn't this Hokage-sama's pipe? Thinking of this, Kakashi quickly kneeled down to pick up the pipe and then looked at Zhang Miao. Ryunosuke, why is the Hokage-sama's pipe with you? Humph. Hearing Kakashi's question, Zhang Miao immediately snorted in anger. I asked him what the name of Ying's sister was. This old man actually said that I should go to the academy to find her. As long as I put my heart into it, I would definitely be able to find her. Don't you think this is nonsense? In a fit of anger, I snatched his pipe. Later, I will stuff some chili noodles into it and send it back to him. Kakashi. So ruthless. However, Kakashi was a little surprised that Zhang Miao could grab the pipe from Hiruzen. Kakashi remembered that when he was in a team with Obito and Rin, Minato took out 2 bells for them to steal. In order to get the bell, he spent a lot of effort at that time. Back then, he used Obito and Rin to get the bell from Minato. But now, Zhang Miao was alone. In such a situation, he could still grab the pipe from Hiruzen, which showed that Zhang Miao was very skilled. Thinking of this, Kakashi suddenly narrowed his eyes and handed the pipe back to Zhang Miao. Keep it well. It is not easy to get something from the Hokage. Tisk, who cares? Although Zhang Miao was still angry, he still took the pipe and rubbed his stomach. Kakashi, I am hungry. Let's find something to eat first. Okay. Hearing Zhang Miao's words, Kakashi immediately nodded, there's a ramen near this place. Let's go buy some and eat. Okay. Zhang Miao liked the cup noodles more. During the days when Kakashi was gone, Zhang Miao often asked Fukuro to buy a cup of noodles for him to eat. However, it was the first time for a dine-in, so he was inevitably a little excited. As soon as he walked in, he heard a loud voice. Welcome. What would the two guests like to eat? The one who spoke was the owner of the ramen shop. After hearing his voice, Zhang Miao immediately grinned. Haha, Uncle Tuki, give me a complete set of large-size char-siu ramen. Looking at Zhang Miao's excited appearance, Kakashi also had a smile on his face. He nodded at the hand. Get me the same stuff. Okay. Hearing the two guests, Tuka nodded and immediately prepared the ramen. Soon, 2 bowls of smoking hot char-siu ramen were brought in front of Zhang Miao and Kakashi. Dear guests, this is your large-size char-siu ramens. Please enjoy. Wow! Looking at the hot ramen in front of him, the hungry Zhang Miao could not help but say, Itadakimasu. Then he immersed himself in eating. As Zhang Miao ate, Kakashi saw that his appetite had improved a lot. For a moment, only the sound of slurping could be heard. Zhang Miao finished his meal quickly. When he put down the bowl, Kakashi had already finished eating and then took out his money to pay the bill. However, he didn't expect Tuka to wave his hands at him. I haven't seen you for a long time, Kakashi. Let me treat you to this meal. And this is also the first time this little friend is here, right? How is Uncle's noodles? Awesome. Zhang Miao immediately gave him a thumbs up. In the whole village? No. In the whole world, your ramen is second to none. Ha 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 ha. Hearing Zhang Miao's praise, Tuka could not help but laugh, overflowing with pride. As he laughed, he took out 2 pieces of paper and handed them over to Zhang Miao. Kid, this is the coupon from our Ichiraku ramen. 1 coupon can be exchanged with 1 serving or ramen. Take it. Ha 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 ha. When Tuka handed over the coupon, Zhang Miao received a system notification. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining villager Uncle Tuka's Ninja Fragment X1. Villagers were ordinary people. Zhang Miao did not expect that an ordinary person could provide ninja fragments. According to the system rules, no matter how many stars it had, as long as the fragment had a name, it would be considered an elite class. As long as someone was an elite class, they could be recruited. In other words, as long as Zhang Miao collected enough ninja fragments, he could recruit them. In order to confirm his thoughts, Zhang Miao hurriedly asked in his mind. System, how many ninja fragments do I need to recruit him? Recruiting a villager requires 5 corresponding ninja fragments. The system's reply was still fast as ever. After hearing this answer, Zhang Miao widened his eyes again. He really can be recruited. Originally, Zhang Miao thought that the ninja recruitment system could only recruit ninjas, but he did not expect that it could even recruit ordinary people, so he was immediately stunned. Seeing Zhang Miao in a daze, Tuka thought that he was embarrassed and simply stuffed the coupon into Zhang Miao's hand. Kid, take it. Don't be shy. Remember to visit my business again in the future. Hearing Tuka's words and looking at the coupon in his hand, Zhang Miao came back to his senses and immediately nodded to him. Well. Thank you for treating me, uncle. I will come here often in the future. Then we will go first. Bye-bye. Until next time. With a loud and clear voice, Zhang Miao and Kakashi left the noodle shop. As soon as they walked out of the door, Zhang Miao heard the discussion of the 2 ants next to him. Hey, do you know? I heard that in order to seize the position of Hokage, Danzo-san sent people to assassinate the 3rd. Oh, there is such a thing? It is really terrible. Yes, yes. Although the voices of the 2 women were not loud, Zhang Miao now had a Jonin's chakra, and his hearing and vision were no less than that of a Jonin of the same level. Their voice was very clear in his ears. After hearing the discussion between the 2, Zhang Miao's mouth suddenly showed a smile. Hehe, Uchiha's movements are very fast. It seems that Danzo is going to be in trouble soon. Chapter 55, Strange Guy. If there was anything in the world that could spread information that fast, there was only one answer. The antis. Zhang Miao remembered that it had been less than 2 hours since he came out of Fugaku's house, but there was already some ants talking about the assassination attempt of the Hokage on the street. If this matter had nothing to do with the Uchiha clan, Zhang Miao would not believe it even if he was beaten to death. And Kakashi seemed to think the same. Ryuna shook. It seems that the Uchiha clan is ready to take action. Well, I know. Zhang Miao nodded first, then lowered his voice and said to Kakashi, let's ignore it first, and let the Uchiha clan fight with Danzo. Although Zhang Miao wanted to make Danzo die now, he also knew that this was not realistic, so he borrowed the strength of the Uchiha to test and see what cards Danzo had, and also observe Hiruzen's actions. This was called watching the fire from across the shore. Kakashi knew that Zhang Miao was a person with ideas, so he did not say anything more and nodded. Then I will send you back first. By the way, are you going to the academy tomorrow morning? Do you want me to accompany you? No need. Hearing Kakashi's words, Zhang Miao immediately shook his head. You just completed an escort mission. You must be tired now. Go back and have a good rest. I will go to the academy myself. Well, then I will pick you up in the afternoon to go fishing. Okay. The two chatted as they walked. Soon they arrived at Zhang Miao's residence. After the two agreed on the time to go fishing tomorrow afternoon, Kakashi turned and left. The moment Kakashi turned around, Zhang Miao also heard the system prompt. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining 5-star Jonin. Hitaki Kakashi's Ninja Fragment X10. Hearing this long-lost system prompt, Zhang Miao's face suddenly showed a relaxed smile. Sure enough, the easiest ninja fragment to collect is still Kakashi's and Guy's. There is no need to spend much effort. As long as we communicate normally, it will be fine. If only others can be like them. Now, Zhang Miao had a deep understanding of what did without comparison, there is no harm mean. In the past 2 days, in order to collect Fugaku's ninja fragments, not only did he spend a lot of effort, but he also revealed a lot of important secrets. If not for the fact that this was the village of Konoha, he really wouldn't dare to do this. However, Zhang Miao had no choice. After all, if he wanted to gain the recognition and trust of others, sharing secrets was the most direct and effective way. Let alone Fugaku, even the Hokage himself was the same. Thinking of this, Zhang Miao immediately took out the pipe he snatched from Hiruzen and played with it while pondering in his heart. It seems that apart from Fugaku's family, I have to go to the Hokage's office often. I must collect all the ninja fragments of the old man. In the future, if I establish a force, I won't have any problems with management stuff if he is around. Hehe. Perhaps feeling Zhang Miao's sinister intentions, Hiruzen, who was far away in the Hokage's office, suddenly sneezed several times. Achoo! Achoo! After sneezing, Hiruzen wiped his nose with a handkerchief and frowned. Strange, why do I have a bad feeling? Before he could continue to ponder, he heard a knock on the door. Knock knock. The knocking interrupted Hiruzen's thoughts. He frowned again and said, come in. As soon as Hiruzen finished speaking, Fukuro, who was wearing the standard Anbu equipment and a bird mask on his head, pushed open the door and walked in. And Wui followed behind him. After Fukuro came in, he knelt down in front of Hiruzen. Hokage-sama, I have brought Wui with me. Hearing his words, Hiruzen immediately nodded. Okay, thank you for your hard work. Go back and continue your mission. Yes. The mission that Hiruzen was talking about was naturally to protect Zhang Miao and Naruto, so after receiving his order, Fukuro quickly agreed and left the office. After Fukuro left, Hiruzen raised his head and looked at Wui. When he saw him, he was stunned. What was going on with this guy? It turned out that at this time, Wui was already crying. It was just that he bit his lips and did not make a sound. However, when Hiruzen looked at him, he could no longer resist and rushed forward. Hiruzen instinctively wanted to dodge when he saw Wui charge at him. But before he could do anything, he was already hugged by Wui. What a powerful taijutsu! Just as Hiruzen was about to raise his hand to attack, Wui's loud cry rang in his ears. Wah! Lord Third! I finally see you! Wah! I thought I would never see you again. I miss you so much, Lord Third. Wah! Hiruzen. What kind of situation was this? Hearing Wui's loud cry, Hiruzen was stunned, and the hand that was ready to attack stopped in midair. As a veteran expert who had fought for a long time, Hiruzen could clearly tell that Wui did not mean any harm, but since he was crying like this, could it be that they actually knew each other? And his cry was slightly sorrowful, as if they were separated by death. Was this an illusion? Hiruzen, who was full of doubts, did not know that in Wui's memory, he was indeed dead. Although he was a ninja recruited by Zhang Miao, he was not a puppet, but a living person. Not only did he have the same skills and combat experience as in the original work, he also had the same memory and emotions as Guy. And Hiruzen was the one whom he respected the most besides his father, might do. Now that he could see him again, it was hard for him to control his emotions. Lord Third, I am so happy to see you. This is the tears of youth. Youth. Hiruzen. Was there something wrong with this guy? In front of the wailing mat, Hiruzen was completely helpless. He had prepared a lot of questions to ask, but looking at the current situation, it was obvious that he had no way to question him. The only thing he could do now was to comfort him in a soft voice. All right, all right. Don't cry. Hurry up and wipe your tears. If you have something to say it slowly. Yes. Hokage-sama. Hearing Hiruzen's words, Wui immediately straightened up, wiped his tears and snot with his sleeve, and then nodded at Hiruzen. Youth allows me to cry, but it does not allow me to stop. Hokage-sama, I will prove that even without talent, as long as I work hard, I will definitely become a great ninja. As he said this, Guy gave Hiruzen a thumbs up. At the same time, he grinned. The flashing effect of his smile made Hiruzen's mouth twitch. Damn, this guy is definitely not a spy sent by another country. Only the village of Konoha could produce such a weirdo. Chapter 56, Uchiha's Action. Looking at the hot-blooded Wui, Hiruzen suddenly pulled his Hokage hat, and then coughed twice. Cough, cough, right, there is something I want to ask you. Is Minato the one who sent you here to protect Ryunosuke and Naruto? Fourth Hokage-sama. Hearing Hiruzen's words, Wui immediately shook his head like a rattle drum. No, no, no. I was not sent by the fourth Hokage. The boss asked me to come. Boss. Hearing the Wui's response, Hiruzen immediately frowned. Who is this boss you are talking about? The boss is my master, and my master is godly. Hearing Hiruzen's question, Wui became spirited and his eyes were filled with fanaticism. It was my master who allowed me to come to this world. My life was given to me by him, so I will also offer my loyalty and life to my master. Master's orders are above everything, and master is blazing with youth. Wahahaha. At this time, Wui finally showed the characteristics of a recruited ninja, the absolute loyalty and fanaticism for the recruiter. Looking at the fanatical Wui, Hiruzen frowned even more deeply. This guy looks a bit like some religious fanatics. Hiruzen had seen many situations like this in the past, but they were all just ordinary people. This was because ninjas generally believed in their own villages and countries. Of course, there were also some ninjas who had no faith. They only cared about their own wealth and power. There were very few ninjas who believed in gods. For the vast majority of ninjas, gods only existed in the legends. But looking at how enthusiastic Wui was, it didn't seem like he was faking it, so Hiruzen suddenly felt that it was a bit strange. This guy is not weak. If his master asked him to do something harmful to Konoha, then... His master seems to be. Thinking of this, Hiruzen suddenly looked at Wui in shock. The god you just talked about, could it be that kid Ryunosuke? Yes. Hearing Hiruzen's words, Wui awed hard, and then gave him a bright smile. Correct, but I hope you don't call my boss by his name, and you can't use such disrespectful words like that kid. You should show some respect to him, or at least call him Ryunosuke-san. Hiruzen. That little freak isn't even a year old yet. Looking at the serious expression on his face, Hiruzen frowned again, thinking in his heart. It seems that this Wui should be specially trained by someone to be loyal to Ryunosuke. Maybe Minato is not the one doing this, but it is no longer important. What is important now is, how many people like this are around? What is their goal? Thinking of this, Hiruzen smiled at Matt again. Haha, I understand. I will show more respect to him in the future. By the way, how many ninjas are there like you who are loyal to Ryunosuke-sama? When he said the word sama, the corners of Hiruzen's mouth twitched. It was obvious that he was not used to it. However, Wui did not care about his expression. Instead, he laughed excitedly. Haha, the world of gods is not something that ordinary people can comprehend. As long as the boss needs it, there are countless ninjas like me who give their loyalty to him, protect the safety of our master, and defend their dignity. Hiruzen. What a lunatic! He even said protect his safety and defend his dignity. It seemed that the person who trained them was also a lunatic. However, when he saw the excited look on Wui's face, Hiruzen could only helplessly shake his head. All right, it's fine now. Go back and protect your master. Yes, then I'll take my leave. Hearing Hiruzen's words, Wui immediately agreed, then turned and left the office. After Wui left, Hiruzen came to his crystal ball and used his telescope jutsu. Hiruzen was proficient in 5 types of nature transformation, and the telescope jutsu was another auxiliary ninjutsu he was good at. As long as he knew the other party's chakra characteristics, he could observe their situation through the crystal ball. Soon, Wui's figure appeared in the crystal ball. Looking at this figure rushing towards Zhang Miao's residence at full speed, Hiruzen sighed helplessly. Sigh, although I don't know what the person behind the scenes is planning, but since he is loyal to Ryunosuke, there should be no problem. Turns out the current Konoha is not that peaceful. Hiruzen's words were quickly verified. Just as he finished speaking, there was another knock on the door of his office. Knock knock. After hearing the knock on the door, Hiruzen immediately ended the telescope jutsu and looked at the door. Come in. Yes. With the sound of the door opening, a ninja wearing Anbu equipment walked in and knelt down towards Hiruzen. Hokage-sama, the news of your assassination attempt has been leaked. What? Hearing the words of this Anbu, Hiruzen suddenly frowned. How many people know about it now? Nowadays, there are rumors everywhere in Konoha, saying that the person who tried to assassinate you was Danzo-san. Now Konoha military police force has gone to his residence. Hearing the Anbu's words, Hiruzen frowned even more. Although Hiruzen didn't know how the news got leaked, it had only been half a day since he returned to Konoha, and the news had already spread. It could be seen that someone was secretly working behind the scenes. And most importantly, Danzo had always advocated to suppress and monitor the Uchiha clan. As the Anbu had just received the news, the police force had already moved out, and their movements were a bit too fast. From this point of view, this matter was most likely related to the Uchiha clan. Thinking of this, Hiruzen suddenly stood up. Let's go to police force's HQ. Yes. Hiruzen led the Anbu toward police force HQ, while Fugaku was rushing to Danzo's home with his men. Hiruzen guessed right, this matter was indeed done by Fugaku, and even the one responsible for spreading the news was police force itself. Because there was no evidence left behind, Fugaku could not directly send the force to arrest people, so he could only choose to spread the news first. And the purpose of this was to have a legitimate reason to arrest Danzo. Although I don't have any evidence, if the whole village is saying that you sent people to assassinate the Hokage, there should be no problem for me to arrest you and interrogate you, right? This was Fugaku's plan. One must know that Danzo was one of Konoha's higher UPS. Being able to capture him was much regarded than dealing with ordinary minions. This was very useful for increasing the prestige of the Uchiha clan. If he could make Danzo give something to the Uchiha, it would be even better. Of course, if Danzo escaped because he was worried about being caught, it would be even better. When the time comes, he would be directly defined as a runaway and could be killed on the spot. At that time, not only he would be able to solve Uchiha's problem, he would also able to increase and stabilize the clan's prestige. At the same time, he would have a great chance to re-enter the political scenes of Konoha. It would be a 3 catches in one fell swoop. Thinking of this, a hint of excitement flashed across Fugaku's face. As he increased his pace, he shouted in a low voice, "Speed up, we must not let Danzo escape Konoha." "Yes, leader." Hearing his words, the members of the police force, who was following behind him, immediately agreed in unison. Chapter 57, Concession. Fugaku hoped that Danzo would escape, so in the process of his capture, Danzo would make some big fuss. Fugaku was hoping to use this method to pressure Danzo and corner him. But unfortunately, when he arrived at Danzo's residence, Danzo was sitting quietly while drinking tea. Let alone escaping, there was no sign of resistance at all. Seeing this scene, Fugaku suddenly narrowed his eyes. Danzo-san, our police department received a report from the villagers that you are a suspect of an assassination attempt against the Hokage. Please come with me to the HQ for further investigation. Fugaku said as he stared at Danzo's face, hoping to find a trace of panic or fear. Unfortunately, Danzo's expression remained indifferent. This guy was really not easy to deal with. Just as Fugaku was thinking about what to do next, Danzo slowly put down the teacup in his hand and calmly spoke. Fugaku, do you still hold a grudge against me because of what happened back then? Hearing Danzo's words, Fugaku suddenly frowned. When the Kyubi attacked Konoha, Fugaku originally planned to lead Konoha military police force to join the defense against the Kyubi, but he was stopped by Danzo. Danzo suspected that the Kyubi incident was related to the Uchiha clan, and because of some selfish motives, he ordered police force to stay around the village to maintain order. The final result was that in the Kyubi chaos, the other clans and villagers suffered casualties. Only the Uchiha clan was intact, which was one of the important reasons why the Uchiha clan was rejected by other villagers. Fugaku knew that this was Danzo's plan all along. After all Danzo had done to the Uchiha, of course Fugaku was full of dissatisfaction. This was an opportunity he couldn't miss. But Fugaku was not stupid enough to display his intentions, so after hearing Danzo's question, he immediately shook his head. I don't know what are you talking about. I am just carrying out our official duties. I need to bring you to the HQ, or do you resist? Saying this, Fugaku's eyes changed. His black eyes instantly became red, and 3 black tomos appeared. Sharingan. Seeing that Fugaku had already put on a fighting stance, Danzo suddenly laughed softly. Haha, Sharingan? Forget it, I will go with you. After saying that, Danzo stood up and walked out of the door under the vigilant eyes of police force members. Seeing that Danzo did not resist, a trace of disappointment flashed in Fugaku's eyes. He frowned again and waved to his subordinate next to him. Bring Danzo back to the HQ. Yes. On the way to Police Force HQ, Danzo seemed to be very cooperative and did not make any radical moves. Even when facing the villagers pointing at him from the side of the street, his expression did not change at all. He even had the mood to chat with Fugaku. I'm curious, who sent you here? It can't be Hiruzen. I know him, he won't do this. Hearing Danzo's question, Fugaku, who was walking next to him, suddenly frowned. So, you admit that you sent someone to assassinate the third? Ha ha ha. Looking at Fugaku who was frowning, Danzo smiled and stopped talking. Soon, Danzo was brought to Police Force HQ, and Fugaku was preparing to arrange an interrogation in a room. Suddenly, one of his subordinate ran to his side and whispered a few words into his ear. After hearing his subordinate's words, Fugaku frowned again. Then, he waved to the several members of the force next to him. You guys look after him first. I will be back soon. Yes. Seeing this scene, Danzo's face revealed a smile again. At the same time, he looked deeply at Fugaku. His playful expression made Fugaku very uncomfortable. But at this time, he did not say anything more. Instead, he turned and walked towards his office. When Fugaku arrived at his office's door, he did not directly open it. Instead, he knocked. Knock knock. Is it Fugaku? Come in. Hearing the familiar voice inside, Fugaku took a deep breath, then opened the door and walked in. Hokage-sama, what business do you have here? At this time, the person who appeared in Fugaku's office was none other than Hiruzen, who had rushed over after hearing the news. After hearing Fugaku's words, he immediately explained his purpose. I want you to release Danzo immediately. Konoha needs to be stable now. I think you understand what I mean. Looking at the serious face of Hiruzen, Fugaku was silent for a while before opening his mouth. Hokage-sama, we, the Konoha military police force, exist for the stability of Konoha. We will eliminate any destabilizing factors. Our Uchiha clan has the strength to do so. Fugaku said firmly, but after hearing his words, Hiruzen frowned. Fugaku, I think you should know that you can't do anything to him just based on the rumors spreading around the village. Of course, Fugaku knew that based on rumors alone, he couldn't take any actions. To be precise, the moment Hiruzen came to his office, he couldn't do anything to Danzo. But it was impossible to let go of Danzo like this, so he thought for a while and then spoke to Hiruzen again. Our job is to ensure the safety and stability of the village. Now that the news about Danzo-san's assassination attempt on the Hokage was spread around the village, we can't let him go without interrogation. Fugaku's words were reasonable, and even Hiruzen could not find a reason to refute, so he could only frown again. Then what are you going to do? Seeing that Hiruzen's tone softened, Fugaku was happy, and the expression on his face softened a lot. Danzo-san will stay here for a period of time. If we still don't get anything from the interrogation, then we will hand him over to the Anbu's interrogation department. Then Hokage-sama will decide. Hiruzen understood what Fugaku meant. He just wanted the higher UPS to make some concessions to the Uchiha. If he didn't agree, the Uchiha clan would certainly make a big fuss over this matter. Thinking of this, Hiruzen closed his eyes and nodded after thinking for a while. I know, the village will stop the monitoring of the Uchiha clan, but you must transfer Danzo to the Anbu within 3 days. Fugaku guessed that was probably the biggest offer Hiruzen could make, so he immediately nodded. Yes, Hokage-sama. But 3 days is too short. I will try my best to hand Danzo-san to the Anbu in 10 days. Well, 10 days it is. Hearing Fugaku's words, Hiruzen suddenly nodded, then got up and left the office. After coming out of the police force HQ, Hiruzen pondered as he walked. Who exactly told Fugaku this news? It's impossible for the people of the Anbu, and it's even more impossible for the people of the route. Could it be? Thinking of this, Hiruzen's eyes suddenly flashed with a hint of realization. Ryunosuke. That's right, it must be this kid. Chapter 58, The Correct Way to Earn Kyubi's Fragments, Part 1. Hiruzen was very sure that the person who revealed the news to Fugaku this time was Zhang Miao. In Hiruzen's opinion, Zhang Miao should have a very large intelligence organization behind him. If he could even get the news that Uchiha Madara was still alive, then he should know about Danzo's little mess. Moreover, Hiruzen could see that Zhang Miao was very concerned about Ying, and because she had died in the hands of the root, so it was normal for him to hate Danzo. In addition, Zhang Miao often went to Fugaku's home during this time, so he deliberately revealed this news to Fugaku and let the latter deal with Danzo. After settling everything, a bitter smile appeared on Hiruzen's face. This child is really a genius. Regarding Zhang Miao's abnormal behavior, whether it was the Ying, Kakashi, Fugaku, or Hiruzen, they only had one evaluation of that kid. A genius. In this world full of Bloodline Limit, it was very difficult to be given the title of genius by others. With the help of the system, Zhang Miao's body developed to 3-year-old child's before he was even a year old. Hiruzen did not feel strange about this, because he had seen even more strange monsters than Zhang Miao. But of course, it was impossible to call him a genius just because of this. Hiruzen called Zhang Miao a genius because of his strength and wisdom. When he was in the Hokage's office, when Zhang Miao took out his pipe, Hiruzen was surprised to find that Zhang Miao's taijutsu was very powerful. Not only was his movements fast, but his attacks were also very accurate. It was like Zhang Miao's sense had been honed through countless battlefields, and Hiruzen was certain that in terms of taijutsu an ordinary Choyunin was not a match for Zhang Miao. Moreover, what shocked Hiruzen the most was that when they were fighting, he felt that there was an astonishingly powerful chakra within Zhang Miao's body. The strength of this chakra even surpassed an ordinary jonin. When he came to this conclusion, the shock in Hiruzen's heart was indescribable. He already knew that the vitality and chakra of the Uzumaki clan members were the strongest among all the clans. Otherwise, it would be impossible for them to be famous for their sealing jutsu. However, this was the first time he had encountered someone like Zhang Miao, who was not even a year old but already had the capacity of an elite jonin. If it weren't for Zhang Miao's lack of Nine Tails chakra, Hiruzen would almost have thought that Minato had sealed the Kyubi on Zhang Miao's body. After the Kyubi was sealed, it was Hiruzen who brought Zhang Miao and Naruto back to Konoha. Although Zhang Miao and Naruto had the 8 trigram seal on their bodies, Hiruzen could feel that only Naruto had the 9 tails chakra in his body, but Zhang Miao didn't. So at that time, Hiruzen concluded that the Kyubi was in Naruto's body. As for what was sealed in Zhang Miao's body, although Hiruzen was curious, he did not care too much about it, but now he had a trace of doubt. Could it be that a part of the Kyubi was also sealed in Ryunosuke's body, but because the seal was too strong, I couldn't feel it? Otherwise, why would he have such a powerful chakra? Hiruzen did not know that in fact, Zhang Miao's 8 trigram seal only contained a small amount of Minato's and Kushina's chakra. The dead couple did this so they could meet their sons again after they grew up. However, it was actually normal for Hiruzen to think like this, because unlike taijutsu, ninjutsu, or genjutsu that could be learned quickly if one had good talent, chakra was different. It took time and practice to obtain. Chakra was composed of two parts. One was the physical energy extracted from every cell in the body, and the other was the spiritual energy obtained through training. It was a necessary condition to use a jutsu. If one lacked chakra, they would not be able to support their hard-hitting taijutsu. If one lacked chakra, then they would not be able to use powerful ninjutsu. If one lacked chakra, then the genjutsu they used wouldn't be able to shake their opponents. Most people would never be able to reach the level of a jonin in their entire lives, and their biggest limiting factor was chakra. In other words, chakra was the important standard to measure the strength of a ninja and their future achievements. Although Hiruzen did not know why Zhang Miao had such a huge amount of chakra at such a young age, he was sure that as Zhang Miao grew older, his chakra would only increase. Therefore, Hiruzen was looking forward to what extent Zhang Miao would grow in the future. Not only does this child have a good ninja talent, but he also has extraordinary wisdom. Perhaps, in the future, he will surpass the fourth Hokage and even grow as strong as the first Hokage. Thinking of this, Hiruzen suddenly felt a little distressed. But, how can I get him to become the Hokage? Hiruzen was not worried that the people behind Zhang Miao would teach him bad things. After all, Zhang Miao lived around the village, and Konoha's influence on him was definitely much greater than those who did not even show their faces. Although he didn't know the specific reason, from the Wui's actions, Hiruzen believed that as long as he could make Zhang Miao loyal to Konoha, the people behind him could be used by Konoha. Therefore, the key to everything was still Zhang Miao. After coming to this conclusion, Hiruzen immediately picked up his pipe and took a deep breath. His face also revealed a kind smile. It seems that I have to care more about this child in the future. Zhang Miao did not know that because of what happened today, his position in Hiruzen's heart had risen again. At this moment, he was holding the crying Naruto with a sad face. This is already the second slap, but it still haven't come out it. What should I do? Do you want to get slapped for the third time? Today, giving Naruto a slap of love every day had become Zhang Miao's routine. This was not only to collect the younger child's ninja fragment, but also to collect the Kyubi's fragments. In Zhang Miao's view, Kyubi was the strongest tailed beast, and he was very strong. In the original plot, with his four tails form, Naruto could seriously injure Jiraiya, and crush Orochimaru. Therefore, in Zhang Miao's view, as long as he could recruit Kyubi, his safety would be guaranteed. However, what made Zhang Miao frustrated was that the fragments of the Kyubi were not that easy to collect. Everything was fine before, as long as he rewarded Naruto with his slap of love, the system would inform him of the acquisition of both Naruto and Kyubi's fragments. Naruto was still in his infancy, he only produced one fragment every day. But the Kyubi was a real 8-star cage level beast. According to the system, the highest quota for fragments of his level should be 20 fragments per day. But the fragments dropped never reached this number. Sometimes it was 7 or 8, sometimes it was 4 or 5. There was no pattern at all. However, Zhang Miao did not care too much about the situation. After all, Naruto was only a Jinhyuriki of the Kyubi. It would take time to obtain the required amount of fragments. Therefore, it was inevitable that there would be some deviation along the way. Therefore, Zhang Miao thought that as long as he could collect some, it would still be good. However, what Zhang Miao did not expect was that as time passed, the yield of Kyubi's fragments began to decrease, and the fragments became more and more difficult to collect. In the past 2 days, even if he gave Naruto a slap of love, the system did not prompt about obtaining the Kyubi's fragments. When he hit the second time, there would be a prompt like about obtaining a single Kyubi's fragment. It was like a consolation prize given by the Kyubi, which made Zhang Miao very unhappy. In Zhang Miao's opinion, Naruto was his biological younger brother. He felt distressed for when he slapped him. But now, he had to slap him twice while only getting one fragment as a result. This situation immediately made Zhang Miao have some doubts. Could it be that the way I collected the Kyubi's fragment was actually wrong? Chapter 59, The Correct Way to Earn Kyubi's Fragments, Part 2. Zhang Miao suspected that there must be a problem with his method of collecting the Kyubi's fragments. However, he could not figure out what the problem was, so he could only ask for help from the recruitment system. System, how do you think I should collect the Kyubi's fragments? Please figure out on your own. The system's reply was still as fast as ever, but the answer it gave made Zhang Miao a little angry. If I already knew a way, why would I ask you? There were 3 ways Zhang Miao had come up with to collect ninja fragments. The first was to obtain the other party's recognition or trust. This was also the most commonly used method by Zhang Miao. The second was to defeat the other party. No matter what method was used, as long as the other party admitted defeat, it would be fine. The third was to force the other party to yield and agree to his conditions. If this he could make the other party feel ashamed, the effect would be even greater. However, it was clear that these 3 methods had no effect on the Kyubi. Don't tell me that I have to defeat Naruto in his tailed beast form. Thinking of this, Zhang Miao gulped and shook his head hard. No, it's obvious that I can't beat him. Moreover, this idiot might really kill me if he goes berserk. Compared to this method, I would rather slap him twice. Although he said that, Zhang Miao looked at Naruto, who was holding his clothes tightly in his arms and still had a drop of tears in his eyes. He really couldn't do it. Therefore, he could only sigh helplessly. Sigh, forget it. Even if I slap him again, I can only obtain Kyubi's fragment. The recruitment condition for an 8-star ninja is 3,200 fragments. According to this, I have to hit him every day for 10 years. At that time, his face would be disfigured. I should think of another way. With that, Zhang Miao carried Naruto to the bed and covered him with a blanket. Just as Zhang Miao was about to turn around and go back to his bed to sleep, he did not expect Naruto to hold his clothes tightly with a sad look. Looking at this scene, the softest place in Zhang Miao's heart was touched. He could only smile and shake his head. Oh. All right, I will specially allow you to sleep in the same bed as me tonight, but you are not allowed to wet my bed. With that, Zhang Miao carried Naruto to his bed and let him sleep beside him. Then he gently touched Naruto's small head. Be a good boy and sleep. Hearing Zhang Miao's words, Naruto immediately nudged his arms again and closed his eyes. Soon, he fell asleep. Looking at this scene, Zhang Miao smiled and shook his head again. As expected, airheads have no worries. He fall asleep immediately after closing his eyes. While I have to worry about a lot of things. I might have some trouble to sleep after what happened to Ying. Tomorrow, I need to go to the academy to find her sister. But I don't know if I can find her, sigh. As he spoke, Zhang Miao suddenly let out a long breath and then closed his eyes. A few seconds later, his snoring could be heard. Zzz, zzz. Obviously, Zhang Miao didn't have to worry about anything at all. He quickly fell asleep, and entered the dream world. Today, he dreamed about being surrounded by beautiful girls in the hot spring. But just as he was about to go up and do something embarrassing, everything suddenly changed. All the beautiful girls disappeared, and there was a cold wind blowing outside. The temperature around was getting colder, and so did the water where he dipped. He was shivering due to the cold. Then he suddenly woke up. After waking up, Zhang Miao touched his bed and his face immediately turned green. Damn it, no wonder I said it was so cold. That damn Naruto just wet his pants again. As he spoke, Zhang Miao climbed down the bed and then shouted at the top of his lungs. Fukuro! Come here! As soon as Zhang Miao finished speaking, rapid footsteps could be heard. Then the door was opened and Fukuro, who was wearing his mask, walked in. What happened? Naruto just wet my bed. Zhang Miao took off his pajamas and pointed to his small bed with his chin. I'll leave these to you. I have something else to do. Okay, I understand. Because of his own misunderstanding and the degree of importance that Hiruzen attached to him, Fukuro now regarded Zhang Miao as his future boss, so his attitude naturally became much more respectful. Although Zhang Miao noticed the change in Fukuro, because he was used to it, he did not think too much about it. After changing clothes, he took Wui to the academy. Soon, the two arrived at the academy. Looking at the familiar scene in front of him, Wui could not help but shout. Ah, this is youth. Zhang Miao. Did this guy have a screw loose again? Zhang Miao had a feeling that if he brought Wui into the academy with him, he might lose face if he was not careful. Rather than pretending not to know him, let's just keep him outside. Thinking of this, Zhang Miao immediately reached out and pointed at the big tree outside the academy. Wui, while I'm going to the academy to find someone, you should go there and do 1,000 push-ups first. The reason why Zhang Miao made this request was actually because he had grasped his character. Sure enough, just as he finished speaking, Wui's eyes immediately lit up. Ah, the boss is right. Youth does not allow me to waste my time. Before you are back, I will go there to do 1,000. No, 3,000 push UPS. If I can't do it, I will do another 6,000 deep squats. Zhang Miao. Alright, you are awesome. Looking at Wu Yi's excited face, the corner of Zhang Miao's mouth twitched twice, and then he nodded. Okay, do as you see fit. With that, Zhang Miao turned around and walked towards the gate of the academy, while Wu Yi impatiently rushed towards the big tree to do push UPS. He shouted as he started. 1, 2, 3, 4. Hearing his voice, Zhang Miao hastened his footsteps and walked towards the academy. When Zhang Miao arrived at the academy, it was the end of the classes. Many students were walking out of the classroom in 2s and 3s. Seeing this scene, Zhang Miao immediately frowned. There are more students in the academy than I imagined. For Zhang Miao, the biggest problem now was that he did not know the names of Ying's sister. If he knew Ying's real name, he just had to ask around if anyone knew a student that has an older sister that had the same name as Ying's real name. Things would be simple. Maybe he just needed to ask a teacher. But Zhang Miao did not know about both girls' name, and Ying was just her envio code name. If Zhang Miao mentioned Ying's code name, even if her sister heard it, she would not know who Zhang Miao was talking about. Thinking of this, Zhang Miao suddenly frowned. Where should I start? Chapter 60, The Correct Way to Earn Kyubi's Fragments, Part 3. Konoha's Ninja Academy was founded by the second Hokage Senju Tobirama. It was founded to ensure the strength and education of the village's ninjas during the war. When Hiruzen took over as the third Hokage, he gave the academy extra attention. He especially valued nurturing talents and established a series of talent training systems. When the other villages still used their genins as cannon fodders on the battlefield, Konoha's genins had gradually become capable ninjas with the help of their assigned teachers, who continued to help and nurture their growth. It could be said that because of the emphasis the second Hokage placed on education, and with the continuous injection of fresh talents, Konoha could have a steady stream of military forces. As long as there are leaves flying, the fire will burn, the shadow of the fire will shine on the village, and new leaves will sprout. Hiruzen's words could be said to be the real portrayal of the training system of Konoha's ninjas. The current academy had 6 grades, and each grade had more than 2 Chunin level teachers. As long as the students could graduate successfully from the academy, it would be no problem for them to reach the standard of ordinary Chunin. Of course, there was no absolute in the world, and there would be some geniuses in the academy. Take Kakashi for example. He graduated from the academy at 5, advanced to Chunin at 6, and became a Jonin at 12. While Itachi entered the academy at 6, and graduated at 7. The opposite of these geniuses were those failures who had been studying at the academy for 6 years and almost failed to graduate, such as Zhang Miao's own younger brother Naruto. Thinking of this, the corner of Zhang Miao's mouth could not help but twitch a few times. He suddenly shook his head hard. Now is not the time to think about this. I am here to find Ying's sister. Naruto, you idiot, get out of my head. Just as Zhang Miao was about to drive Naruto out of his mind, a very unfriendly voice suddenly came to his ears. Hey, this is the academy. It's not a place for little kids like you. Hearing this voice, Zhang Miao immediately looked up. Then he saw a few kids around 10 years old standing before him. At this time, they were looking at him with unhappy faces. Seeing this scene, Zhang Miao sighed helplessly. Sigh, to be honest, I really don't want to bully children. I'll give you 5 seconds to disappear from my eyes, or else. If Zhang Miao's physical age was the same as his mental age, then his threat might still be effective, but now he looked like a 3-year-old at most, so his words were less convincing. Therefore, before he could finish speaking, one of the kid burst out laughing. Ha 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 ha, else what? As he laughed, he walked up to Zhang Miao and looked down at him. You want to hit us or something? Hearing his words, the kid beside him also echoed. Brats nowadays are really becoming more and more arrogant. This kind of brat needs to be taught a good lesson. Haha, that's right. Under the encouragement of his companions, one of the kids suddenly grinned and reached out to grab Zhang Miao's hair, but before he could touch Zhang Miao's hair, he was blocked by Zhang Miao with a slight movement of his hand. At the same time, Zhang Miao's voice rang in his ear. 5 seconds are up. When the kid heard this voice, he felt a sharp pain on the left side of his face. He flew out uncontrollably and then fell to the ground with a bang. Seeing this scene, the few kids who were laughing happily before suddenly became like chickens that had their necks pinched. They instantly became silent. They did not even see how Zhang Miao had attacked. It was only when their friend fell to the ground that they saw Zhang Miao retracting his leg. At this time, no matter how stupid they were, they knew that they were no match for Zhang Miao, so they immediately screamed and run. Seeing that his friends had run away, the boy who was kicked away by Zhang Miao did not have time to take revenge. He crawled away, leaving only a few girls whispering at the scene. Seeing this scene, Zhang Miao immediately patted his head and showed a face of regret. Hey, I should have left them be. Maybe I can ask them about Ying's sister. Should I go and get them back? Just as Zhang Miao was hesitating, a familiar voice suddenly appeared. Ryunashuk? What are you doing at the academy? Hearing this voice, Zhang Miao turned around and smiled happily. Haha, Itachi, you came at the right time. I have something to ask you. The person who appeared at this time was Itachi. When he heard Zhang Miao say that he had something to ask him, he immediately blinked his eyes in confusion. What is it? It's actually like this. As he spoke, Zhang Miao stepped forward and wrapped his arms around Itachi's neck. Then, he lowered his voice and said, I came to the academy to find a girl. A girl. Hearing Zhang Miao's words, Itachi seemed to have thought of something. He immediately frowned. Is it a girl with the criteria you mentioned before? Zhang Miao. Dang it, I was just joking. I didn't expect you to take it seriously. Looking at Itachi's serious face, Zhang Miao shook his head, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. She can wait. What kind of girl I was looking this time, eh? Well, she should have an excellent swordsmanship, and she should be very beautiful. Can you find her? Itachi. It would be a miracle if he could find it. Just as Itachi was about to refuse Zhang Miao's request, a voice suddenly appeared in his ear. The academy does not teach swordsmanship, so there are very few people who use swords, and even fewer girls who can use swords. Just ask around and you will know. Hearing this voice, Itachi immediately turned around in surprise and looked at the girl who just spoke. Izumi? Why are you here? The person who spoke at this time was Izumi. Seeing Itachi's stunned expression, she immediately laughed happily. I want to see what kind of friend Itachi has. At this point, Izumi smiled at Zhang Miao. Are you the genius of the Uzumaki clan, Ryunashuk? I know you through Itachi. My name is Izumi. It's nice to meet you. Hey! Hearing Izumi's words, Zhang Miao suddenly felt a flash of light flash through his mind, but it was not clear. So he looked at Izumi again. What did you just say? Seeing Zhang Miao frowning, Izumi's smile froze on his face. Then he said weakly. I just said that my name is Izumi. It's nice to meet you. No, the last sentence. Looking at Zhang Miao's somewhat irritable appearance, Izumi regretted coming up to talk to Zhang Miao. She immediately took a step back in fear. I found out about you through Itachi-kun. Because of fear, Izumi's voice became weaker, almost to the point that it could not be heard. But it was this weak voice that exploded in Zhang Miao's mind like a thunder, blowing up all the doubts that had troubled him before. Previously, Zhang Miao had always thought that he could collect the Kyubi's fragments because he had defeated Naruto, his Jinhyuriki, with his slap of love. He thought that was why he could obtain the Kyubi's fragments. But now, he realized that he was wrong. Because Naruto and the Kyubi was a separate individual. Therefore, the Kyubi's fragments were not provided by Naruto, but by the Kyubi himself. At this time, Zhang Miao suddenly thought of a problem. Although he could not see the Kyubi, this did not mean that the Kyubi could not see him. Just like Izumi's situation, Izumi knew about him through Itachi, and the Kyubi saw him through Naruto's eyes. In other words, the Kyubi's fragments that he obtained after beating Naruto up was because the Kyubi saw him beating Naruto. This made him feel good, so he gave away some fragments. But now he was used to it, so even if Zhang Miao beat Naruto to tears, he couldn't obtain more fragments of the demon fox. Thinking of this, Zhang Miao couldn't help but burst out laughing. So that's how it is. So that's how it is. I understand everything, ha 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 ha. Since he had figured out the reason, then things would be easy to handle. Zhang Miao could even foresee that the day he recruited the Kyubi was not far away. At this time, Zhang Miao naturally would not forget the Izumi's hint. If not for her, he would not have thought of this solution so quickly. Thinking of this, Zhang Miao immediately smiled at Izumi. Haha, your name is Izumi, right? I will remember this kindness. I will repay you in the future. Looking at Zhang Miao's gentle expression, Izumi was stunned. Chapter 61, It's Showtime. Izumi was stunned by Zhang Miao's sudden change in attitude. After a few seconds, she waved at Zhang Miao. No, no, no. This is not a favor. There is no need to repay it. Well, I will help you ask and see which girl in the school knows swordsmanship. Itachi, Ryuna shook, see you later. After saying that, Izumi waved to Zhang Miao and Itachi, then turned and ran away. Obviously, Izumi thought that Zhang Miao was talking about finding someone, so she became enthusiastic. Looking at her back that left in a hurry, Zhang Miao touched his chin and his mind became active. Zhang Miao had an impression of Izumi. He remembered that this girl seemed to have been secretly in love with Itachi. Unfortunately, she did not get a response from Itachi. In the end, she was killed by Obito on the night of Uchiha extermination. What an unfortunate life! Thinking of this, Zhang Miao shook his head with a look of regret. Such a beautiful and warm-hearted little girl is one of Konoha's treasure, and Itachi doesn't even bat an eye to her. If something like that happened to my orphan life, I would be punished by the heavens. After making a decision, Zhang Miao immediately turned his head and raised his eyebrows at Itachi with a sly smile. Hey, Itachi, this little girl is quite good. Is she your girlfriend? Itachi. Why me? Seeing Zhang Miao's witty expression, Itachi shook his head helplessly. No, Izumi is just a girl I know. Is that so? Hearing Itachi's words, Zhang Miao immediately smiled even more happily. Since she is not your girlfriend, then I am relieved. I have decided to make her my 17th concubine. What do you think? What is a concubine? My extended wife, hehe. Seeing the sly smile on Zhang Miao's face, Itachi did not know how to respond to him, so he stayed silent with a helpless face. Zhang Miao was already used to Itachi's introverted personality, so he did not mind and grinned again. Hehe, speaking of which, I plan to go fishing with Kakashi this afternoon. Do you want to go with us? No. Faced with Zhang Miao's invitation, Itachi immediately shook his head. I still have class. Don't think that I don't know that you left your shadow clone in the classroom. Zhang Miao bluntly exposed Itachi, then hugged his neck again and raised his eyebrows at him. How about this, you continue to keep your shadow clone in school, and your real body will go fishing with us. How about it? Alright. Itachi knew that if he did not agree, with Zhang Miao's personality, he would definitely not let him go, so Itachi could only reluctantly agree. Seeing that Itachi agreed, the smile on Zhang Miao's face immediately became even brighter. Haha, I knew you would agree. When the time comes, I will let you taste Kakashi's cooking. I guarantee that you won't forget it after eating it once. Kakashi's cooking. Hearing Zhang Miao's words, Itachi suddenly felt that the idea wasn't so bad. Just as Zhang Miao was about to go fishing in the afternoon for a deep discussion, an untimely voice suddenly sounded. It's him. Hearing this voice, Zhang Miao looked up and immediately found that the kids he had beaten away just now had come back, and behind them was a young ninja wearing a green vest and a Konoha forward guard. Seeing this scene, Zhang Miao immediately sneered. Hehe, you were beaten by the small one, and you came back with the bigger one? Let's see if I can bring out the older one after I beat you up. Zhang Miao said as he rolled up his sleeves. Seeing his actions, Itachi quickly stopped him. Ryuna shook, don't. Without waiting for Itachi to finish speaking, Zhang Miao directly waved his hand to push him away and then grinned. Don't worry too much. It's time for me to show my real skills. Watch my moves. As soon as Zhang Miao finished speaking, he jumped out and turned around to kick the older ninja in the head. Pow! This time, Zhang Miao's kick did not hit, but was grabbed by the young ninja. After catching Zhang Miao's kick, the young ninja immediately laughed. Haha, very good kick. For someone at your age, it is already very good to be able to do this. Zhang Miao did not feel strange about this situation. Since the other party was wearing Konoha's forward guard, it was obvious that he was a proper ninja of Konoha, not something that the academy students could compare to. Looking at the ninja who was holding his right leg and smiling at him, Zhang Miao's returned the smile. Hehe, then try this. With that, Zhang Miao immediately swung his left leg toward the young ninja's face. Feeling the gust brought by Zhang Miao's leg, the young ninja did not dare to be careless. He could only let go of Zhang Miao's right leg and then use his hands to block Zhang Miao's left leg. Pow! Zhang Miao's left foot heavily kicked his crossed hands. The powerful force immediately forced him back a few steps. After the attack worked, Zhang Miao did not stop. Instead, he appeared below the young ninja with a slide. Seeing Zhang Miao's action, Itachi immediately widened his eyes and revealed a look of surprise in his eyes. So this was how he did the last time he defeated me. Then the next step should be, to kick. Just as Itachi thought, after Zhang Miao slided to get close to the young ninja, and he directly kicked him. Pow! The young ninja did not have time to react and was directly kicked in the chin by Zhang Miao, which immediately sent him flying. After Zhang Miao kicked his opponent away, he did not stop. Instead, he jumped and then used his elbow to hit his face. Pow! Feeling that his elbow had already hit his opponent, Zhang Miao immediately grinned, then directly turned around in the air and shouted. Double Lion Barrage! Following his shout, Zhang Miao's right foot heavily hit his opponent's abdomen, directly pinning him into the wooden floor of the corridor. Zhang Miao's Double Lion Barrage was an imitation of Sasuke's Lion Barrage. Although the steps were simpler, because Zhang Miao's taijutsu basics was good, the power was much greater than Sasuke's. Therefore, the poor ninja immediately fainted without saying a word. Seeing this scene, all the surrounding students of the academy were shocked. At the same time, a series of system prompts sounded in Zhang Miao's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining Ninja Fragments X4. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining Ninja Fragments X2. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining Ninja Fragments X3. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining Ninja Fragments. The system notification rang for a full 2 to 3 minutes before it ended. Listening to this continuous notification, Zhang Miao immediately felt refreshed. This is too cool. Although it is only some ordinary ninja fragments, to be able to reap so much in one go, this wave of performances is not bad. Just as Zhang Miao was considering what kind of posture he should take to welcome the cheers of the crowd, Itachi's words immediately hit the bottom of his heart. Ryunosuke, you just beat up a teacher from the academy. This time you are in trouble. What? Is this guy a teacher of the academy? Hearing Itachi's words, Zhang Miao immediately glanced at the young ninja lying on the ground. Then he turned his head and looked at Itachi with a face full of regret. Why didn't you say so earlier? Itachi. Chapter 62, The Real Meaning of Genius. Itachi was very impressed by Zhang Miao's taijutsu. This was not because of Fugaku's praise for Zhang Miao, but because in the past few days when he fought with Zhang Miao, he had been suppressed by Zhang Miao so much that he couldn't even use ninjutsu. This made Itachi truly understand the power of taijutsu. At the same time, Itachi also understood why Zhang Miao said that he would be truly powerful when he awakened his Sharingan. The implication was that he was actually very weak before he awakened his Sharingan. And now, Zhang Miao's performance proved that there was indeed a big gap between the two. The teachers of the academy were all Chiyunins. Being able to teach in the academy already proved their excellence. Itachi felt that if he fought with the teacher earlier, even if he could win, it would not be so easy. But when Itachi looked at Zhang Miao back then, he finished the fight in a few breaths. This was completely an overwhelming victory for him. Moreover, from the looks of it, he seemed to still have some stamina left. This was something that Itachi could not do. At the same time, Zhang Miao's aerial combo attacks just now also amazed Itachi. He even guessed that if not for because the ceiling was too short, Zhang Miao might have been able to do a few more hits. At this moment, Zhang Miao's actions explained the meaning of the word genius to Itachi. But no matter how talented you are, you can't throw blame to me. What do you mean by I didn't say it earlier? I was interrupted by you before I could finish my words. When I reacted, all the people were already lying on the ground. What do you want me to say? Thinking of this, Itachi suddenly glanced at the teacher who had fainted on the ground, and the corners of his mouth twitched. No matter what, it is impossible for me to defeat him in terms of physical skills. I can only beat him in ninjutsu and genjutsu. Zhang Miao did not know what Itachi was thinking. He looked at the unconscious teacher on the ground, and then looked at the shocked faces around. He instantly made the best decision. This is troublesome. If I don't leave now, I might really get in trouble. I'll look for Ying's sister next time. Let's retreat first. Thinking of this, Zhang Miao suddenly grabbed Itachi's hand and tilted his head toward him. Better strike while the iron is hot. Itachi. What was this? Although Itachi did not understand Zhang Miao's words, he could tell from Zhang Miao's actions that he was going to escape. Therefore, after being pulled out of the academy by Zhang Miao, Itachi hurriedly lowered his voice and said, "This is a shadow clone. You go first, I will catch up later." After saying that, Itachi suddenly turned into a white smoke and disappeared. Looking at Itachi who had disappeared in front of him, Zhang Miao was first stunned and then grinned. Haha, shadow clones are really convenient. However, Zhang Miao also knew that now was not the time to be envious of others. To avoid being caught, he had to quickly slip away. As he ran, he shouted at Wui, who was doing push-ups under the tree. "Wui, let's go. Let's gather at Kakashi's house." Hearing Zhang Miao's voice, Wui looked up and immediately found that Zhang Miao was already on the wall 50 meters away. And before he could stand up, Zhang Miao's figure had already disappeared from his sight. So fast! Seeing this scene, 2 raging flames suddenly lit up in his eyes. Wahahaha, so it's a youthful showdown? I will never admit defeat. I'm coming. As he said, Wui's figure flashed and disappeared. Not long after Zhang Miao left the academy, Izumi ran back excitedly. Ryuna shook, "Itachi, I have found a girl with very good swordsmanship." She. Where are they? What Izumi didn't know was that the person she was looking for had already fled, and what shocked her even more was that the good student Itachi had actually skipped class. In fact, Itachi had no choice. If this hadn't happened, it wouldn't be a problem for him to deal with it with his shadow clone, but Zhang Miao actually beat one of the academy's teacher to a pulp. This was not something he could deal with. So he simply skipped class. Anyway, he had already learned the course taught by the school before, so it didn't matter if he went or not. Itachi's judgment was undoubtedly correct, because not long after he left the academy, the police force arrived at the academy. Just as the police force were searching the village for the criminal who dared to attack a teacher, Zhang Miao, the culprit, had already taken his fishing rod out of the village to fish. He had originally planned to take Wui with him, but the latter said that he had not finished his 3000 push-ups, so he needed to do another 5000 deep squats. Zhang Miao had no choice but to let him do a deep squat at the door of Kakashi's house, while he, Kakashi and Itachi left the village and went to the small stream where he had previously fished with Kakashi. Now Zhang Miao had mastered the art of fishing in the stream, and getting fish one after another, he was very excited. "Oh yeah, it's another one. Don't hate me for this." Itachi. Looking at Zhang Miao who had a strange smile on his face, Itachi's face suddenly froze. He threw the fishing rod in his hand and quickly formed seals with his hands. At the same time, he took a deep breath. "Fire release fireball jutsu. My fishing rod." Itachi used his fireball to end Zhang Miao's fishing trip early. However, because of his fireball, the water in the stream rapidly heated up. Many fish jumped out of the river ditch due to the heat. Thus, they caught even more fish this time. However, Zhang Miao was not very happy. Looking at the large basket of river fish behind Kakashi, Zhang Miao muttered as he walked. "Damn it, he used fire release for catching fish? In the future, when I learn lightning release, I will go directly to the seaside to electrocute some fish." Kakashi. "So this is what you care about?" However, after hearing Zhang Miao's words, a thought came out of Kakashi's mind. Using lightning release for catching fish might be possible. As long as I control my chakra output, I can just stun the fish instead of electrocuting them to death. At that time, I can also sell the fish that I can't finish in the market. It will be a nice way to earn money. Thinking of this, Kakashi nodded secretly. And most importantly, this is also a kind of chakra training. Alright. Next time, I will try to use the chidori for fishing. Zhang Miao didn't know that his words would cause a disaster to the fish around Konoha. At this moment, he was very unhappy because he lost to a newbie like Itachi in fishing. Looking at Itachi who was walking in front of him expressionlessly, Zhang Miao seemed to have thought of something and immediately chuckled. "Hehe, Itachi, we haven't finished our daily sparring today, right? It just so happens that the venue here is big enough. Come, let me see if you have improved compared to before." Itachi. "Fuck, if you want to take revenge, just say it. Although he was somewhat dissatisfied with Zhang Miao taking advantage of the situation, Itachi's stubborn personality did not allow him to back down. So as soon as Zhang Miao finished speaking, he immediately nodded. "Alright, then let's begin now." After he finished speaking, Itachi immediately assumed a defensive stance. As for Zhang Miao, he pinched his fingers until they were cracking, and then he smiled maliciously at Itachi. Hee hee. Chapter 63, Recruitment System Scoring Method. After knocking Itachi down within 3 punches and 2 kicks, Zhang Miao once again heard the pleasant sound of the system. Ding! Congratulations to host for obtaining 7-star cage level, Uchiha Itachi Ninja Fragment X5. After hearing this prompt, Zhang Miao suddenly grinned. Hee. Itachi! Damn it, why are you so happy? Bullying others with your taijutsu like that? At this moment, Itachi's desire to open his Sharingan became stronger. Looking at the expressionless Itachi, Zhang Miao also sensed his thoughts. He immediately smiled and pulled him up. Haha, Itachi, don't be so stingy. After you open your Sharingan, I will let you fight back. So until you awaken your Sharingan, I will not fight with you. Itachi obviously did not notice Zhang Miao's real intention. After hearing Zhang Miao's words, he immediately nodded seriously. Ah, okay. Hearing the conversation between the two, Kakashi, who was carrying a fish basket on his back, suddenly raised his eyebrows and smiled. With his understanding of Zhang Miao, he did not believe that this kid would be beaten back by Itachi. At the same time, Zhang Miao heard the system prompt again. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining 5-star Jonin, Hitaki Kakashi Ninja Fragment X10. After hearing this prompt, Zhang Miao suddenly looked at Kakashi in surprise. He looked at him with a smile on his face, as if he had already seen through his thoughts. Seeing this scene, Zhang Miao suddenly shrugged his shoulders, then pretended to know nothing and whistled as he walked forward. As he walked, he asked the system. System, when Itachi was at his peak, he was at the 7-star level. I agree with this, but isn't Kakashi's 5-star rating a little low? He should be at least a 6-star. And Guy, he was a man who almost defeated the last boss. How is he only 5-star? Please don't doubt the perspective of the system scoring method. The system evaluated the level of the ninja from 3 aspects. First, the total amount and regeneration abilities of the corresponding ninja's chakra. Second, the ninja's ninjutsu, taijutsu, and genjutsu. Third, the presence of the bloodline limit. The system's answering speed was still extremely fast. As soon as Zhang Miao thought of it, it immediately responded. The full score of each aspect is 3 stars, Kakashi's score for the first aspect is 2 stars, second is 3 stars, and 0 stars for the third. So his final rating is 5-star. Guy's score for the first aspect is 3 stars, second is 2 stars, and also 0 stars for the third, so his final rating is 5-star. Hearing the system's explanation, Zhang Miao suddenly understood why both of them were 5-star. It turned out that both of them had suffered a disadvantage. Because Kakashi had the Sharingan, he obtained the title of Konoha's #1 technician and copy ninja. However, because he did not have Uchiha's bloodline, he needed more chakra to support the chakra consumption of the Sharingan, which caused him to score less in the first aspect. And Guy, because of his lack of ninjutsu and genjutsu, he scored 1 less star in the second aspect. If not for his 8 inner gates, Zhang Miao suspected that his score would have dropped by 1 more star. The most important thing was that Zhang Miao found that the two score nothing in the third aspect since they didn't possess any bloodline limit. This made Zhang Miao can't help but sigh. One's roots really mattered in the world of Naruto. Thinking of this, Zhang Miao looked at the expressionless Itachi behind him, and his eyes revealed a complex look. Itachi, this kid, because he has the bloodline of the Uchiha, he was judged by the system to be 7-star. But also because he was born in the Uchiha clan, he's living a tragic life. I really don't know if I should envy him or pity him. As if feeling Zhang Miao's gaze, Itachi suddenly looked up at Zhang Miao. What's wrong? It's nothing. Zhang Miao was secretly surprised by Itachi's acute senses. He shook his head and turned to continue walking forward. Soon, the 3 of them returned to Kakashi's home. When they got home, Kakashi carried the fish basket to the kitchen to cook. Zhang Miao, who was full of spirit, was at the door and exchanging taijutsu with Wui. For a moment, only the sound of their fists and feet hitting each other could be heard. Looking at fierce the two, especially Wui and his brilliant movements, Itachi suddenly had a look of realization. So Ryunosuke's teacher has such high attainments in taijutsu. No wonder his taijutsu is excellent. Itachi obviously had misunderstood something, but speaking of which, Zhang Miao's taijutsu did came from Wui. In addition, he often gave Zhang Miao some moves, so in a certain way, Wui was indeed his teacher. Now Zhang Miao had completely grasped the foundation of an elite taijutsu, so he had begun to innovate with his own ideas. The double lion barrage used in the academy earlier was the fruit of his work. In contrast, imitating Wui's moves while fighting him was a piece of cake. Taking advantage of the time when Wui blocked his punch, Zhang Miao directly jumped and launched several consecutive whirlwind kicks. Seeing his movements, Wui laughed while blocking them. Ha 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 ha, isn't this my leaf whirlwind? Boss, you actually mastered it. Then look at this move of mine, leaf strong whirlwind. Wui was so excited that he forgot to retract his strength. He completely forgot how huge his foot strength was. With a bumpy sound, Zhang Miao was sent flying more than 10 meters away by Wui's kick. When he landed, he let out a scream. Ouch! Itachi! Is that guy okay? Just as Itachi was about to help him up, he found that Zhang Miao had already stood up as if nothing had happened. Then, he patted the dust off his body and walked over. Damn, let's stop here. I'm covered in sweat and dirt. I have to take a bath first. After I eat the Kakashi's fish, I still have to go to Itachi's house to eat some dangos. Itachi. He still hadn't forgotten about the dangos at this time? Under Itachi's helpless expression, Zhang Miao hummed a tune and walked into Kakashi's bathroom. As he took a bath, he laughed happily. Today's harvest is not bad. Not only did I collect the ninja fragments from Kakashi and Itachi, but I also harvested more than 300 ordinary ninja fragments from the academy. Now, only Fugaku is left, hehe. Chapter 64, Itachi's Curiosity. When Zhang Miao came out of the shower, Kakashi had already prepared the meal. It was still Zhang Miao's favorite fried river fish. Kakashi knew that Zhang Miao was a big eater, so he prepared a lot and almost filled the entire table. Seeing this scene, Itachi was stunned. Is there anyone else coming? No. Hearing Itachi's words, Kakashi first shook his head, then glanced in the direction of the bathroom. But you can treat him as 3 people. Itachi. Itachi had experienced Zhang Miao's appetite before, so after hearing Kakashi's words, he nodded and stopped talking. After a while, the bathroom door opened. Zhang Miao walked out while wiping his hair. Phew! It feels so good. Kakashi, is the meal ready? My stomach is. Wow! Before he finished speaking, Zhang Miao saw the meals on the table. He immediately threw the towel in his hand to the side, then walked to the table in 3 steps, jumped on the bench, and picked up the chopsticks. Itadakimasu. After saying that, a gust of wind swept away the clouds. Zhang Miao moved the chopsticks really fast. Several plates of fried fish were quickly cleared and then stacked high. Seeing this scene, Kakashi raised his eyebrows at the stunned Itachi. His expression seemed to be saying, "What did I say just now?" After the shock, Itachi seemed to be affected by Zhang Miao. He quickly picked up his chopsticks and pressed his palms together. Itadakimasu. After that, he reached out his chopsticks to pick up a piece of fish and put it into his mouth. At the moment when the fish entered his mouth, his eyes suddenly widened. Delicious! Then, Itachi also joined Zhang Miao and began to quickly sweep the fried fish on the table. Looking at the two eating happily, a trace of nostalgia flashed across Kakashi's face. He seemed to see the scene of Obito and Rin coming to his house for the first time. It has been almost 2 years. Thinking of this, Kakashi suddenly touched his left eye, feeling that this Sharingan from Obito was burning again. At this time, Zhang Miao's voice suddenly reached his ears. Kakashi, what's wrong with you? Are your eyes hurt or something? Do you want to go to Konoha's hospital? Hearing this, Kakashi suddenly looked up and found that Zhang Miao had stopped eating and was looking at him with a worried face. Seeing this scene, Kakashi suddenly felt warm in his heart and shook his head at Zhang Miao. I'm fine. As he spoke, he picked up his chopsticks and placed his palms together. Itadakimasu. Seeing that Kakashi was starting to eat as if there were really no problems, Zhang Miao waved his chopsticks again to destroy the fried fish in front of him. 10 minutes later, the entire table of fish was emptied by the 3, and almost all the rice in the pot had entered Zhang Miao's stomach. After swallowing the last mouthful of rice in his mouth, Zhang Miao put down the bowl and chopsticks in satisfaction and then gently clapped his hands. Thank you for the meal. At this point, Zhang Miao raised his chin at Itachi again. Itachi, let's go to your house to eat dangos. Itachi. Are your stomach connected to the sewers of Konoha? Zhang Miao did not know what Itachi was thinking. Seeing that he did not speak, he patted his stomach and stood up. Then he turned to look at Kakashi. Kakashi, are you going? Hearing Zhang Miao's words, Kakashi did not know whether to laugh or cry. He immediately shook his head. I still have some things to do after this. I will join next time. Kakashi refused Zhang Miao's invitation. Instead, he was planning to visit the memorial tablet later and bring a bunch of flowers for Obito and Rin. Hearing Kakashi say that he had something to do later, Zhang Miao did not insist and immediately nodded. Okay, then Itachi and I will go. Bye. Okay. After saying goodbye to Kakashi, Zhang Miao and Itachi left Kakashi's home and headed to the Uchiha settlement on the north side of the village. While walking on the road, Zhang Miao found that Itachi had been looking at him, looking like he wanted to say something, so he simply stopped. Just say what you want to say if you feel uncomfortable. I kind of felt bad now. Alright. Hearing Zhang Miao's words, Itachi nodded and then looked at Zhang Miao seriously. I want to ask you, will you grow taller as long as you eat more? Zhang Miao obviously did not expect that Itachi would ask such a question, so he was suddenly a little unable to react. I think so. Why do you ask? Because I found that you have grown taller again. At this time, Itachi's face was very serious. In order to prove his statement, he even specially pointed his finger at Zhang Miao for about 3 centimeters. This time, after you finish eating, you grew so much taller than before. Zhang Miao. Damn, why do you have to observe so carefully? Although his secret was discovered by Itachi, Zhang Miao was not worried, because no matter how smart Itachi was, he was essentially just a 6-year-old child. Since he was just a child, he would be easy to fool. Thinking of this, Zhang Miao immediately smiled at the curious Itachi. Haha, you guessed right. In fact, the reason why I grew so fast is because I ate a lot. As the saying goes, eat happily, grow quickly. This line doesn't seem right. Forget it, I don't care. As long as I can fool Itachi, that's fine. When Itachi heard Zhang Miao's words, he first frowned and then nodded. Yes, I understand. Then I have to eat more in the future. This way, I can help my father when I grow up. Zhang Miao. Your so-called help is to stab him to death with a knife. At this moment, Zhang Miao suddenly felt some sympathy for Fugaku. Although he was the head of the Uchiha clan, he had been pushed aside by the village. While he had 2 sons, one was a rash young man, and the other was a rash young man with a Chiyunibyu disease. Tragic. Too tragic. Thinking of this, Zhang Miao secretly made a decision. In the future, he must find a way to pay Fugaku. Even if not for anything, it was a pleasure to hear him bleat like a goat very often. After making the decision, Zhang Miao immediately turned around and put his arms around Itachi's neck. He asked, Hey, Itachi, do you know where can I get a small wooden box? Yes, I know. Hearing Zhang Miao's words, Itachi first nodded and then looked at Zhang Miao strangely. But why do you want them? Hehe, of course it will be of great use. At this point, Zhang Miao immediately winked at Itachi and gave him a meaningful smile. As long as I have them, I can make your father bleat like a goat every day. How about it? Are you surprised? Are you surprised? Itachi. Chapter 65, Fugaku's Lottery. When he heard Zhang Miao say the purpose of searching for some small wooden boxes, Itachi was shocked. Then, with a reluctant expression, he used his speed to get Zhang Miao a small green-colored wooden box. Don't tell my father that I found it for you. Hearing Itachi's words, Zhang Miao immediately patted his shoulder with a smile. Don't worry, I won't sell you out. Go. 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 After saying that, Zhang Miao carried the small wooden box and ran in the direction of Itachi's house. Seeing this scene, Itachi hurriedly followed. Soon, the two arrived at their destination. Zhang Miao went forward and knocked on the door. He shouted while knocking. Hey, Uncle Fugaku, your son, Itachi, has been kidnapped by me. If you want me to let him go, just bleat like a goat. Otherwise, I'll rip him into two. Itachi. What the hell? Just as Itachi was about to stop Zhang Miao, the door in front of him suddenly opened. At the same time, Mikoto, who was covering his mouth and laughing, appeared. Hee hee hee, you guys are back? Come inside. Hee hee, sorry to disturb you. Zhang Miao dropped the formalities. He agreed and walked in. Itachi bowed slightly to Mikoto. Mother, I'm back. Hearing his words, Mikoto nodded gently. Itachi, your father is waiting for you inside. Go meet him. Yes, I will go now. Itachi agreed and walked inside. When he reached the door, he heard the conversation between Fugaku and Zhang Miao. Today, a teacher in the academy was injured by a red-haired kid. Was that you? Yes, it was me. Got any problem? Itachi. Damn it, you should be denying it, right? Hearing the conversation, Itachi suddenly had the urge to turn around and leave, but before he could put his thoughts into action, Fugaku's voice sounded again. Itachi? Come in. Yes. Since he had been discovered, Itachi could only take a deep breath and open the door of the room. Father, I'm back. Looking at Itachi who was standing at the door, Fugaku immediately nodded with a serious face. Yes, Itachi. Your teacher said that you didn't go to school this afternoon. What's going on? About that. Just as Itachi was about to say something, Zhang Miao spoke up for him. Itachi went fishing with me today. I was the one who asked him to go. Do you have any objections? Just say it. Fugaku. Itachi. Looking at Zhang Miao's smug look, the veins on Fugaku's forehead suddenly bulged. He took a few deep breaths before calming down again. Then, he waved at Itachi. Itachi, you may leave. Yes, father. In fact, Itachi didn't want to stay around at all, so after hearing Fugaku's words, he quickly agreed and left. After he went out, Fugaku spoke to Zhang Miao with a serious face. Last night, Denzo has been brought to the police force. Hey! Hearing Fugaku's words, Zhang Miao suddenly raised his eyebrows and looked at him with surprise. I didn't expect you to move so fast. How about it? Can you send him to Konoha's special prison? I'm afraid not. Before Zhang Miao could finish his words, Fugaku shook his head. The Hokage has intervened, so I can only detain him for 10 days at most, and then I must let him go. But as compensation, the Hokage agrees to stop the strict surveillance on the Uchiha clan. Fugaku did not intend to hide anything from Zhang Miao, because he knew Zhang Miao's hatred for Denzo, so he did not want Zhang Miao to have a loose relationship with the Uchiha clan because of this matter. In fact, Fugaku thought too much. In addition to his family and Izumi, Zhang Miao did not pay any attention to other Uchiha clansmen. Why would he care? As for Denzo, Zhang Miao did not expect to be able to deal with him in one go, so after hearing Fugaku's words, he immediately nodded calmly. Okay, I understand. By the way, do you have any paper and pen around? Seeing that Zhang Miao did not seem to care about Denzo, Fugaku was a little surprised, but when he heard Zhang Miao request, he quickly nodded. Yes. As he spoke, Fugaku stood up and then turned around to take out a stack of paper and a brush from the cabinet behind him. He placed them on the table and gestured for Zhang Miao to use them as he pleased. Zhang Miao didn't hold back either. After chuckling, he went forward and picked the brush to draw on the paper. Seeing Zhang Miao's actions, Fugaku curiously looked over. However, when he took a look, the veins on his forehead suddenly bulged again. It turned out that Zhang Miao had drawn a picture of a goat on the paper. An old ship with a peculiar beard. Seeing this scene, Fugaku immediately recalled the dark memories that he could not bear to recall. Fugaku's expression was very ugly, but Zhang Miao ignored him. Instead, he continued to draw his another goat with a serious face. Every time he finished drawing one, he folded the paper and put it inside the small wooden box next to him. After drawing 4 goats, he stopped and handed the brush to Fugaku. Uncle Fugaku, what do you want to ask me? Just draw a mark on the paper, then fold it and put it in this small wooden box. If you pulled the right paper from the box, I will answer your question. But if you don't... Ha ha ha. Zhang Miao did not say the rest of the words, but Fugaku already knew the answer. If I didn't pull the right paper, I have to bleat like a goat. However, compared to the previous time when he had to learn how to bleat, this time, as long as he pulled the right paper, he did not need to bleat like a goat. This was indeed better for Fugaku. Moreover, Fugaku had already noticed that Zhang Miao had only placed 4 folded papers into the wooden box. This meant that he had a fifth of the chance to draw his own paper. It just so happened that Fugaku also had a question he wanted to ask, so he immediately took the brush from Zhang Miao's hand and drew an eye symbol on the paper. Seeing the picture drawn by Fugaku, Zhang Miao immediately guessed what he wanted to ask, so he folded the paper and put it inside the wooden box, while smiling at Fugaku. Haha, Uncle Fugaku, what you want to know, should be the result of the evolution of Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, right? This is not a problem, as long as you pull out the paper with the eye symbol, I will tell you, but if you can't pull it, you know the consequences, right? Humph. Just as Zhang Miao finished speaking, Fugaku suddenly snorted, I know, let's start. Hee, good. Seeing Fugaku's impatient look, Zhang Miao grinned again, then lifted the wooden box and shook it a few times before handing it to him. Come. The lottery begins. Drawl. Seeing Zhang Miao's sly smile, Fugaku immediately frowned and reached into the wooden box. Then he took out a folded piece of paper from inside. But when he opened the paper, his face suddenly changed. This. Obviously, this was not the piece of paper with an eye symbol drawn on it, but the piece of paper that Zhang Miao drew a goat on. Looking at the picture on the paper, Fugaku's face changed several times, but in the end, he could only take a deep breath and then let out a low bleat. Baa. When Fugaku's bleated, the system prompt in Zhang Miao's mind also rang at the same time. Ding! Obtain 7-star cage level, Uchiha Fugaku's Ninja Fragment x10. Chapter 66, Countermeasures. After collecting Fugaku's ninja fragments, Zhang Miao's purpose of coming here today was accomplished. Well, since today's fragments have been collected, it is time for me to go. Thinking of this, Zhang Miao ate the dangos that Mikoto brought for him, and at the same time, Maid Suzuki, who was learning how to speak, cried. Then he picked up his wooden box under Mikoto's dumbfounded gaze and happily left Fugaku's house. After walking out of the Uchiha settlement, Zhang Miao suddenly looked around and found no one else around. He immediately reached out his hand. The moment he reached out his hand, a folded piece of paper suddenly appeared in his hand out of thin air. Zhang Miao opened it, and an eye symbol was written in the middle of the paper. If Fugaku was here, he would definitely recognize that the piece of paper in Zhang Miao's hand was the one he had just marked. In fact, Fugaku had fallen into Zhang Miao's trap from the beginning. The reason why Zhang Miao drew some goats on the paper was not to embarrass Fugaku, but to confuse him. The result was just as Zhang Miao had thought. Fugaku only took a glance and no longer paid attention to Zhang Miao's movements, so he did not know that Zhang Miao put not 4, but 5 papers with a goat drawn on it. Zhang Miao drew a total of 5 goat. 4 of them were folded and put into the small wooden box. This was what Fugaku saw with his own eyes, but Zhang Miao drew 1 more when he didn't pay attention and put it inside the system storage space. Later, when Zhang Miao put the paper that Fugaku had marked into the small wooden box, the moment he stuffed it into the wooden box, he had already exchanged it with the paper he hid in the system storage space earlier. In other words, the 5 pieces of paper in the wooden box had a goat drawn on them. Fugaku thought that he had a 20% chance of pulling the right paper. In fact, he did not even have a chance because the road had already been sealed by Zhang Miao. In his previous life, Zhang Miao liked to watch movies like God of Gamblers. This trick was also done by imitating those old fools in the movies. And because of the system storage space, the possibility of being discovered was almost zero. Hehe, no matter how crafty you are, you still have to kiss my ass. Zhang Miao smiled as he folded Fugaku's paper and put it back into the wooden box. Then he nodded with satisfaction. Yeah, I'll continue to trick him tomorrow. I should be able to collect enough fragment after half a year. I'm a fucking genius. Wow. In fact, Zhang Miao did not trick Fugaku because he had a bad intention. It was because the latter's ninja fragments were too difficult to collect. He had to make him bleat like a goat before he could get them. But if he wanted Fugaku to bleat like a goat, he had to tell him some spicy secrets. It was fine if he only did it once or twice, but if he had to exchange a secret for every ninja fragments he needed to collect, Zhang Miao felt that it wouldn't be enough even if he emptied his book of secrets. Without a choice, Zhang Miao could only use the lottery method to trick him. Fugaku's not a problem. The only thing left is the Kyubi. On the way home, Zhang Miao began to carefully think about how to obtain the Kyubi's trust so he would obediently hand over some fragments. Since he and Naruto share vision and hearing, then we can start from this aspect. But what should I do? Zhang Miao thought as he walked in the direction of his house. When he returned home and saw the big tree outside the house, he seemed to have thought of something and his eyes immediately lit up. Oh! I got it! After thinking of a way, Zhang Miao immediately asked Fukuro beside him, Fukuro, do you know what kind of wood with a harder texture is nearby? A wood with a harder texture. Hearing Zhang Miao's question, Fukuro immediately touched his chin. After thinking for a while, he nodded. Indeed, there is. There is a type of tree called takumu growing in around the Captain Takumu's house. Although it grows slowly, it is very hard. The village usually uses this kind of wood to make houses. Is this wood okay? Takumu. Hearing this familiar name, Zhang Miao thought for a moment and suddenly showed a look of realization. Takumu is the cat-faced uncle who came before you, right? So his code name is based on a type of wood. It seems that this wood must be very good. Okay, get the cat-faced uncle to bring me a few pieces of this wood now. Hey! Hearing Zhang Miao's words, Fukuro was immediately stunned. Now? But the day is going to be dark soon. How about tomorrow? No. As soon as Fukuro finished speaking, Zhang Miao immediately shook his head, you have to bring them today. At least you have to bring a small piece of that wood over. I have an urgent need. Looking at Zhang Miao's serious face, Fukuro suddenly felt awkward, but before he could speak, Zhang Miao spoke again. Just tell the cat-faced uncle that I need this wood urgently. If he doesn't give them to me today, I will ask the third tomorrow and to make him take care of me and my brother. Fukuro. This move was so ruthless. Fukuro had heard that ever since Takumu accepted the task of taking care of Zhang Miao and Naruto, it left a psychological scar in his heart. Now, Zhang Miao actually used this as a threat. Fukuro suddenly felt some sympathy for him. Captain Takumu, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have mentioned your name in front of him. However, sympathy meant nothing. Fukuro was not willing to disappoint Zhang Miao's. He immediately disappeared in front of Zhang Miao with the body flicker jutsu. It seemed that he was going to find Takumu. Perhaps because of Zhang Miao's threat, in less than an hour, Takumu, who was wearing a cat mask, arrived in front of Zhang Miao. At the same time, he was carrying a 3-meter-long wood that was as thick as a bucket on his shoulder. After putting down the wood, he spoke to Zhang Miao. This is the thickest one I can find now. When tomorrow comes, I will find a few more and send them to you. After saying this, Takumu's figure disappeared in a flash. It seemed that he had used the body flicker jutsu. Looking at the disappearing Takumu, Zhang Miao immediately shrugged his shoulders. Really, why are you running so fast? It's not like I'm going to eat you or something. As he said that, Zhang Miao kicked the wood on the ground with his foot and then grinned. Well, not bad. It's a good wood. It is very suitable for sculpting. The reason why Zhang Miao was in a hurry to let Fukuro find some hardwood was actually to make a sculpture, and the object he intended to carve with wood was the Kyubi. Because in his opinion, the ones that would be immortalized into statues or sculptures were undoubtedly a respectable existence. Zhang Miao felt that if he could make a statue of the Kyubi, the fox would be very happy. The Kyubi is very arrogant. This will definitely work. Thinking of this, Zhang Miao smiled and took out a handful of kunao from the system's storage space. He laid on the wood and began to carve it. For a moment, wood chips flew everywhere. Chapter 67, Zhang Miao's Sculptures. Speaking of statues, sculpting was Zhang Miao's old profession, because before he transmigrated, he relied on this to make a living. According to the words of the old director of the orphanage who loved him the most, 3 years of drought won't make artists starve to death. In fact, when Zhang Miao first learned wood sculpting from the old director, he was taught to make some Buddha statues or something similar. But after mastering how to make them, he found that there were very few people who bought ordinary wooden Buddha statues. Because rich people generally went for jade or agar wood Buddha statues since they were not short of money anyway, while people without money would buy a printed picture instead. Not only was it cheap, but it could also be hanged on the wall and serve as a wall decoration. As for those who in between, they were all busy working to make money, so how could they be in the mood to buy a Buddha statue to pay their respects? Therefore, although Zhang Miao's craftsmanship was good and the Buddha statue he carved was very delicate, even if he lowered the price to 10 yuans, no one still give a damn for his statues. As the saying goes, when you are poor, you will forcibly change. Zhang Miao pondered that since no one bought this Buddha statue, it would be better to sculpt something else. A certain Jewish man said that in this world, I was the easiest to earn money from children and women, and Zhang Miao deeply agreed, so he set his sight on children and began to sculpt his first work besides the Buddha statue. Pleasant Goat. At that time, this cartoon that could be called legendary swept through the entire continent of China, fascinating countless children. It was for this reason that Zhang Miao's Pleasant Goat sculptures sell very well. Although he earned the first bucket of gold by relying on the Pleasant Goat, Zhang Miao was not satisfied with it. After all, Pleasant Goat was a character that aimed at children. If it were sold expensively, the parents would not buy it. If he sold them cheaply, there would not be much profit. Therefore, he turned his eyes to another bigger market: Japanese anime figurines. As an extension of Japanese animation, the population targeted by Japanese anime was basically teenagers. People like this had a certain degree of financial freedom, so it was naturally better to make a Japanese anime figurine than some goat statues. In order to research what anime was the most popular and what anime characters were the most loved, Zhang Miao bought a computer with the money from selling Pleasant Goat statues, got an internet subscription, and then plunged into the world of anime. Zhang Miao found that the most popular anime nowadays was the big three: Naruto, Bleach, and One Piece. Zhang Miao liked Naruto the most, so he regarded this anime as his goal. The appearance and attire of the characters from the series were not complicated, and Zhang Miao had a good foundation, so it only took him a few days to figure it out, so he began to pay attention to the poses and actions. Konoha's 12 rookies, the legendary Sunnins, the Hokages, and even the tailed beasts were all sculpted by Zhang Miao, and then he took them to a nearby school to sell them. However, what Zhang Miao did not expect was that his Naruto sculptures would be so popular, and the students nowadays were so rich. Thus, his asking price went from 20 yuans at the beginning to 50 yuans per sculpture, and in the end, he was able to sell a slightly flawed Orochimaru sculpture for 100 yuans. After tasting the sweetness, Zhang Miao became even more interested in the Naruto series sculptures, especially those who sold well. He would carve a few more variations and compile them into a series to sell at higher price. Zhang Miao's Naruto sculpting business was getting more and more prosperous. There was even a young man who chased him to his house and said that he was willing to pay 200 yuan to let Zhang Miao sculpt a swimsuit figurine for him. For such a shameless request, Zhang Miao decisively refused. How can 200 be enough? A swimsuit figurine costs at least 250 yuans. And just as Zhang Miao was looking forward to becoming rich by relying on his Naruto sculptures, then marrying a beautiful woman, and reaching the peak of his life. Thinking about it, he was a little excited, but something unexpected happened. He crossed into other world. Thinking of his past that he could not bear to recall. Zhang Miao suddenly felt even more indignant. Damn it, people say that it's good to sleep early and get up early. How did I cross over after a nap? I haven't even reached the peak of my life yet. Damn it! Zhang Miao muttered as he waved the kunao in his hand and slashed the wood in front of him, causing wood chips to fly everywhere. Fortunately, Zhang Miao already possessed a Jonin-level chakra. With the support of his chakra, he was able to work for more than half an hour. His face was not red nor tired, but his forehead was slightly sweating. At the same time, the shape of a fox that was more than a meter long gradually appeared from the wood. This hardwood was as thick as a bucket, so Zhang Miao enlarged the size of the model a little. There were two benefits in doing so. The first was not to waste the wood, and the second was to make the details more delicate. It was not the first time Zhang Miao had carved the Kyubi, so he was able to be so bold. However, this was only limited to the process beginning. Now that the wood had gradually shaped, he naturally had to be more careful. While he used kunao to modify the details of the model, he said to the stunned Fukuro beside him, "Fukuro, bring me a lamp." "Oh, okay." Hearing Zhang Miao's words, Fukuro immediately responded. He quickly agreed and went to the room to bring out a lamp and placed it next to Zhang Miao. "Thank you." Zhang Miao thanked him without raising his head and then concentrated on carving the wood in front of him again. This process lasted for an entire night. When the sky turned white, Zhang Miao finally stood up and let out a long breath. Phew, it's finally done. At this time, what appeared in front of him was no longer the ordinary wood from last night, but a round and chubby sculpture of the Kyubi. That's right, what Zhang Miao carved was the Kyubi's childhood self. Zhang Miao had sculpted many types of Kyubi before, but the one that sold the best was this Kyubi's chibi form when he was separated from Sage of Six Paths. Its innocent and teary appearance, who knew how many people had interested in, made them willingly put the red notes with the portrait of a great man into his hands. Now, it was time for him to show his might again. Thinking of this, Zhang Miao suddenly grinned at Fukuro who was stunned beside him. Haha, Fukuro, it was hard on you last night. I'll have to trouble you one last time. Help me buy a box of paint. I'll go take a nap first. Ah. I'm so sleepy. After that, Zhang Miao picked up the chibi Kyubi sculpture on the ground and went straight into the house. When Zhang Miao closed the door, Fukuro recovered from his shock and his eyes flashed with disbelief. What he carved is the Kyubi. Fukuro had seen the Kyubi, but he could not imagine the vicious monster that appeared in the village as the cute fox that Zhang Miao had carved. Maybe I guessed wrong. I should go buy the paint first. Thinking of this, Fukuro suddenly shook his head and disappeared using body flicker jutsu. Chapter 68, Good News. After coming to the Naruto world, this was the first time Zhang Miao stayed up late, so he felt particularly sleepy. After entering the room, he threw the Kyubi sculpture to the window and directly went to bed. He did not know how long he slept, but a system prompt suddenly woke him up. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining 8-star cage level, Kurama Ninja Fragment X10. Hearing this prompt, Zhang Miao suddenly felt refreshed. He was no longer sleepy, and his eyes were no longer dry. He directly sat up from the bed and looked around. When his eyes turned to the window, the scene in front of him made him grin. Haha, this is it. It turned out that the person who appeared under the window at this time was none other than Naruto. At this time, he was lying on the chibi Kyubi sculpture, while Fukuro was squatting beside him, holding a milk bottle in his hand. It was obvious that he was preparing to feed him milk. However, compared to the milk bottle, Naruto seemed to be more interested in the Kyubi sculpture. As he held the statue, he cried out happily. It was unknown what he wanted to express. However, all of this was not important. What was important was that when Zhang Miao received the notification from the system, he knew that he had succeeded. It seems that the Kyubi was indeed looking at the outside world through Naruto's eyes, and the chibi sculpture I carved must have made him very happy, so I was able to obtain 10 fragments at once. Thinking of this, Zhang Miao suddenly smiled. If incomplete sculpture can get me 10 fragments, when I finish all of it, won't I get 20 fragments? Seeing that success was right in front of him, Zhang Miao didn't bother to sleep. He immediately got up from the bed and asked Fukuro excitedly, Fukuro, have you bought the paint? Ah! Hearing Zhang Miao's words, Fukuro immediately looked back and found that he had already gotten out of bed. He quickly nodded. I have already bought it, but aren't you going to sleep? It's still early. Seeing Fukuro's concerned look, Zhang Miao immediately smiled and shook his head. I'm not going to sleep. Give me the paint. All right then. Fukuro also knew Zhang Miao's temper. Hearing him say so, he did not say anything else and immediately handed him the paint he bought. Painting the sculptor was easy, but adjusting the color was difficult. Because once the color was wrong, the result would be much different. However, this was not a problem for Zhang Miao. After taking the paint from Fukuro, he immediately began to concentrate on the color adjustment. Soon, he found the color he needed and then quickly began to paint the chibi Kyubi sculpture. If it was an ordinary figurine, Zhang Miao would only need a few minutes to finish. However, chibi Kyubi sculpture was quite big, around 1 meter tall in size. It would naturally take more effort to paint it. Zhang Miao took more than half an hour to finish the process. The sculpture was much more colorful than before. Under the accumulation of oil, the red-colored fur on its body looked vivid and real. The 9 seemingly fluffy tails were standing behind it, and its fat face and big ears gave off a cute aura. Under Zhang Miao's great technique, the pair of big eyes on the sculpture looked very vivid, especially the teardrop hanging from the corner of its eye. It gave off a strong gloomy vibe, sending the message about the sadness of separation. Looking at the finished work, Zhang Miao immediately showed a satisfied smile. It's done, nice. As soon as Zhang Miao finished speaking, before he could put down the palette in his hand, the system notification rang out inside his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining 8-star super cage level, Kurama's Ninja Fragments X10, and bringing memories of the past. As long as the Chibi Kyubi statue exists, the host will obtain Kurama's Ninja Fragments X5 every day. Oh yeah! Hearing this prompt, Zhang Miao was so excited that he almost jumped. Previously, he had to slap Naruto in the face every day just to obtain the Kyubi's fragments, which hurt his conscience a little. But now, as long as he put this Chibi Kyubi in the room and let Naruto see it every day, he could get 5 fragments for free every day. This was simply a good news from the heavens. I didn't work for nothing last night. It was worth it. Zhang Miao first sighed with emotion, but soon he realized that he had to dig some information from the system. Thinking of this, he immediately asked the system. System, how many fragments can be obtained from the Kyubi every day? As soon as this thought appeared in Zhang Miao's mind, the system immediately replied to him. Kurama is an 8-star super cage level beast. The highest amount of corresponding fragments that can be obtained per day is 20. Hearing the system's reply, Zhang Miao immediately understood. Now, the Kyubi's situation was somewhat similar to Kakashi's situation back then. Ever since Zhang Miao obtained Kakashi's absolute trust and recognition, as long as he spent a period of time with him every day, he would be able to obtain 10 ninja fragments every day. And now, the Kyubi gave away 5 ninja fragments every day when he saw the statue. This meant that as long as Zhang Miao reached a certain condition, the number of fragments he could obtain could increase again. Thinking of this, Zhang Miao recalled the prompt given by the system just now and quickly found a clue. His eyes lit up again. The key to obtaining the Kyubi fragment should be bringing up some of his good memories of the past. In other words, as long as I dive more into the Kyubi's memories, I would naturally be able to obtain more fragments. That's right, this is it. After confirming this, Zhang Miao looked at the wooden sculpture of the Kyubi that he had created and grinned. It seems that I have to make another 8 other sculptures. At this point, Zhang Miao immediately turned to look at Fukuro and shrugged his shoulders in embarrassment. Fukuro, I'm sorry. I'm afraid I have to trouble you to buy a few more boxes of paint for me. Fukuro had always been directly satisfied with Zhang Miao's request. He immediately nodded and said, okay, I'll go now. Seeing that Fukuro turned around and was about to leave, Zhang Miao quickly stopped him and waved at him with a smile. Haha, don't be in such a hurry. Just buy it before tomorrow. I still have to go out now. Uncle Takumu may have to send more wood later. You have to check it for me at home. Okay, I understand. Hearing Zhang Miao's words, Fukuro nodded again. Although Fukuro was a member of the Anbu sent by the Hokage to protect Zhang Miao and Naruto, in fact, he had already become Zhang Miao's personal butler. Even Zhang Miao felt that it would be great if there were a few more members of the Anbu like Fukuro who took the salary of the Hokage and became his nanny. Of course, Zhang Miao only thought about this in his heart, because he knew very well that someday, Fukuro would leave him for a mission, or transferred away. Just like Ying. Thinking of Ying, a trace of gloom flashed across Zhang Miao's face. He smacked his lips and reached out to touch Naruto's little head. Tisk, you're lucky Naruto, you still don't have to think about anything. At this point, Zhang Miao took a deep breath and looked at Fukuro again. Alright, it's time for me to go out. I'll leave Naruto to you. I understand. Hearing Fukuro's words, Zhang Miao immediately nodded. Then, he opened the door and walked out. At the same time, he secretly thought, today, I must find Ying's sister. Chapter 69, Wui's Strength, Part 1. After coming out of the house, Zhang Miao brought Wui to the academy. However, when they passed by the Ichiraku Ramen, Zhang Miao suddenly stopped and touched his stomach. Yes, I'm hungry. Let's eat something first. After that, he brought Wui inside the ramen shop. Just as the two of them entered, Toki greeted both of them. Welcome. What would you like to order? Zhang Miao laughed when he heard Toki. 2 large bowls of char-siu ramen. Okay. Toki nodded and went to prepare the order. Soon, 2 bowls of hot ramen were placed in front of Zhang Miao. 2 large bowls of char-siu ramen, please enjoy your meal. Thank you. Zhang Miao thanked him, then picked up the chopsticks and put his hands together. Itadakimasu. As the saying goes, when in Rome, do as the Romans do. Now Zhang Miao had developed a habit of saying itadakimasu. The reason why he said this was not to tell others that he wanted to start eating, but to express his gratitude to the one who provided the food. Of course, most people only said this at home to express their gratitude to the cook in their family. Only a few people were like Zhang Miao, who ate a bowl of ramen outside and still saying itadakimasu. But it was also good to do this, and soon Zhang Miao's courtesy received a return. Ding! Obtained ordinary villager, took a Ninja Fragments X1. When he heard this notification, Zhang Miao looked up in surprise and immediately found that the Tuki was looking at him with a smile on his face. Seeing the scene, Zhang Miao grinned back at him. I'm going to eat, Uncle Tuki. After saying that, Zhang Miao lowered his head and began to eat. In the end, he drank up all the soup. Only then did he stand up and handed over the 2 free ramen coupons that Tuki had given him before. Uncle Tuki, the ramen you made is very delicious. Thank you for your hospitality. Ha 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 ha. Hearing Zhang Miao's praise, Tuki could not help but burst into laughter. While laughing, he took the 2 slightly wrinkled coupons from Zhang Miao's hand. To be able to satisfy the customer is my sole goal. Here, here. As he spoke, he took out 2 brand new free ramen coupons and handed them to Zhang Miao. Seeing this scene, Zhang Miao was immediately stunned. Uncle Tuki, these are. To be honest, Zhang Miao was really a little embarrassed at this time. Although he had asked Fukuro to run errands for him before, that was because he was very familiar with Fukuro. However, Tuki had only met him for the second time, but he already let him eat for free twice in a row. If he accepted it now, it would be the 3rd time. This was indeed a little embarrassing. Tuki seemed to have guessed Zhang Miao's thoughts and immediately smiled at him. Haha, actually, I treat every new guest like this. However, this is the last time. If you don't want it, you won't have a chance like this again. This was obviously just a sweet talk, because if every new customer ate 2 or 3 meals for free, then every villagers in Konoha would know Ichiraku ramen. Obviously, the reason why he said this was only to make Zhang Miao accept his good intentions. Of course, Zhang Miao knew this. In front of his kindness, he quickly reached out his hands to take the 2 coupons, and then nodded at Tuki. Thank you very much Uncle Tuki. When I come next time, I will definitely give you a surprise. After that, Zhang Miao waved at Tuki, and then left the shop with Wui. When they walked to the door, they heard Tuki's loud voice. Please come again. Hearing this voice, Zhang Miao grinned and then turned to look at Wui. Wui, I'm afraid we have to find a way to make money. I plan to tell the 3rd old man and arrange you to be a ninja in this village so that you can make money through by doing missions. What do you think? As a ninja recruited by Zhang Miao, Wui naturally listened to him, so as soon as Zhang Miao finished speaking, he immediately nodded. Roger, boss. But what about your safety? Seeing that Wui was a little worried, Zhang Miao immediately waved his hand at him. Don't worry, I won't leave the village for the time being. As long as I'm inside the village, I won't be in any danger with my skills. Zhang Miao now had a Jonin's chakra and elite basic taijutsu. The one thing holding him back from unleashing his strength was his child's body. His actual strength was around the level of a special Jonin. If he left the village, Zhang Miao's strength would definitely be a little low, but inside the village, it was enough. In any case, I have hundreds of ordinary ninja fragments. If I really in a pinch I will use the 8 inner gates to and run away. No will be able stop me. It was because of this confidence that Zhang Miao dared to let Wui leave himself to carry out some missions. After all, he was not short of safety now. What he lacked was money. Seeing Zhang Miao's determined look, Wui could only nod. Well, in fact, I also intend to make some money. Nowadays, Guy brought food for me every day. I felt a bit sorry for him. Ha 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 ha. Hearing Wui's words, Zhang Miao could not help but laugh and nodded while laughing. You are right. Although you and Guy are originally the same person, but now that you have accepted Wui's identity, you have to do your own thing. Let's go to the Hokage's office first. Yes, boss. The 2 of them chatted as they walked towards the Hokage's office. As for whether Hiruzen would accept this question, Zhang Miao did not consider it, because in his opinion, there was no reason for Hiruzen to push an expert like him out. And the truth was just as Zhang Miao expected. When Hiruzen heard that Zhang Miao wanted to make him a ninja of Konoha, he did not refuse, but happily agreed. Well, I can appoint Wui as a Jonin of Konoha, but since he is assigned for Jonin level missions, he must have the ability to complete his missions alone. Can he do that? No problem at all. As soon as Hiruzen stopped speaking, Zhang Miao patted his chest and made a promise. Wui has the ability to complete even the S-rank missions alone, and he also has rich experience in leading a team. He can lead a team to complete some A-rank missions. Hey! As soon as Zhang Miao finished speaking, Hiruzen's eyes widened with surprise. What? You said that he can complete S-rank missions alone, and he can also lead a ninja team to complete A-rank missions. It had to be known that in every village, the ninjas who could complete the S-rank missions independently were the important to strength and economy of the village, and they were precious. In fact, ever since the death of Sakumo and Minato, there were only 3 ninjas left in Konoha who could carry out the S-rank missions alone. This undoubtedly restricted the Konoha's development. But now Zhang Miao said that the person in front of him could carry out an S-rank missions alone, and at the same time, he could also lead a team of genin to carry out up to A-rank missions. For a ninja who could take charge of team leadership and train some talents for the village, Hiruzen had to treat him seriously. Do you know what an S-rank missions represent? This is not a joke. Looking at Hiruzen's serious look, Zhang Miao grinned again and then nodded to Wui beside him. Wui, Hokage-sama needs you to show your strength. Go and fight with him. Remember to show your true strength. Don't make me lose face. Yes, boss. Hearing Zhang Miao's words, Wui was so excited that his face turned red. He clenched his fist and squatted down slightly. A surge of astonishing chakra instantly erupted. The 6th Gate of View open. Chapter 70, Wui's Strength, Part 2. Zhang Miao asked Wui to spar with Hiruzen. In fact, his original intention was to let him reveal his powerful taijutsus so that he could gain Hiruzen's recognition. However, he did not expect that this guy would directly the 6th gate. Damn it, I want you to spar, not to risk your life. Zhang Miao did not realize what his words meant to Wui. Perhaps in his opinion, what he said was just a reminder, but for the recruited Wui, this was an absolute order. It was a divine's command. Therefore, at this moment, Wui unleashed the best he could currently bring out and faced Hiruzen. Lord Third, since it is the boss order, I have to do it. Take this, Morning Peacock. After opening the 6th Gate of View, Wui's bodily functions increased to a very terrifying degree. The speed of his punch was so fast that it even produced flames from the friction with the air. Under such an attack speed, Hiruzen did not even have a chance to catch his breath and was directly submerged in Wui's barrage of punches. When Wui stopped, the flames created by his punches suddenly scattered. It was as beautiful as the feathers of a peacock's tail. But at this time, Zhang Miao did not have the mood to appreciate this beautiful scenery. He was completely stunned by the scene in front of him. The originally spacious and bright office of the Hokage had now become devastated. There were remains of furnitures and scrolls scattered everywhere. This was nothing. What shocked Zhang Miao the most was the big hole Wui created with his jutsu. Among the gravel and debris, Hiruzen, who was covered in dust, was quietly lying there. It was unknown whether he was dead or alive. Damn, I asked you to spar with him to prove your strength, not to kill him. At this point, Zhang Miao suddenly covered his forehead. I hope the old man is still alive, otherwise I can only run away. At that time, I am afraid I will be the youngest rebel in the history of Konoha. At this time, Zhang Miao had already thought of the worst-case scenario. It was impossible even for a cage to take all the damage from a jutsu like the Morning Peacock directly. In the original work, Kisame's clone was killed by this jutsu. If Hiruzen was really killed by this move, Zhang Miao would not be able to escape the crime of murder. At the very least, he could be considered as an accomplice. Thinking of this, Zhang Miao suddenly had the urge to cry. Damn it, Orochimaru should be the one who did this. Why did it become me now? What the hell did I do? Just as Zhang Miao was about to check if Hiruzen was still alive, Hiruzen, who was lying in the rubble, suddenly turned into a white smoke and disappeared. Seeing this scene, Zhang Miao immediately widened his eyes. A shadow clone. Just as Zhang Miao finished speaking, Hiruzen's voice came from behind. That's right, it's a shadow clone. Fortunately, I had used a shadow clone. Otherwise, the consequences would be fatal. The 8 inner gates are indeed very terrifying taijutsu. Hearing this voice, Zhang Miao immediately turned around and saw Hiruzen walking in from outside with a pipe in his mouth. Then, he nodded at Wui. So far, only Do has used this forbidden technique. It seems that you are indeed his younger brother. Welcome back to the Konoha. Hearing Hiruzen's words, Wui's face suddenly twitched, but when he saw Zhang Miao, who was giving him a look, he immediately gritted his teeth and nodded. That's right, Hokage-sama, Might Do is my big brother. Wui felt a little bad when he lied about his father. However, it could not be helped. After all, this was the boss order. Zhang Miao did not know Wui's inner thoughts. At this time, he had already run to Hiruzen's side, and then pulled the corner of the old man's clothes with an innocent face. Grandpa Third, are you okay? Just now, I was so scared that my little heart was trembling. Hiruzen. When you need something, you called me Grandpa Third, when you don't you called me an old man. Do you think I'm stupid or what? Looking at Zhang Miao's face, Hiruzen suddenly raised his eyebrows. I'm fine, but what do you think we should do now that the Hokage building is in such a state? This obviously meant that he wanted him to pay. Thinking of this, Zhang Miao nodded his head with reluctance. Okay, I'll pay for that. Can I pay half first? Zhang Miao originally thought that Hiruzen would not agree to this condition, but he did not expect that just as he finished speaking, Hiruzen nodded. Very well. But you have to tell me, what did you mean when you mentioned Orochimaru just now? Hearing Hiruzen's words, Zhang Miao suddenly realized that he seemed to have slipped his mouth just now, so he immediately scratched his head and blinked at Hiruzen with a face full of innocence. Did I say it? Oh my, did you hear it wrong? Did I hear wrong? Looking at Zhang Miao acting dumb cute, Hiruzen suddenly grinned and nodded. Well, I may have heard wrong, but this office is troublesome to repair. At least 10 people will be needed for half a month. In addition to the damaged furniture, it may cost about 500,000 ryos. When do you plan to compensate me? Zhang Miao. Fuck this old fox. However, Zhang Miao also knew that this was a fair price. This was because the cheapest bowl of ramen in the village would cost 60 ryos, and the yakiniku would cost at least 2,000 ryos. Now that he had damaged the Hokage's office, it was normal for him to pay 500,000 ryos. Thinking of this, Zhang Miao suddenly gritted his teeth. Okay, 500,000. I remember that the reward for an S-rank mission is more than 1 million ryos. Give an S-rank mission to Wui and let him do it. The money will be deducted from his reward. Okay, I will go first. After saying that, Zhang Miao directly got up and left the destroyed Hokage's office. Looking at his back, the smile on Hiruzen's face suddenly disappeared. Would you rather lose money than say it? It seems that Orochimaru's matter is not small. Just as Hiruzen was thinking, several Anbu in grey ninja vest and masks came to the Hokage's office. When they found the devastated office, they immediately asked Hiruzen anxiously. Hokage-sama, what just happened here? Are you okay? I'm fine. At this point, Hiruzen pointed to the person standing next to him. From today on, he will be our Jonin. Take him to register his information. Yes, Hokage-sama. After hearing Hiruzen's words, one of the Anbu took Wui to register. After they left, Hiruzen looked at the remaining people with a serious face. From today on, you will take turns to watch Orochimaru. He will repay me with every move he makes. Yes, Hokage-sama. The Anbu responded and immediately disappeared using body flicker jutsu, leaving only Hiruzen standing there and sighing. Orochimaru, don't let me down. Chapter 71, Business Idea. As a transmigrator, Zhang Miao had wisdom and courage that did not match his age, so he knew what he could say and what he could not say. For example, it was okay to tell Fugaku and Hiruzen about Obito and Madara since they were Konoha's mortal enemies. However, Orochimaru was different. As one of the legendary Sunin, Orochimaru made great contributions to Konoha in the Third War. His reputation in the village was second only to the Hokage, and most ninjas had to call him Orochimaru-sama. If not for Hiruzen personally pushing Minato to the position of the fourth Hokage, it was highly likely that Orochimaru would be the one sitting in that position. Most importantly, Orochimaru's meticulous thinking was famous in the Naruto world, so Zhang Miao did not want to get into trouble just because of a single sentence. After all, it was not a good thing to be remembered by such a dangerous person. Zhang Miao thought about it very thoroughly, but he forgot about Hiruzen's sharpness. Although he did not reveal anything, because of his abnormal behavior, Hiruzen still became suspicious of Orochimaru. In other words, regardless of whether Zhang Miao intentionally said it or not, he still stepped on the snake's tail. Of course, at this time, he still did not know this. After coming out of the Hokage's office, he muttered with a depressed face. Damn, I originally thought that by letting Wui become a ninja, I would be able to make some money. I didn't expect that before I could earn this money, I would first owe a big debt. To think that I even boasted to the Uncle Tuka that I would give him a surprise. Now I have to think of another way. Of course, Zhang Miao was talking about making money, and there were only two ways to make money in Konoha, either to be a ninja, or a businessman. The reward for a ninja's mission was very high, but it was related to the level of the mission. Although high-level missions gave a lot of money, the risk was also very high. And the opposite is true for the low-level missions. Ordinary D-rank missions were usually required a ninja to do some petty tasks like cutting down grasses or searching for missing pets. The reward was usually around 500 to 5,000 ryos. A large bowl of ramen from Ichiraku cost 100 ryos. So completing low-level missions was only enough to buy a few bowls. Why would someone do this kind of mission? Zhang Miao did not know what others were thinking, it was impossible to him to do anyway. The reward for a C-rank mission was around 5,000 to 50,000 ryos, but most of them were escort missions, which could not be completed in less than 10 days. The reward was not much worse than a D-rank mission. When it came to the B-rank mission, the reward became more generous, about 50,000 to 500,000 ryos. But these missions were usually some kind of intelligence gathering or combat missions, and the higher the reward, the more dangerous the mission would be. Even the B-rank mission was already difficult to complete, let alone the missions above it. Zhang Miao's current strength was equivalent to Konoha's special Jonin, similar to Gecko Heiate in the original work. With such strength, Zhang Miao felt that it was better to keep a low profile. Zhang Miao couldn't do high-level missions, and he didn't want to do low-level missions, which showed one thing, doing ninja missions was not his style. Zhang Miao suddenly sighed in realization. Well, if it really doesn't work, I can only resume my old business. Zhang Miao was talking about selling wood sculptures to make money. There were some villagers who can do sculpting in Konoha, but their skill were miserable. After all, their sculpting of the Hokages looked like some humanoid apes. Of course. This situation was not impossible to understand. After all, the Konoha was a ninja village, and almost all the things sold in the village were for the ninjas. Naturally, no one would study some non-combat skills like wood sculpting religiously. Another thing was that the Uchiha clan, who was now rejected by the entire village, was in a state of all-out revenge against Konoha's society. For more than half a year, the police force which were consisted of the members of the clan spontaneously took up the responsibility of Konoha's street cleaners, cleaning up the stalls around the street, including the ones belonged to the wood sculptors. Since now he had no competitors, and the other shop owner wouldn't sell low-profit goods like wood sculptures, Zhang Miao had an idea to resume his old business. With Fugaku behind my back, if I set up my own stall, the police force won't disturb me. And with my craftsmanship, making some money is definitely not a problem. Anyway, let's get things through after this. After making up his mind, Zhang Miao quickened his pace and soon arrived at the academy. But looking at the familiar gate in front of him, he was worried again. I beat up a teacher yesterday. If I go now, am I walking straight into their trap? But if I don't go inside, how can I find Ying's sister? Sigh, sorry for the trouble. Just as Zhang Miao was in a dilemma, a familiar voice suddenly came to his ears. Ryuna shook, why are you here? Are you here to find Itachi? Hearing this voice, Zhang Miao immediately turned his head. When he saw who it was, he blinked his eyes in surprise. Izumi? Shouldn't you be in class right now? At this time, the person who was talking to Zhang Miao was none other than Izumi. Seeing Zhang Miao's surprised look, she immediately laughed. Hehe, we had a kunao throwing class just now. Now the class is over. Oh right, Itachi is still around the class. Do you need me to call him? No need. As soon as Izumi finished speaking, Zhang Miao shook his head helplessly. This time, I'm here to find a girl, but Itachi is blind guy. He can't tell the difference between girls at all, so he can't help me with this. Ha ha ha, Itachi is not like what you said. He. Hearing Zhang Miao's words, Izumi immediately covered her mouth and laughed. She seemed to have thought of something. By the way, Ryuna shook, I have already found someone that fits your criteria from before. You found someone? Hearing Izumi's words, Zhang Miao was stunned at first, then grabbed her shoulders. You said you found her? Who is she? What does she look like? What is her name? Where does she live? Izumi seemed to be a little confused by Zhang Miao's series of questions. After a while, she raised her finger and pointed to the woods on their left. I saw her practicing with her sword just now. You just have to go there and you will see her. Great. Izumi, thank you. Thinking that the target he was looking for was right in front of him, Zhang Miao suddenly became a little excited. He hugged Izumi and tiptoed to kiss the little girl's cheek twice. Then he ran away. After a while, Izumi finally reacted and her little face turned red. Chapter 72, Meeting Narashikaku. According to Izumi's guidance, Zhang Miao quickly ran to the small forest on the left side of the academy. At this time, the students who had just finished class started coming out. Itachi was also among them. When he saw Zhang Miao, he immediately walked towards him with a puzzled face. Ryunosuke? You? Before he could finish speaking, Zhang Miao directly waved his hand and interrupted him. Listen to me first. Just now, Izumi told me that she saw a girl practicing with her sword around here. Where is she? Well. Hearing Zhang Miao's words, Itachi thought for a while before opening his mouth again. I don't know the girl that Izumi was talking about, but I think she should be at a near training ground. If you walk along the road for about 100 meters, you will arrive there, but... Itachi seemed to want to say something, but Zhang Miao couldn't wait any longer and immediately waved at him. Okay, I understand. Thank you. Bye. After saying that, Zhang Miao ran forward, leaving the muttering Itachi behind. But they are in the middle of a class right now. Obviously, Zhang Miao could not hear him. At this time, Zhang Miao was afraid that he would not be able to find Ying's sister if he was slow, so he rushed at full speed. After a while, he arrived at the training ground that Itachi mentioned. However, when he arrived at the training ground, he found that there were many students around, including the students that defeated yesterday. They seemed to recognize him. The moment Zhang Miao appeared, the kid who was kicked down by Zhang Miao shouted. It's him. He was the one who injured Ikeda-sensei. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhang Miao immediately heard the system prompt. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining Ordinary Ninja Fragments X5. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining Ordinary Ninja Fragments X3. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining Ordinary Ninja Fragments X4. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining. The system announcement rang out for more than 20 times, and Zhang Miao was stunned. Damn! What was that? Usually, Zhang Miao would be happy to find an easy way to obtain ninja fragments. But he didn't come here for this, so he froze for a moment before coming back to his senses. Looking at some curious kids who were looking at him, Zhang Miao immediately frowned. I am looking for a girl who is proficient in swordsmanship. Who are you? Hearing Zhang Miao's words, the surrounding children looked at each other, but no one spoke. Seeing this scene, Zhang Miao frowned even more. Is she not here, or is my way of asking questions wrong? Just as Zhang Miao was wondering if he should go to other places to search, a tall figure suddenly appeared in front of him. Are you the one who knocked down Ikeda-sensei? Haha, not bad. Hearing this voice, Zhang Miao looked up and saw a young man with pineapple-like hair and 2 scars on his face standing in front of him. Looking at this person, Zhang Miao's eyes suddenly flashed a trace of doubt. This person seems a bit familiar, especially this hairstyle, it's him. Thinking of this, Zhang Miao suddenly widened his eyes, and then pointed to the taller guy and shouted. I remember, you are Shikamaru's father, Konoha's #1 thinker, Narashikaku. Ha! After hearing Zhang Miao's words, the man was stunned, and then he could not help but laugh. Ha 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 ha, I am indeed Shikamaru's father, but I can't afford to be called Konoha's #1 thinker. What about you, the little genius who defeated Ikeda, what is your name? Zhang Miao still admired this person, so after hearing his words, Zhang Miao answered him very seriously. My formal name is Uzumaki Ryunosuke, but if it is Uncle Shikaku, you can call me Ryu, the one that looked like a dragon. Haha, what an interesting little guy. Hearing Zhang Miao's words, Shikaku Nara laughed again. Okay, then I will call you Ryu. Little Ryu, we have finished class now. I am preparing to go home. Do you want to go to my house and get to know Shikamaru? As soon as Shikaku finished his words, the prompt inside Zhang Miao's mind suddenly sounded. Ding! Obtain 6-star Jonin, Narashikaku Fragments X5. Hearing this prompt from the system, Zhang Miao immediately understood that Shikaku sincerely invited him to his house. In other words, this was also a rare opportunity to collect Shikamaru's fragments. Zhang Miao knew the importance of collecting the ninja fragments because it was directly related to his growth. However, it was also very important to find Ying's sister because it was important for her resurrection. I can collect the Shikamaru's fragments. Now, I have to find Ying's sister first. Thinking of this, Zhang Miao suddenly shook his head with a serious face. Uncle Shikaku, I am very sorry. Although I really want to become friends with your son Shikamaru, I promised a big sis I know that I would become friends with her little sister, so I have to refuse. I am sorry. Zhang Miao said what he wanted to say, because he knew very well that it was useless to play tricks in front of the Konoha's military advisor, and it might only backfire. Not only Shikaku, but Zhang Miao also didn't want to deal with the Akimichis and Yamanakas with the same way he deal with Fugaku. He was going to gain their trust with sincerity. Reality proved that Zhang Miao was right. After hearing his words, Shikaku suddenly opened his eyes wide in surprise and looked deeply at him before nodding. Well, I understand. What you did was right, so you don't have to apologize for this. After saying that, Shikaku patted Zhang Miao on the shoulder and smiled at him. You can come anytime. If Shikamaru can have a friend like you, I will be happy for him. As soon as Shikaku finished his words, the system prompt sounded in Zhang Miao's mind again. Ding! Obtain 6-star Jonin, Nara Shikaku Fragments x5. The system would not lie. Since even the system prompted him that he had obtained Shikaku's ninja fragment, it meant that the other party had truly acknowledged him. So when he heard this notification, Zhang Miao immediately laughed. Thank you, Uncle Shikaku. I will visit your house when I have the time. Hearing Zhang Miao's words, Shikaku nodded again and then turned to leave. When he turned around, his voice reached Zhang Miao's ears again. The person you are looking for might be still around. You can wait here for a while. Goodbye. Hearing Shikaku's words, Zhang Miao hurriedly nodded. I understand. Goodbye, Uncle Shikaku. Shikaku left, and the students followed him out of the training ground. Soon, only Zhang Miao was left in the training ground. Looking at the empty training ground, Zhang Miao leaned against a training stake and sighed helplessly. Sigh, she's too hard to find. I wonder if the girl Izumi told me is really the person I am looking for. Ying has really given me a difficult problem. Just as Zhang Miao was wondering whether Ying's sister was still around, a voice suddenly came above his head. Why are you looking for me? And where is my sister? Chapter 73, Dozuki Yujao. Hearing the voice coming from above, Zhang Miao quickly looked up and immediately found that there was a girl standing on the wooden stake. A very beautiful girl. She looked to be about 10. She wore a black vest and her shoulder-length purple hair just covered her shoulder. In her hand was a short knife with a black scabbard. At this time, she looked down at Zhang Miao, her delicate little face full of vigilance. Who are you? How do you know my sister? When Zhang Miao saw her purple hair that was exactly the same as Ying's, he basically concluded that she was Ying's sister. So when he heard her words, he immediately grinned. Shouldn't you tell me your name first if you ask someone else's name? And I don't like to look up at people. Hearing Zhang Miao's words, the little girl was stunned at first, then immediately jumped down from the wooden stake. Sorry for the impoliteness. My name is Uzuki Yujao. Do you really know my sister? So it was her. In fact, when he first saw Yujao, Zhang Miao felt that she was somewhat familiar. Now when he heard her name, he immediately showed a look of realization. Zhang Miao was familiar with Yujao because the pale-faced Hayate who was instantly killed by Baki was Yujao's lover. Yujao's life is really bitter. When she was young, she lost her sister, and when she grew up, she lost her lover. But with Hayate's poor body, even if he was not killed, it was still unknown how many years he could live. Thinking of this, Zhang Miao's face suddenly revealed a bitter smile. Then he shook his head helplessly. Uzuki Yujao, Then, I will call you Yujao. That's right, I do know your sister. She is from the Anbu and her codename is Ying, right? Hearing Zhang Miao's words, Yujao's eyes immediately widened. So you really know my sister? I haven't seen her for almost 2 months. Did she ask you to come? Has she already returned? Seeing Yujao's expression, Zhang Miao immediately understood that she definitely did not know the news of Ying's sacrifice. Or rather, Hiruzen did not want her to know for the time being. However, this was also in line with Zhang Miao's idea, so he immediately nodded. Yes, your sister asked me to come. She asked me to tell you that she is going to another country to carry out a long-term undercover mission. It may take a few months for her to come back, so she asked me to take care of you during this time. As an Anbu, it was common to go to other countries to carry out long-term undercover missions, so after hearing Zhang Miao's words, Yujao immediately laughed. Hehe, in fact, my sister wants to put you in my care, right? As Yujao finished speaking, Zhang Miao also heard the system prompt. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining 4-star special Jonin, Duzuki Yujao Ninja Fragment X5. Hearing this prompt, Zhang Miao was stunned. He remembered that in the original work, Yujao joined the Anbu. Logically speaking, her strength should have at least reached the level of a 5-star Jonin, or even a 6-star elite Jonin. How could she only be a 4-star special Jonin? However, he soon reacted. The introduction only said that the Anbu were excellent ninjas from around the village, but it did not say that these excellent ninjas had reached the level of Jonin, and no one said that ninjas below that level couldn't be excellent. In other words, there would also be some ninjas below Jonin level in the Anbu, and it also occupied a certain proportion. Zhang Miao covered his face helplessly at this idea. I understand now. No wonder Fukuro was knocked out by just one kick from Wui. It seems that this guy is definitely not even a 6-star. At most, he is just a 5-star Jonin. And Ying, this woman is so weak she doesn't know how to improve. He insisted on going for missions, but now something bad happened to her. Yujao did not know what Zhang Miao was thinking. Looking at him covering his face, she thought that he was embarrassed, so she could not help but laugh again. He. Don't be embarrassed. Since it is my sister's request, I will take good care of you. By the way, you haven't told me your name yet. Although the process seemed to be a little different from what he thought, the final result seemed to be moving in the direction he wanted. So Zhang Miao was only stunned for a moment and nodded to Yujao. You can call me Ryu. The one that looked like a dragon. Of course, you can also call me darling or dear. Because when your sister left, she already promised to make you to be my 18th concubine. So from now on, you are my 18th. Don't pinch my ears. On the way back from school, Yujao told Zhang Miao that her parents had already died in the Third War. It was her sister who had been taking care of her, but because of her mission, she was often not at home, so Yujao was usually alone most of the time. After knowing this, Zhang Miao suddenly pondered for a while, and then spoke to her. Yujao, how about this? There is no one in your family anyway. Until your sister comes back, stay in my place. I only have a younger brother and a servant. You can live with us. There are servants in your family. Hearing Zhang Miao's words, Yujao opened her eyes wide, and her eyes were full of surprise. Are you from the Hyuga clan or the Uchiha clan? In Yujao's eyes, only the elders from Hyuga clan or the Uchiha clan could have servants. Looking at her surprised face, Zhang Miao suddenly laughed. Haha, Hyuga and Uchiha are nothing. As long as I have 18 concubines, each of you can give me a dozen of children, and within 50 years, our Uzumaki clan will become the top clan in Konoha. Yujao. What a shameless thought. Zhang Miao did not seem to notice Yujao's shocked expression and continued to talk. Right, before your sister left, she already said that she wanted you to be my 18th concubine, so from today onwards, you will not be called Uzuki Yujao. Instead, you will be called Uzumaki Yu. I already said not to pinch my ears. You must be gentle to your husband. Oh, right, I have already told you not to pinch my ears. You still dare to say it? I told you to stop speaking nonsense. Oh no, she's rebelling. Zhang Miao brought Yujao back to his residence. However, when Yujao saw Fukuro standing at the door wearing a mask and dressed in the Anbu equipment, she was stunned. He is. In the village, the Anbu represented the will of the Hokage, and it could be said to be full of mystery. Therefore, Yujao's reaction after seeing Fukuro was actually within Zhang Miao's expectations. Looking at her surprised look, Zhang Miao immediately shrugged his shoulders. Didn't I tell you when I came? There is only my younger brother and a servant at home. This is my servant. Yujao. Fukuro. Chapter 74, Yujiao's Shock, Part 1. In the entire village, only Zhang Miao dared to call a member of the Anbu, who was directly under the Hokage's command as his servant. And what shocked Yujiao the most was that Fukuro, the person in question, did not refute. Ignoring Yujiao's stunned expression, Zhang Miao nodded to Fukuro. Fukuro, the beautiful little girl beside me is called Yujiao. From today on, she lives here until her sister comes back. Hearing Zhang Miao's words, Fukuro immediately glanced at Yujiao and then nodded calmly. Okay, I got it. I'll go make some milk for Naruto. Yujiao. Making baby's milk? You are an assassin. After Fukuro went inside, Yujiao seemed to have thought of something. Her eyes immediately widened and her small mouth opened into an O shape. Could it be that you know my sister because? Without waiting for Yujiao to finish speaking, Zhang Miao nodded with a serious face. That's right, your sister was also a servant of my family. In order to get rid of this identity, she finally made a difficult decision. That is to make you my 18th Kenku. Ah! Why are you pulling my ears again? Hearing Zhang Miao's words, Yujiao put down his ears and wrinkled her small nose, then snorted. Humph! Stop speaking nonsense. I only helped Big Sis to take care of you, so I won't be your 18th concubine. Next time, if you dare to speak like that again, I will twist your ears off. What? You dare to threaten me? Hearing Yujiao's words, Zhang Miao immediately widened his eyes. Then, if you pinch my ears again, I will pinch the two little buns on your chest. Ah! Ah! I was just joking. Don't pinch my ears. Oh dear princess, please spare me. Ha 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 ha. Hearing the laughter coming from outside, Fukuro, who was preparing some powdered milk, suddenly shook his head, and a smile appeared on his face under the mask. As Ying's partner, Fukuro naturally knew Yujiao, so when he saw Zhang Miao bring Yujiao, he was immediately stunned. Why did this kid bring her here? And when Zhang Miao told him that Yujiao was going to live here until Ying came back, Fukuro was a little surprised. Because Zhang Miao's words could mean two things. First, Yujiao did not know about her sister's death, so he asked him to help hide it. Second, Zhang Miao planned to take care of Yujiao all the time. Thinking of this, Fukuro was a little touched. This kid is really affectionate and righteous. I really didn't misjudge him. At the same time, Zhang Miao, who was outside the room, suddenly heard the system prompt in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining Ninja Fragments X10. Hearing this prompt, the smile on Zhang Miao's lips became more and more brilliant. Another 10 ordinary ninja fragments have entered the account. I don't know who worshipped me this time. It seems that I am really too outstanding. Wahahaha. Seeing Zhang Miao laughing so happily, Yujiao also felt that her mood was a lot brighter. He smiled at Zhang Miao. Ryu-chan, thank you. Ryu-chan. Hearing this name, Zhang Miao did not know whether to laugh or cry. He quickly waved his hand at Yujiao. Don't call me that. This makes me feel very strange. Just call me Ryu. Oh right, or call me Ryanashuk like Itachi. Anyway, it is just a name. Itachi. Hearing this name, Yujiao widened her eyes again. Are you talking about the genius of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Itachi? Looking at Yujiao's surprised look, Zhang Miao grinned again. Haha, I didn't expect that even you have heard of his name. It seems that he is quite famous. Of course. As soon as Zhang Miao finished speaking, Yujiao immediately nodded. Itachi is a genius. Although he just entered this year, I heard that he already has the strength of a genin. Zhang Miao knew Itachi very well, so after hearing Yujiao's praise, he immediately nodded. That is true. Moreover, Itachi's strength has already surpassed an ordinary genin. Once he awakens the Sharingan, his strength will improve greatly. Really? After receiving Zhang Miao's confirmation, Yujiao widened her eyes again. Itachi is really amazing. Zhang Miao. Don't you like Hay-8? Why did you praise Itachi so much? Although Zhang Miao remembered that Itachi was very popular in the academy, he did not expect that he would be that popular. Even Yujiao, who had been older than him for so many years, showed an expression of adoration when he mentioned him. This made Zhang Miao very unhappy. Hey, Yujiao, you are my wife. Don't use that kind of tone to call some outsiders, okay? Moreover, Itachi is not my opponent at all. I can finish him in a minute. Ujo, underscore. Zhang Miao. What the hell is that look? Looking at Ujo's eyes, Zhang Miao immediately became angry. Without saying anything, he directly stepped forward and grabbed her hand. Follow me. I'm sorry. Zhang Miao's actions frightened Ujo a bit. Looking at Zhang Miao who was holding her hand, she blinked her eyes curiously. Where are we going? To Itachi's house. Zhang Miao pulled Ujo forward and said without looking back, when the time comes, I will torture him in front of you. This way, you will understand my true strength. Ujo. Hearing Zhang Miao's words, Ujo was immediately shocked, so much so that even the matter of Zhang Miao calling herself her wife was ignored by her. She was helplessly pulled around by Zhang Miao. When she saw a gate with a paper fan symbol printed on it, Ujo reacted and quickly called out to Zhang Miao, who was holding her hand and walking forward. Ryu. Are we really going in? Of course. Hearing Ujo's words, Zhang Miao immediately turned around and grinned at her. Anyway, I came to beat him up every afternoon. We are early today, so we have some time for lunch. Let's go. Ah? This is... Ujo seemed to want to say something, but before she could say it, Zhang Miao pulled her inside the Uchiha's district and then walked toward Itachi's home. Soon, the two arrived at the door of Itachi's house. At this time, Ujo found that Zhang Miao had a small wooden box in his hand. However, Ujo's eyes only focused on this small box for a moment, and her attention was once again attracted by Zhang Miao. He took a deep breath and howled into the sky. Baa. Ujo. What the hell was that? Just as Ujo was confused by Zhang Miao's actions, the door in front of her suddenly opened with a creaky sound. Seeing this scene, Ujo widened her eyes. You have to say Baa, instead of knocking to enter an Uchiha's house. Thinking of this, Ujo suddenly felt that her world had collapsed. Chapter 75, Ujo's Shock, Part 2. The person who came out to open the door was none other than Fugaku's wife, Mikoto. In fact, when she heard the familiar voice at the door, she knew that it was Zhang Miao. After all, in the whole village, there was no one else but Zhang Miao who would bleat on her door. After opening the door, she found that Zhang Miao was standing there, and Mikoto immediately smiled. Sure enough, little Ryunosuke is here again. Itachi just came back. This is... Zhang Miao knew that she was asking about Ujo who was beside him, and immediately grinned. Haha, Auntie Mikoto, she is my 18th concubine that I just picked up from the side of the road. Uzumaki Ujo. Pardon for the intrusion. Mikoto. What did this kid just say? A concubine. Looking at Mikoto's shocked face, Ujo also knew that she couldn't speak anymore. She quickly bowed to Mikoto with a red face. Auntie, my name is Ujo. I am Itachi-kun's classmate. Sorry for the intrusion. As she said this, she glared at Zhang Miao again, but the latter raised his eyebrows fearlessly at her, as if he was saying, Come. Come. Come and pinch my ears. Seeing this scene, Ujo gritted her teeth, but she did not do anything. She did not want to be rude in front of an influential clan like the Uchiha. Looking at the expressions of the two, Mikoto suddenly came back to her senses. She covered her mouth and laughed. Hee hee. So this beautiful little girl is Ryunosuke's friend. Then please come inside. I'll go get some snacks, hee hee hee. When Mikoto turned around, Zhang Miao immediately followed him with a smile. Hee hee, Auntie Mikoto, do you have some dangos? There should be some. Seeing the two of them enter the house while talking, Ujo immediately bit her lips with a red face and followed them in. After entering the yard, Zhang Miao immediately saw Itachi sitting in the corridor. He was playing with Suzuki. When he saw Zhang Miao coming, he blinked his eyes in surprise. He remembered that Zhang Miao usually came in the afternoon. But he was a bit early today. Just as he was puzzled, Zhang Miao laughed. Wahahaha, Itachi, I'm here to teach you a lesson again. No, I mean, I'm here to guide you again. How? Are you happy? Itachi. Happy your head. And you clearly slipped your mouth just now, right? Looking at Itachi's expressionless face, Zhang Miao's smile became even more brilliant. He grabbed Ujo's hand behind him and pulled her directly in front of Itachi. Itachi, let me introduce you. This is the one I told you about before, my 18th concubine, Uzumaki Yujao. How? She's pretty, right? But you can't have her. Itachi. What the hell is he thinking? Moreover, wasn't Izumi the one you want to take as your 18th concubine? Why did you change your mind? Thinking of this, the corners of Itachi's mouth twitched. Then, he directly placed Sasuke in the corridor and walked to the center of the courtyard. Seeing his action, Zhang Miao immediately knew what he meant. Hehe, Itachi, I like you. Come, Yujao. Hold the box for me. With that, Zhang Miao put the small wooden box in Yujao's hand, then rolled up his sleeves and walked towards Itachi. However, he had only walked halfway when his figure suddenly disappeared. Seeing this scene, Itachi hurriedly turned around and put up his hands to block. Bang! With a bang, Zhang Miao's figure suddenly appeared behind Itachi, trying to surprise him with a kick. Obviously, if Itachi had not turned around in time to guard just now, he would have been kicked down by Zhang Miao, unlike now where he had only been pushed 2 steps aback. Seeing that Itachi was able to block his kick, Zhang Miao immediately raised his eyebrows in surprise. You actually blocked it. It seems that you have improved a lot. Then look at this move of mine, Leaf Whirlwind. As he said this, Zhang Miao used his hardest whirlwind kick at Itachi. Seeing this action, Itachi's face immediately became serious. This move was Zhang Miao's old move. In the past, Zhang Miao used this kind of whirlwind kick as an opener. After he blocked them, Zhang Miao would use his other moves to completely suppress him. Finally, when his defense was broken, Zhang Miao would knock him down. So this time, seeing that Zhang Miao still used this method, Itachi simply did not block it. Instead, he forcefully endured Zhang Miao's kick. Bang! Zhang Miao's kick landed smoothly on Itachi's body, sending him backwards. It hurts. Itachi, who had received Zhang Miao's kick, was in so much pain that his face turned pale. However, he gritted his teeth and endured the pain coming from his chest. His hands quickly formed seals. Snake, ram, monkey, boar, horse, tiger. The speed at which Itachi formed seals was now more than twice as fast. When he was sent flying backwards by Zhang Miao, he completed the seals. When he landed, he immediately took a deep breath. Fire release. Fireball jutsu. Compared to when he was interrupted by Zhang Miao, this time, Itachi successfully released his fireball jutsu. The hot air current immediately blew his hair back. Did I succeed? This thought just rose in Itachi's mind, and a familiar laughter rang out below him. Hehe, even if you have to take it head on, do you still have to buy time to release ninjutsu? Your strategy is good, but unfortunately, it's useless against me. It's over. Shoryuken. As this voice appeared, Itachi suddenly felt his chin was hit, and he suddenly lost his balance and fell to the ground. After being knocked down by Zhang Miao, Itachi glanced at Zhang Miao, who was still maintaining the posture of Shoryuken, and then shook his head helplessly. I lost. Itachi knew that Zhang Miao was holding back, because according to the situation just now, he could completely send himself flying, and then use the continuous barrage he used back in the academy. At that time, he would definitely not be able to get up. Moreover, Itachi was very grateful to Zhang Miao from the bottom of his heart, because with Zhang Miao's constant company and sparring every day, he felt that his real combat experience had greatly improved, especially in terms of taijutsu, which could be said to have improved greatly. He even had a feeling that his Sharingan was about to awaken soon. And all of this was thanks to Zhang Miao. Thinking of this, Itachi suddenly stood up and was ready to say a few words of gratitude to Zhang Miao. But before he could speak, he found that Zhang Miao was jumping and waving in the corridor's direction. Hey, Yujao, did you see that? The genius Itachi you were talking about was defeated by me. How is it? Am I awesome? Ha 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 ha. Chapter 76, Adoration. Zhang Miao being able to knock Itachi down was completely out of Yujao's expectations, and the scene of the two of them fighting just now also made her feel very shocked. Was this still a spar between two children? A real ninja battle looked just like that, right? She was especially shocked by Zhang Miao. In Yujao's impression, such a small child should be playing ninjas with other children on the street, but Zhang Miao just blew her mind. So this is how a real genius looks like. When Yujao said this, a deep voice suddenly came from behind her. Yes, they are all geniuses. Every generation of Konoha will give birth to such outstanding people. In the future, they will also be ones who will shock the world. Hearing this, Yujao looked back and saw a man wearing a long robe with his arms crossed behind her. What shocked Yujao the most was that at this moment, the man's eyes had turned red, and there were 3 tomos slowly rotating. The Sharingan. Seeing this pair of eyes, Yujao instantly guessed the identity of the man behind him. The head of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Fugaku. Thinking of this, she suddenly widened her eyes. Seemingly noticing Yujao's gaze, Fugaku immediately deactivated his Sharingan. After nodding at her, he directly turned back to the room and closed the door. When Fugaku closed the door, Yujao breathed a sigh of relief, and a trace of fear flashed in his eyes. Is that the Sharingan of the Uchiha clan? How terrifying! At the same time, when she thought about how the clan leader of the Uchiha clan respected Zhang Miao so much, she suddenly felt a trace of joy. As for why she felt this way, even Yujao herself could not explain it clearly. Why I feel like this? Just as she lowered her head to think, a familiar voice suddenly rang in her ears. Hehe, what are you spacing out for? Are you shocked by your husband's might? Hearing this voice, Yujao looked up and immediately saw a bright smile. If it wasn't Zhang Miao, who was it? Seeing Yujao in a daze, Zhang Miao grinned again. Then he took the small wooden box from her hand and winked at her. Wait for me outside. I'll be out soon. After saying that, Zhang Miao took off his shoes and jumped into the corridor with the small box. Then he opened the door and entered the room. When Zhang Miao went in, Yujao suddenly reacted, and a trace of doubt flashed through his eyes. The person in that room. Isn't he the clan leader of the Uchiha clan? Why is Miao carrying the box in? Just as Yujao was puzzled, he suddenly heard a goat's bleat coming from the room. Baa. Hearing this voice, Yujao was stunned. What was going on inside? At this time, the door opened again. Zhang Miao, who had a sly smile on his face, walked out with the box and grinned at Yujao. Hehe, don't just stand there. Come in quickly. We have to eat. Seeing that Yujao was still in a daze, Zhang Miao simply went forward and grabbed her hand, then directly pulled her inside the room. After entering the room, Yujao hurriedly bowed slightly to Fugaku, then walked to the cushion beside Zhang Miao and sat down. Looking at Fugaku, who was drinking tea expressionlessly in front of her, thinking of his pair of Sharingan, Yujao suddenly became a little nervous. She subconsciously glanced at Zhang Miao beside her, only to find that the latter was winking at her with a sly smile. It seemed to be telling her, "Don't worry, I'm here." Seeing this, Yujao's nervous mood inexplicably relaxed, and the way he looked at Zhang Miao also changed a little. Soon, it was time to eat. After Mikoto served the food, Zhang Miao smiled warmly at Yujao. Come, come. Yujao, eat. Coming here is the same as coming to your own home. Don't be so polite. Yujao. How rude. At this moment, Yujao suddenly felt like crying and laughing. However, when she raised her head, she found that everyone else had a common expression on their faces. Even Fugaku, who had always kept a straight face, now had a smile on his face. Seeing this scene, Yujao once again looked at Zhang Miao, who was desperately picking up food for himself, and her face immediately revealed a happy smile. It seems that Big Sis really found me a very good friend. After dinner, under the gentle farewell of Mikoto, Zhang Miao left with Yujao. As soon as they left the door, Yujao could not help but ask Zhang Miao. Ryu, is Aunt Mikoto your relative? Ha! Hearing Yujao's words, Zhang Miao was stunned for a moment and then shook his head decisively. No, Auntie Mikoto is not my relative. Why do you think so? That is because. Looking at her stuttering appearance, Zhang Miao rolled her eyes and reacted. He could not help but laugh again. Haha. Don't tell me that you think so because Auntie Mikoto is so familiar with me. Isn't that so? Looking at Yujao's confused face, Zhang Miao smiled and shook his head again. Of course not. Actually, compared to Auntie Mikoto, I am more familiar with Uncle Fugaku. In fact, I met Uncle Fugaku first before he invited me to his house. Hey! Zhang Miao's answer was obviously beyond Yujao's expectations. She suddenly widened her eyes. That terrifying Uchiha actually invited you to his house. Looking at her shocked appearance, Zhang Miao shrugged again. In fact, there is nothing to be afraid of. Moreover, Uncle Fugaku has a hobby to learn how to bleat like a sheep. Do you believe it? Yujao. I don't believe you. The two chatted as they walked. Just as they were about to leave the Uchiha district, a girl's voice suddenly appeared behind them. Hello, Ryunashuk. Hearing this voice, Zhang Miao immediately turned around and looked at the person running towards him with some surprise. Izumi. Izumi ran towards them and immediately smiled. Hehe, so the person Ryunashuk is looking for is really Yujao-san. Hearing Izumi's words, Yujao immediately revealed a puzzled expression. Sorry for being rude, may I ask who you are? Hehe, Yujao-san, I am. Izumi was just about to introduce herself, but before she could finish speaking, Zhang Miao directly interrupted her. Cough cough. Her name is Izumi, and she is also one of my 18th concubines. Now, the two of you can fight here. Whoever wins can be promoted to my 17th concubine. Hehe, how is it? Are you nervous? Isn't it exciting? Chapter 77, A Genius Friend. Zhang Miao was courting death. At this moment, he covered his ears that had just been twisted by Yujao, feeling the burning pain from it, and revealed a face full of tears. Ah! I was just joking. Is there a need to use so much violence? I am still a child. Hearing Zhang Miao muttering, Yujao, who was walking in front of him, suddenly smiled and stopped talking. Izumi, who was beside her, looked at Zhang Miao with some worry. Ryunashuk, are you all right? Do I look like I'm fine? Zhang Miao glanced at her unhappily. Otherwise, come over and let me kiss you. I'll be fine. Hearing Zhang Miao's words, the little girl's face immediately flushed red. Ryunashuk, you. Just as Zhang Miao was about to tease her a few more times, he felt a sharp pain in his other ear. At the same time, Yujao's voice entered his ears. I won't let you bully her. Zhang Miao. Damn, how did they get along so quickly? And most importantly, in the original work, Yujao should be a dignified and quiet girl, like a little bird. How did she become an ear-pinching maniac? I must have crossed into a false world of Naruto. Thinking of this, a feeling of being cheated swept through Zhang Miao's heart, and the pain in his ears made him unable to help but scream. Ow, it hurts, it hurts, it hurts, dear princess, please spare me. He. Because it was the weekend, the student had a day off from classes. Izumi originally planned to go shopping, but he happened to meet Zhang Miao and Yujao. After discovering something in common, the two girls quickly became friends, agreed to go shopping together. However, Zhang Miao did not intend to waste his time on shopping with the two little girls. After walking out of the Uchiha district, he turned to look at the two. I am going to find Kakashi. Do you want to go with me? Kakashi. Hearing this name, Yujao blinked again. Are you talking about the genius who was promoted to Jonin at the age of 12? Kakashi was a well-known genius ninja in Konoha, so of course, Yujao had heard of his name. However, she did not expect that Zhang Miao actually knew Kakashi and seemed to be very familiar with him, so at this moment, there was a trace of surprise on her face. You actually know Kakashi? Looking at Yujao's slightly surprised look, Zhang Miao suddenly smiled and nodded. That's right, and I'm going to look for him now. Do you want to come with me? Hearing Zhang Miao's words, Yujao and Izumi looked at each other and shook their heads together. Seeing this scene, Zhang Miao also nodded and then waved at the two of them. Alright, then you two go shopping. Bye-bye. After saying that, Zhang Miao jumped onto the wall next to him and disappeared after a few jumps. Looking at Zhang Miao, who had already disappeared from his sight, Izumi's little face was full of envy. Ryunashuk is really amazing, and his friends are all geniuses. For example, Itachi and Kakashi-senpai. It seems that geniuses only befriend other geniuses. Speaking of this, Izumi turned to look at Yujao. And Yujao-san, you are also a genius in Kenjutsu, not like me, who don't know anything. Hearing her envious tone with a hint of inferiority, Yujao shook his head with a wry smile. Compared to them, I am not a genius. Then, Yujao told Izumi everything about the match between Zhang Miao and Itachi. Following her narration, Izumi opened her mouth in surprise. So Itachi did not lie. Ryunashuk-kun is really amazing. Yes. Hearing Izumi's words, Yujao nodded in agreement. He is indeed very powerful. No matter how hard I try, I'm afraid I can't catch up with him. Perhaps this is the gap between ordinary people and geniuses. When the two of them said this, Zhang Miao, who was running in the direction of Kakashi's home, suddenly received a system prompt. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining 4-star special Jonin, Dozuki Yujo Ninja Fragments X5. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining 5-star Jonin, Uchiha Izumi Ninja Fragments X5. Hearing these two notifications, Zhang Miao was stunned at first, then grinned. Hehe, it seems that these two little girls were shocked by my performance earlier, so they obediently handed over their ninja fragments. I didn't expect that Izumi was actually a 5-star. It seems that the power of the Bloodline Limit is indeed not to be underestimated. Zhang Miao remembered that when Izumi was killed by Obito in the original work, she already had the 3 Tomo Sharingan. Although it was likely that she only awakened it on the night of the incident, this also proved that her potential was really great. Moreover, Zhang Miao guessed that the Uchiha score on Bloodline Limit should be very high. They should score 2 stars at minimum. Thinking of this, Zhang Miao suddenly shook his head with some emotion. The world of Naruto is indeed a world where your roots are everything. Fortunately, I have the recruitment system, otherwise it would be for me difficult to survive. Although he was thinking about this, Zhang Miao did not slow down. Soon, he arrived at the door of Kakashi's home and shouted inside. Hey, Kakashi, are you at home? Zhang Miao shouted twice, but there was no response. Just as he was about to shout for the 3rd time, he suddenly found a piece of paper under a stone around the door. What is this? Zhang Miao frowned, then picked it up. The curved, earthworm-like handwriting on the paper immediately entered his eyes. This was a common language in the world of ninjas. Many people needed to study for a long time to master it, but because Zhang Miao had the help of the system, he recognized the content at a glance. I have something to do and will not come back for the time being, Kakashi. Seeing this line of words, Zhang Miao understood that Kakashi must have gone on a mission, so he shrugged his shoulders and sighed. Alas, it seems that I won't get any fish or ninja fragments from Kakashi today. Since Kakashi was not at home, there was no point in staying, so Zhang Miao crumpled the note in his hand into a ball and threw it aside, then turned around and left. On the way back, Zhang Miao's face was full of helplessness. Kakashi is in the Anbu and is out on missions every 2 or 3 days. It's causing me some inconvenience in my collecting mission. It's really troublesome. Zhang Miao remembered that he knew Kakashi before Guy. Although now he had already recruited him, but Kakashi's ninja fragments were still halfway done. Thinking of this, Zhang Miao shook his head helplessly again. Forget it, there's no point in rushing it. I can only take it slowly. Speaking of which, I've already collected 400 fragments of Guy's fragments. Can I recruit another Guy? Zhang Miao, the system prompt once again sounded in his mind. Dear host, you can only recruit a ninja once. Hearing this explanation, Zhang Miao was stunned. Chapter 78, Zhang Miao's Wooden Sculpture, Part 1. Zhang Miao is very familiar with this statement, because many rare equipments inside a game usually could only be able to be obtained once by the same player. Thinking of this, Zhang Miao immediately frowned. What if the recruited ninja is dead? Can I use the ninja fragment to recruit them again? No, every ninja can only be recruited once. After hearing the system's answer, Zhang Miao finally understood what the system meant by once, so his expression became serious. At first, he thought that as long as he had enough ninja fragments, he would be able to recruit them again after he had recruited them before, so he would have some clones. But now, the system told him that once the recruited ninjas died, he could no longer recruit them. This meant that the recruited ninjas would experience a real death. This answer made Zhang Miao's mood suddenly become a little heavy. It seems that I absolutely cannot treat the recruited as a consumables, because in a sense, they are also a real living person. Thinking of this, Zhang Miao asked the system again. System, since I can't recruit them anymore, what should we do with the extra ninja fragments? Hearing Zhang Miao's question, the system once again gave an answer. The extra fragments can be used for lottery or exchanged for ordinary ninja fragments according to the star rating of the fragments. The host currently has 345 star Might Guy ninja fragments, which can be exchanged for 5 times as many ordinary ninja fragments. The total of 1,700 fragments can be obtained. Does the host want to exchange now? No. Zhang Miao refused without hesitation. Right now, he did not lack ordinary ninja fragments. Moreover, as long as he went to the academy to show off, he could get at least 200 or 300 ordinary ninja fragments at a time. There was no need to exchange his precious elite ninja fragments for them. In Zhang Miao's view, the biggest use of elite ninja fragments was to recruit corresponding ninjas. In addition to that, there was the lottery. Thinking of this, Zhang Miao took out 20 pieces of Guy's ninja fragments without hesitation and held them in his hand. Drawl. As this thought rose in Zhang Miao's mind, the 20 pieces of Guy's ninja fragments in his hand suddenly disappeared. At the same time, a series of notifications echoed in his mind. Ding obtained 5-star Jonin, Hitaki Kakashi Ninja Fragments X7. Received Youth Invincible Bodysuit, Green, X5. Obtained Limited Edition Dumbbell X2. Obtained Currency of the Land of Fire, 100 Ryos X2. Obtained Currency of the Land of Fire, 500 Ryos X2. Ding obtained out of print Chiyunin, Might Do Ninja Fragment X7. The system has put all the prizes into the system storage. Host, please check it yourself. Today's lucky draw is over. Thank you for your patronage. Zhang Miao. Damn, the lottery system was still the same as before. Moreover, he got Kakashi's ninja fragments after using Guy's fragments for the lottery. What was the meaning of this? Previously, Zhang Miao used Kakashi's fragment to draw out Obito and Rin's fragments. Zhang Miao could understand that, because Kakashi had deep feelings and obsession towards these two. But now, seeing the result of the lottery using Guy's ninja fragment, Zhang Miao discovered that Guy's obsession with Kakashi was actually so deep. Unexpectedly, he actually pulled out 7 of Kakashi's ninja fragments, which was double the number of ninja fragments of his father Du. However, the probability of drawing dead ninja's fragments was not high to begin with, so Zhang Miao didn't mind. But what about this Youth Invincible Bodysuit, Green? He got 5 of them from a single draw, even more than the 2 copies of Ika Ika Paradise that Kakashi's fragments had given back then. There were also 2 limited edition dumbbells. Damn, why I'm getting some dumbbells. As for the Ryos he got, Zhang Miao was happy with them. He was in need of money, so he took out the money he drew this time from the system storage space. The money he drew this time was 2 100 Ryos and 1 500 Ryos, a total of 700 Ryos. Although it was not much, it was better than nothing. Next time, I will use this money to treat Yujao and Izumi's dangos. Or I'll wait until I saved enough money to treat them for a barbecue. At this point, Zhang Miao continued to read the results. When he saw the system's rating of Du, he suddenly smiled. I originally thought that Matt was a genin, but I didn't expect him to be a Chiyunin. The system score is definitely not wrong. After all, he was able to kill 4 members of the 7 swordsmen of the mist. It had to be known that the 8 inner gates was actually a very strong strength amplification jutsu. The stronger the ninja was, the great the amplification effect would be. It was just like powers in mathematics. The difference between 2-3 and 3-3 was quite high, despite only being 1 point apart in base number. The higher the base number was, the higher the difference would be. However, to Zhang Miao, it didn't matter whether the real strength of Du was a genin's or a Chiyunin's, because even if he recruited Du, it was impossible for Zhang Miao to use the 8 inner gates to fight. I have the recruitment system in my hands. If I still need to risk my life, it would be so useless. Zhang Miao had already decided that after he established his own force, he would arrange for Du to be a taijutsu teacher. When the time came, he would create a few wonderful creatures like Guy so he could give away all the green bodysuits in his storage. Damn it, even if I can't, I won't wear it. I won't wear it even if I die. On the way home, Zhang Miao kept comforting himself. Although the result of this lottery was still the same as before, it was still better than exchanging his elite fragments for ordinary ninja fragments, right? Moreover, this lottery was not completely without harvest. At least, he was able to obtain some of Kakashi's fragments. As for the miscellaneous items, at most, he could open a stall and sell them. It would earn him a few bowls of ramen. Thinking of this, Zhang Miao suddenly felt that the result of this lucky draw was not so difficult to accept. He looked up at the sky and suddenly revealed a smile. Well, it is still early. I can go to Shikamaru's house, but I can't go empty-handed. What should I bring? Zhang Miao thought for a moment and quickly came up with an idea. He quickly quickened his pace and ran in the direction of his house. When he returned home, Naruto was playing with the chibi Kyubi statue in the room. When he saw Zhang Miao return, he immediately reached out his hand to Zhang Miao to hug him. Seeing this scene, Zhang Miao immediately reached out and picked him up. Then he grinned. Haha, you little naughty bee, did you miss your brother? Alright, brother has something to do. You can play by yourself. After saying that, Zhang Miao placed Naruto next to the Kyubi statue. Then, he took out his kunao and walked outside. He picked out a piece of wood from the ground. This piece of wood was the leftovers from his work last night. It was about the size of a kettle. Zhang Miao started carving it with his kunao. With Zhang Miao's skills, the piece of wood had transformed in less than 10 minutes. If one looked closely, one could see that he was carving two figures sitting together. An hour later, Zhang Miao put away the kunao in his hand and nodded. Well, the rest is just some coloring. The coloring process did not take Zhang Miao too much time. About 10 minutes later, he put down the brush in his hand, and there was a smile on his face. It's done. At this time, what was in front of him was the wooden sculpture of Shikaku and Nara Shikamaru sitting together to play shogi. Shikaku had a smile on his face, while Shikamaru frowned and looked like he was deep in thought. The rich expressions of the two made the whole sculpture look very vivid. It was unknown when Fukuro had come to Zhang Miao's side. When he saw the wooden sculpture on the ground, he immediately revealed a look of surprise. Isn't this Shikaku-san? Who is this young man next to him? Guess. With that said, Zhang Miao grabbed the base of the wooden sculpture, then turned around and ran away. Looking at his back as he gradually left, Fukuro immediately laughed. Chapter 79, Zhang Miao's Wooden Sculpture, Part 2. Not all expensive gifts would be better. Sometimes, rare things could also achieve good results. Of course, the most important thing was that with Zhang Miao's current wealth, he could not afford to give them expensive things. At this time, the only thing he could take out was the skill he brought from his previous life. I hope Shikamaru's father will like it. At this moment, Zhang Miao suddenly felt a little uneasy. Previously, when he went to Fugaku's place, Zhang Miao had never brought a gift because he knew that what Fugaku wanted was not his gift, but the secret information he has, so Zhang Miao naturally tricked him without question. However, Shikaku was different from Fugaku. He did not recognize him because he wanted to get something from Zhang Miao. He really wanted Zhang Miao and his son Shikamaru to become friends. For such a person, Zhang Miao would not play tricks. Of course, with Shikaku's IQ, Zhang Miao felt that he couldn't trick him. Moreover, Zhang Miao thought that as long as they got along well, collecting their ninja fragments would naturally be easy. Just like him and Kakashi, he didn't think about it. As long as they got along with each other, he would be able to collect enough ninja fragments. It saved him a lot of trouble. However, to do this, he needed a good start. For example, when he first went to Kakashi's house, he gave Kakashi Minato's Flying Thunder God Kunao. This gift was the beginning of his relationship with Kakashi. When it came to Shikaku, giving him the Flying Thunder God Kunao would not achieve the same effect. However, Zhang Miao remembered that Shikaku liked to play shogi. His wife had just given him a son, so giving him a wooden sculpture of the two playing shogi would be a good idea. But if he only brought his wooden sculpture, it would be boring. Zhang Miao, who was familiar with the plot, knew that in Shikaku's family, his wife had the control over the house. He and his son were basically just her pawns. Thinking of this, Zhang Miao simply took out the 700 ryos in his bag to buy some fruits, and then walked towards Shikaku's house. The Nara clan was also a big clan in Konoha, so Zhang Miao quickly found Shikaku's address and came to his front door. It should be here. After confirming it, Zhang Miao took a deep breath and knocked on the door of Shikaku's house. Knock knock. A moment. When Zhang Miao knocked on the door, a woman's voice came from the yard. Not long after, the door of the yard opened. It was Shikamaru's mother, Nara Yoshino, who opened the door. When she saw Zhang Miao carrying fruits at the door, she was stunned. Who are you? Upon hearing Yoshino's question, Zhang Miao immediately bowed to her and then raised his head to smile at her. Aunt Yoshino, Uncle Shikaku said that you have a cute baby. Can I see him? Just like the first time he went to Fugaku's house, Zhang Miao tried to show his innocence to lower the Yoshino's guard. To put it bluntly, he was just pretending to be innocent. However, this strategy clearly worked. After hearing his words, Yoshino immediately covered his mouth and laughed. Oh, he. So you are the one Shikaku was talking about. I didn't expect you to already attend the academy at such a young age. It's really amazing. In the future, you will definitely become a very powerful ninja. Hee. Hearing her words, Zhang Miao immediately knew that she must have misunderstood him for Shikaku's student. However, Zhang Miao just grinned. Hee, thank you, Aunt Yoshino. This is a little token of my appreciation. Please take it. As he said this, Zhang Miao handed the fruits in his hand. Seeing this, Yoshino smiled even brighter. She took the fruits from Zhang Miao's hand and smiled. Then patted Zhang Miao's head. Oh my, what a sensible child. Thank you for your fruits. Come in quickly. Your uncle Shikaku is in the room. Thank you, Aunt Yoshino. Sorry for intrusion. After saying that, Zhang Miao walked in. Seeing his act, Yoshino nodded in satisfaction again. At this time, Zhang Miao also received a notification from the system. Ding! Obtain 3-star Chuunin, Nara Yoshino Ninja Fragment X5. Hearing this prompt, Zhang Miao immediately breathed a sigh of relief. He thought to himself, I finally passed. As the troublesome woman that Shikamaru often mentioned, Yoshino was very strict with her husband and son. In order to leave a good impression on her, Zhang Miao had to put 120% of effort. Now it seemed that he has succeeded. After letting him in, Yoshino prepared some tea for Zhang Miao and then went to cook. After she left, Zhang Miao put the wooden sculpture he had carved on the table and smiled at Shikaku. Hee, Uncle Shikaku, this is my gift for you and Shikamaru. Hearing Zhang Miao's words, Shikamaru realized that there was a wooden sculpture on the table. He immediately widened his eyes in surprise. You brought this? Why didn't I see it just now? This wooden sculpture had been placed inside the system storage by Zhang Miao, so naturally, Shikaku could not see it. However, Zhang Miao naturally would not tell the truth. Instead, he laughed again. Hee, I made it. But since Aunt Yoshino is not in it, I had to it from her. Zhang Miao's words could be said to be completely in line with a child's innocence, so after hearing his words, Shikaku did not doubt him. Instead, he laughed loudly. Ha 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 ha, so that's how it is. Alright, then let me see what you are carving. Is it me playing shogi with someone? Then who is this person opposite me? It looks a bit like my younger self. Seeing that Shikaku was interested, Zhang Miao immediately laughed. Hee, Uncle Shikaku is so smart. In the future, the only one who can play shogi with you will definitely be Shikamaru, so I engraved his grown-up version. Hearing Zhang Miao's words, Shikaku Nara was first stunned, then laughed again. Ha 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 ha, so this is Shikamaru. Hearing you say this, I am looking forward to defeat him when he grows up. Ha 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 ha, not bad, I like this wooden sculpture very much. As he spoke, Shikaku solemnly picked up the wooden sculpture and placed it on the cabinet in the living room. He also adjusted its position a few times before nodding his head in satisfaction. At this time, the system notification rang out in Zhang Miao's mind. Ding! Obtained Shikaku's good impression. In the future, when the host gets along with Shikaku, the host will be able to obtain a 6-star elite Jonin, Shikaku Nara Ninja Fragments X5. Great! Hearing this notification, Zhang Miao immediately felt happy, so happy that he almost jumped. Just as he was thinking about how to obtain more of Shikaku's ninja fragments, Shikaku's voice reached his ears. Do you want to play a game of shogi with me? Hearing Shikaku's words, Zhang Miao seemed to have thought of something. His eyes lit up and he nodded hard. Yes. I couldn't ask for more. Chapter 80, Zhang Miao's Wooden Sculpture, Part 3. In Zhang Miao's opinion, the best way to gain the favor of others was complying to the other party's requisite, so when Shikaku invited him to play shogi, he agreed without hesitation. As for the rules of shogi, he could learn them and apply some of his knowledge. In his previous life, Zhang Miao was also a chess enthusiast, and shogi was very similar in some aspects to Chinese chess, so after Shikaku explained, he quickly familiarized himself with shogi's rules, and then the two sat cross-legged outside and began to play. As a newbie, Zhang Miao definitely had no way to win against Shikaku, but his goal was not to win, but to deepen his relationship with Shikaku, so winning and losing naturally did not matter. Zhang Miao's mentality was very good, so he naturally became calmer as the game went. Occasionally, his unexpected moves would make Shikaku frown and think for a long time. Zhang Miao's strange style of play made Shikako look at him with a different gaze. This kid's isn't half bad. What Shikako did not know was that hidden under Zhang Miao's childish appearance was an experienced man who had crawled around in society for more than 10 years. He wasn't just clever, he was smart. In the next few rounds, although Zhang Miao still lost miserably, the duration of each game kept extending. As they played more, Shikaku's numbers of frowning kept increasing. However, from the smile on his lips, it could be seen that he was very happy at the moment. When Yoshino came to invite them to eat, Shikaku reluctantly put away the shogi board, and Zhang Miao also heard the system prompt as he wished. Ding! The host let Shikaku feel the collision of wisdom. In the future, every time the host played a game of shogi with him, he would obtain extra 1 fragment. This was the effect he wanted. Just now, Zhang Miao obtained 5 fragments after they finished playing. If he could obtain an extra fragment every game, then as long as he played 5 games of shogi with Shikaku every day, he could obtain 10 fragments daily. Thinking of this, Zhang Miao suddenly grinned. My daily routine will be torturing the Uchiha father and son, and then play shogi games with Shikaku to relax. I'll see if I have a chance to get in touch with the 2 other clans. Well, it's decided, then. Haha. After making a decision in his heart, the smile on Zhang Miao's face suddenly became more and more brilliant. Looking at Yoshino who was serving dishes, he immediately ran at her. Aunt Yoshino, I'll help you serve the food. Thank you. You're such a good child. Hee. After dinner, Zhang Miao bid farewell to the Nara family and then returned to his residence. When he returned home, he found that Uchiha had already returned and was playing with Naruto at the door. Seeing this scene, Zhang Miao immediately grinned. Hee, not bad. You already look like a sister-in-law. Keep it up. Humph. Hearing Zhang Miao's words, Uchiha was too lazy to refute him. She snorted softly and turned her head to ignore him. Seeing this scene, Zhang Miao immediately smiled and shrugged his shoulders. He stopped teasing her. Instead, he turned to look at the neatly arranged pile of wood in the yard. The pile of wood in the yard was the Takuma wood that Zhang Miao used to sculpt the chibi Kyubi statue. There were more than a dozen of them. Looking at the wood, Zhang Miao smiled again. Haha, it seems that the cat-faced uncle is quite fast. When did he come? Hearing Zhang Miao's words, Fukuro, who had just walked out of the house, immediately opened his mouth. When you left earlier, Captain Takuma came. He also asked me to tell you that this is the thickest Takuma wood he could find around his house. If you want more, you have to cut them if you want some thinner ones. Haha, I know that. As soon as Fukuro finished speaking, Zhang Miao laughed again. Hardwood grows slowly, so it's normal for it to be thick. And these are enough for me to use. Alright, it's time for me to start work. After saying that, Zhang Miao took out his kunao and began to peel a nearby log. For a moment, the yard was filled with the sound of sharp weapons cutting the wood. Slash slash slash. This time, Zhang Miao had carved the chibi version of the Shikaku. Compared to his previous work, this one was simpler to make, so it didn't take long for him to make out the rough outline. Uchiha sat in the corridor with Naruto in his arms. Looking at the prototype that Zhang Miao was working on, she asked curiously, what is that? Is it a raccoon? About the same. Zhang Miao was busy, so she said this without looking back. Looking at his indifference, Uchiha immediately pouted, then stood up and carried Naruto back to the house. Naruto, let's go inside. Gyugyi. Hearing the footsteps behind him, Zhang Miao turned around and saw that Uchiha had closed the door of the house. Seeing this, he shrugged his shoulders again. Then he turned around and continued to work. When it was almost dark, Zhang Miao finally finished the details of the sculpture, so he put his kunao away and entered the house with his creatin. He planned to do the coloring in the daytime because the light was dim now. If he were to do it at this time, he was worried that the coloring effect would not be good. He did not want to waste his previous efforts. After entering the house, Zhang Miao placed the sculpture under the window beside the Kyubi statue. Then, he came to Naruto's small bed. At this time, Naruto had already been put to sleep by Uchiha. Seeing this scene, the corners of Zhang Miao's mouth immediately curled up. I didn't expect to be this good. Not bad. Hearing Zhang Miao's praise, Uchiha smiled. Humph, of course. I'm not like you. After saying that, Uchiha raised her leg and was about to walk out, but before she could step out, Zhang Miao grabbed her hand. Where are you going? Where else can I go? Of course, I'm going to sleep in the room next door. At this point, Uchiha rolled her eyes at him. Let go of me. I've been shopping the whole afternoon. I'm so sleepy now. However, what Uchiha did not expect was that after hearing her words, not only did Zhang Miao not let go of her hand, he even raised his eyebrows at her. Who told you to sleep in the room next door? Since you are my 18th concubine, you naturally have to sleep with me. What are you looking at? I'm talking about you. Why don't you go over and help me warm my bed? Chapter 81, Tailed Beast Sculptures, Part 1. Under Zhang Miao's insistence, Uchiha finally stayed in the room, but the result was somewhat different from what Zhang Miao had imagined. Because at this time, she was lying on Zhang Miao's bed with Naruto in her arms, while Zhang Miao was lying on Naruto's small bed with his red ears on both sides of his body, his face full of despair. It's fine if you don't warm the bed. But you don't have to pinch my ears. Moreover, you didn't hold back at all. I'm still a child. This is domestic violence. I can't live this life anymore. As if hearing Zhang Miao's muttering, Uchiha, who originally seemed to be asleep, suddenly opened his eyes and looked at him with a threatening look. What are you talking about? Looking at Uchiha's gaze, Zhang Miao was shocked. I mean, the world is so beautiful. I want to sleep. Good night. After saying that, Zhang Miao pulled his blanket to cover his face and then stopped talking. Seeing this scene, Uchiha, who had a straight face, could not help but burst out laughing. Is this guy really the genius who is standing side by side with Itachi? Looking at Zhang Miao, who was covering his head with a quilt, the three different things that he showed today suddenly appeared in Uchiha's mind. One was the way he defeated his opponent in a fierce battle with Itachi, one was his focused look when was working with his sculpture, and the other was the annoying look he had when he called her his 18th concubine. Thinking of this, a trace of curiosity flashed in Uchiha's eyes. Which one is the real you? Zhang Miao did not know that there was a beautiful girl staring at him at this moment. He quickly fell asleep, covering himself inside the blanket. Not long after, his soft snore could be heard. Seeing this scene, Uchiha immediately smiled and then gently closed her eyes. When she opened her eyes again, the sky was already bright, and a familiar voice immediately came to her ears. Yo! Good morning! Hearing this voice, Uchiha looked back and immediately saw Zhang Miao, who was smiling at her with a brush in his hand. Seeing this scene, Uchiha was shocked. However, she quickly realized that this was not her house, but Zhang Miao's house. Only then did she nod stiffly at Zhang Miao. Good morning. Seeing her appearance, Zhang Miao shrugged her shoulders helplessly and then continued to color his wooden sculpture. Zhang Miao's actions once again attracted Uchiha. After getting off the bed, she slowly walked behind Zhang Miao and carefully examined the wooden sculpture in front of her. At this time, Zhang Miao's coloring was basically completed. The sandy brown paint had already covered the entire body of the sculpture. At this time, Zhang Miao was drawing violet stripes on it. Uchiha thought for a long time and still could not figure out what Zhang Miao was making, so she simply asked, "What is this?" "The one-tailed chakaku." Zhang Miao's answer was concise and clear, but Uchiha still did not understand. Just as she was about to ask again, Fukuro's voice with a trace of shock appeared behind her. "You mean, this is one of the tailed beasts?" Hearing Fukuro's shocked voice, Zhang Miao remembered that at this time, the tailed beasts was not yet famous among the villagers. Even the people of Tsunagaku treated the one-tail as a dead monster's vengeful spirit that was trapped in the desert by the wind. Because of this, Gara, the Jinhyuriki of the Suna, was called as the demon's vessel by the locals. If the people of Tsunagaku didn't even know about the one-tailed chakaku, there was no need to talk about other village. After realizing this, Zhang Miao nodded to the shocked Fukuro. "You guessed right, this is one of tailed beasts." After hearing Zhang Miao's answer, Fukuro once again deeply looked at the wooden sculpture several times, and Uchiha also revealed a look of realization. "So this is a tailed beast? I thought it was a raccoon." Ha 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 ha. As soon as Uchiha finished speaking, Zhang Miao couldn't help but laugh as he nodded. "That's right, this guy right here indeed looks like a raccoon, but its original body is actually a ferret. And do you see the patterns on its body? Those are cursed seal markings." As soon as Zhang Miao finished speaking, the system notification rang out in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining 8-star Super Cage level, Kurama Ninja Fragment X6. Since the host had brought some memories of the past, as long as the wooden sculpture exists, the host will obtain extra 1 fragment per day. Hearing this notification, Zhang Miao was stunned at first, but then he smiled at Uchiha. Haha, Naruto is awake. Ah! Hearing Zhang Miao's words, Uchiha quickly turned around and found that Naruto had already woken up. At this time, he was lying on the bed and staring at her with his big eyes. Seeing this scene, Uchiha immediately looked at Zhang Miao in disbelief. You didn't look back just now, and Naruto didn't cry. How do you know that he has woken up? Seeing the look of disbelief on Uchiha's face, Zhang Miao shrugged his shoulders again and said, this is the telepathy between brothers. Do you believe me? Zhang Miao was obviously talking nonsense. Because when the system notification sounded, Zhang Miao knew that the Kyubi must have seen Shikaku's wooden sculpture. That was why he yielded 1 extra fragment per day. And the Kyubi saw the outside world through Naruto's eyes. It could only see what Naruto saw. It was based on this principle that Zhang Miao determined that Naruto had woken up. As for the telepathy, perhaps the brothers really had them, but Zhang Miao had yet to discover it. Originally, Zhang Miao thought that after hearing his words, Uchiha would definitely refute him, but what he did not expect was that Uchiha only hesitated for a moment and then nodded with a serious face. I believe it. Looking at her serious face, Zhang Miao did not know what to say. In the end, he could only pretend to be fierce and glare at her. If you believe me, why don't you go and prepare some milk? If you fail that task, I will demote you from the 18th concubine position and to a servant instead. At this point, Zhang Miao pointed at Fukuro. Just like him. Fukuro. Damn it, what does it have to do with me? Seeing Fukuro's confused face, Uchiha resisted the urge to laugh. After rolling his eyes at Zhang Miao, she turned and went to the kitchen to prepare Naruto's milk. After she left, Zhang Miao raised his eyebrows at Fukuro. Do you see that? I care about you and try to reduce your workload. This afternoon, you have to treat me to a large bowl of char-siu ramen. What are you looking at? Hurry up and change Naruto's diaper. Chapter 82, Tailed Beast Sculptures, Part 2. After Zhang Miao finished the Shikaku sculpture, the number of 9 tail fragments that he could obtain every day increased from 5 to 6. Although it was not much of an increase, this undoubtedly proved that his guess was right. It seems that the wood sculpture of other tailed beasts can indeed increase the number of fragments that I can earn daily. In this case, I will make a complete set of tailed beast sculpture. Thinking of this, Zhang Miao suddenly accelerated his coloring speed. After finishing, he went outside the house again and began to sculpt the next one, the 2-tailed Matatabi. Once Zhang Miao began to do things, he would enter a state of total concentration, so when he finished sculpting the 2nd-tailed beast, it was almost noon. At this time, the system notification rang out in his mind once again. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining 8-star Super Cage level, Kurama Ninja Fragment X7. Since the host had brought some memories of the past, as long as the wooden sculpture exists, the host will obtain 2 extra fragment per day. Hearing this notification, Zhang Miao turned around and saw Uchiha sitting in the corridor with Naruto in her arms. Fukuro was also standing to the side. At this time, the 3 of them were staring at the wooden sculpture he had just finished. This time, without waiting for them to ask, Zhang Miao explained to them with a smile. This is the 2-tailed Matatabi. You should have recognized its true form. It's a cat. At this point, Zhang Miao looked up at the sun above his head and smacked his lips. Tisk! It's time to eat. Hearing Zhang Miao's words, Fukuro immediately reacted. He hurriedly nodded. I'll go buy you noodles now. Seeing Fukuro's reaction, Zhang Miao nodded with satisfaction. Remember to buy a large bowl of char-siu ramen. I want Naruto fish rolls and menma bamboo shot with it. Okay, I got it. Fukuro agreed and disappeared with a flash. Seeing this scene, Zhang Miao grinned. This Fukuro is getting smarter and smarter. Not bad. Hearing Zhang Miao's words, Uchiha shook his head helplessly. Zhang Miao smiled again, picked up the Matatabi sculpture. He went back to the house to color it. Fukuro quickly brought a bowl of ramen, but when he came back, he found that Zhang Miao was concentrating on his work, so he did not disturb Zhang Miao. Instead, he stood quietly at the door and waited. About 10 minutes later, Zhang Miao finally put down his brush. At this time, Fukuro brought the ramen over. I bought ramen, but it's a bit cold. Do you want me to buy another bowl? Hearing Fukuro's words, Zhang Miao immediately grinned. Haha, no need, no need. The temperature is just right. Fukuro, thank you. He smiled as he took the bowl of ramen, and then began to slurp. Seeing him eat so happily, a smile appeared on Fukuro's face under his mask. Then, he took out a box and handed it to Yujao. Seeing his actions, Yujao widened his eyes in surprise. Is this for me? Yes. Seeing her surprised look, Fukuro immediately nodded. Your sister said that you liked dangos, so I bought it along the way. My sister said it. Hearing Fukuro's words, Yujao's face flashed with a hint of joy again. She took the box from Fukuro and smiled happily. So it was my sister who told you, Fukuro-san. You must be very familiar with each other, right? Do you know when my sister will come back? Hearing Yujao's words, a trace of reluctance flashed across Fukuro's face under the mask. Just when he did not know how to answer, Zhang Miao's voice sounded from the side. Hey, little girl! Don't leave your dangos hanging, they are delicious. Is the matter of Anbu something a little girl like you can ask? Go get me a glass of water. You're not cute at all. Ow! Ow! Hey, let's talk, shall we? Please spare me, oh dear princess. Fukuro. He only lasted for 3 seconds. However, Zhang Miao's interruption also lifted Fukuro's predicament. Looking at the two kids who were causing a ruckus, he immediately smiled and jumped onto the roof. Seeing Fukuro's actions, Yujao's eyes immediately revealed a look of envy. My sister said that the members of the Anbu are all outstanding ninjas from around Konoha. If I graduate from the academy in the future, it would be great if I could join the Anbu. Looking at Yujao, who had a look of longing on his face, Zhang Miao covered his ears that were painfully pinched by her, and then squeezed out a disdainful voice from between his teeth. Well, what's so good about the Anbu? The tasks they accept are not particularly dull, but very dangerous. They usually have to wear masks, and even their faces can't be seen by others. It's boring. You, hearing Zhang Miao belittle the Anbu, Yujao was so angry that his cheeks puffed up. You are not allowed to say that. I must join the Anbu in the future. Looking at her angry appearance, Zhang Miao suddenly grinned and raised his eyebrows at her with a smirk. Let me tell you, I am familiar with the third. After you joined the Anbu, I will go ask you back. Then you will also obediently come back to be my 18th concubine. Ow! Ow! Oh my, please don't pinch my ears. It's going to fall off. It hurts. It hurts. Looking at Zhang Miao, who was in pain, a smile suddenly appeared on Yujao's face. Humph! Let's see if you are able to spout more nonsense. I understand. Ow! Dear my princess, please spare me. He. After the two of them laughed for a while, Zhang Miao picked up his kunao again and threw himself into the sculpting work. He planned to carve out the remaining tailed beasts as soon as possible, so that he could earn more Kurama fragments every day. As long as I can recruit the Kyubi, I will have the power to protect myself. Then I can go to the Tsunagaku to find a way to revive Minato and Kushina. The death of Minato and Kushina had always been a knot in Zhang Miao's heart. Thinking of the two people, Zhang Miao's grip on his kunao suddenly tightened a lot, and his work speed dramatically increased. This time Zhang Miao was sculpting the three-tailed Isabu. Sculpting Isabu was much harder than the Shikaku and Matatabi, so Zhang Miao put all his attention into it. Looking at his serious expression as he worked, a blush flashed across Yujao's face. No one knew what she was thinking. Time passed quickly. When Zhang Miao was concentrating on sculpting the three tails, the sky had gradually darkened. After putting Naruto to sleep, Yujao came to the door again and stared at Zhang Miao's back in a daze. What kind of person is he? Just as Yujao was lost in his thoughts, he heard Zhang Miao shouting in front of him. Wow, it's already so late. I haven't visited the Uchihas today. They must be itching for a beating. I have to go now. Zhang Miao immediately picked up the Isabu sculpture and returned to the house. Then he ran out in a hurry and waved at Yujao. My dear wife, I have something to do. You don't have to wait for me for dinner. Love you. Smooch. After saying that, Zhang Miao threw Yujao a flying kiss. Seeing this scene, Yujao was stunned. After a long time, he blinked his eyes in confusion. The Uchihas he mentioned, could it be Itachi's family? Chapter 83, Gratitude. Yujao guessed correctly. Zhang Miao was indeed going to Itachi's house. Fugaku and Itachi were both 7-star ninjas. Zhang Miao was naturally determined to get such a strong ninja, so he went every day and was not going to miss a day. When he ran to the door of Itachi's house, the sky was almost dark. He quickly took out his small wooden box from the system storage and knocked on the door of Itachi's house. Knock knock. A moment. As a familiar voice sounded, the door suddenly creaked open. As usual, the one who opened the door was Itachi's mother, Mikoto. Looking at Zhang Miao who was standing at the door with a wooden box in his hand, she suddenly smiled gently. Why is little Ryunosuke here so late today? Come in quickly. From afternoon until now, Itachi has been watching at the door several times. Hehe. Hearing Mikoto's words, Zhang Miao entered the house and grinned. Itachi is waiting for me to teach him taijutsus. Let's go and deal with him. Seeing Zhang Miao rubbing his palms, Mikoto immediately covered his mouth and laughed. Hehe. Among the children, only you dare to say that you will take care of Itachi. By the way, have you eaten dinner yet? If someone else asked this question, Zhang Miao would hold back and say that he had eaten even if he was hungry. However, Mikoto was different. After such a long time of interaction, Zhang Miao knew that she regarded him as a nephew, so Zhang Miao naturally told the truth. Hehe, I haven't eaten yet. I am so busy today. Hearing a kid saying that he was busy, Mikoto could not help but cover his mouth and laugh again. Okay. I know you are busy, so I especially left you a few fried river fish. I will go and get them for you. You go to the room to talk to Uncle Fugaku first. After saying that, Mikoto closed the door and turned to go to the kitchen. At the same time, the system prompt sounded in Zhang Miao's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining 5-star Jonin, Uchiha Mikoto Ninja Fragment X10. Hearing the system prompt, Zhang Miao smiled. Just like Kakashi, obtaining Mikoto's fragments did not cause Zhang Miao too much trouble. As long as he talked to her, he could obtain her ninja fragments. In fact, even without the system prompt, Zhang Miao could feel that it was coming. It could be said that after coming to this world, other than Kakashi, Mikoto was the second person to make Zhang Miao feel warm. When he was carried by Kakashi on his back, Zhang Miao felt the warmth of an older brother. When Mikoto gently served her rice, Zhang Miao felt the warmth of a mother. Therefore, in Zhang Miao's eyes, Mikoto was also a very important person. However, in the original plot, Mikoto was implicated because of her husband's attempt to start a rebellion. In the end, she was killed by her son. Such a fate was undoubtedly very unfair to her. Thinking of this, Zhang Miao made up his mind. A drop of water should be repaid with a spring. I must change her fate. For Zhang Miao, it might not be possible to change the fate of the Uchiha clan, but if it were just the fate of Mikoto's family, it was still possible with hard work. Of course, all of this was based on the fact that he had to be strong enough, and his own strength was based on how many powerful recruits he had. Then let's start with Fugaku first. Let's go, naughty box. As he spoke, Zhang Miao carried his small box into the room where Fugaku was, and then raised his eyebrows at the surprised Fugaku. Time for the lottery. Fugaku. As a weak goat's bleat sounded in the room, Zhang Miao also heard the system notification sound as he wished. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining 7-star cage level, Uchiha Fugaku Ninja Fragment X10. Hearing this familiar notification, Zhang Miao immediately smiled and nodded at Fugaku. Thank you for your hospitality. Fugaku. Hospitality my ass. The door of the room suddenly opened with creaky sound, and Mikoto stood at the door with a tray in his hand. Recently, Mikoto had developed a habit. Once Zhang Miao entered the room, she would wait outside until she heard a baa sound from inside before going in to avoid Fugaku's embarrassment. However, every time she thought of her usually serious husband sticking out his tongue to bleat like a goat, Mikoto could not help but laugh. Therefore, although she did not look any different at this moment, it was obvious from the way she was biting her lips that she was holding back her laughter. Seeing this scene, Fugaku's face immediately darkened. Mikoto did not look at Fugaku's face. After entering the door, she walked to Zhang Miao's side and placed the tray on the table in front of him. Then she smiled at him. It's still hot, hurry up and eat. Looking at the 3 bowls of rice and a large plate of fish on the tray, Zhang Miao's eyes lit up and he nodded to Mikoto. Thank you Auntie Mikoto, itadakamesu. Oh, delicious. Seeing him eat so happily, Mikoto smiled even more happily. It's good that you like it. Speaking of which, the biggest fish on the plate was left for you by your uncle Fugaku. Ah? Uncle Fugaku left it for me. Hearing Mikoto's words, Zhang Miao looked at Fugaku in surprise and then nodded at him with a touched face. I didn't think that Uncle Fugaku would actually think of me like this. In return, after we finish eating, I'll let you draw again for free. Even if you can't pull the right paper you don't have to bleat like a goat. Mikoto, pfft. Fugaku. Is this how you repay me? However, in the face of such a good thing, Fugaku naturally would not refuse. After Zhang Miao finished eating, he tried again. Unfortunately, the result was still the same as before, which made him very depressed. I have around 20% chance of pulling the right paper, why did I keep pulling the wrong ones? It was not that Fugaku did not doubt Zhang Miao, but last time when Zhang Miao put the paper in, he looked at it with his Sharingan. In his vision, Zhang Miao had slowed down several times, and there was no possibility of cheating at all. So looking at the paper with a picture of a goat in his hand, Fugaku suddenly fell into doubt. Is my luck really that bad? Of course, Fugaku's expression did not escape Zhang Miao's eyes. Looking at his puzzled appearance, Zhang Miao's heart had already blossomed with a smile. Hehe, until your Sharingan can do the same thing as the Byakugan, then obediently accept your fate. Ha ha ha. Chapter 84, Growth Blues. When Zhang Miao and Fugaku came out of the house, the sky was completely dark. Because he was worried that he could not find a way back, Mikoto specially asked Itachi to send him off. Looking at Itachi who had been staring at him since he left the house, Zhang Miao could not help but raise his eyebrows at him. If you have something to say, just say it. Are you not convinced by my Shoryuken just now? Looking at Zhang Miao's threatening look, Itachi immediately touched his chin that was still faintly aching and shook his head. No, I just want to ask you. I have eaten twice as much food as usual these past few days, but why haven't I grown taller? Haha, so that's it. I thought you were not convinced after losing. Hearing Itachi's words, Zhang Miao couldn't help but laugh. Then he patted Itachi on the shoulder. It's impossible to grow taller in just a few days. And I promise that you will grow taller than your father in the future. Trust me. Zhang Miao felt that his attempt at comforting Itachi was very good, but what he did not expect was that after hearing his words, Itachi frowned again. But I found that you have grown a lot taller. When I first saw you, you only as tall as my chest, but now you have grown to my shoulder. Is that so? Hearing Itachi's words, Zhang Miao was first stunned, then touched the back of his head and laughed. Ha 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 ha, maybe it's because I like to eat fish. Zhang Miao felt bitter at this time. He couldn't tell Itachi that he grew so fast because of the help of the system, right? Fortunately, at this time, Itachi was still innocent and trusted Zhang Miao, so he nodded after hearing his explanation. Well, got it. Then I will eat more fish in the future. Seeing that Itachi was no longer entangled in this issue, Zhang Miao secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Then he quickly found another topic to divert Itachi's attention. For example, asking what he usually did in the academy, what courses the teachers taught, and whether there were any interesting things happening in the school recently. The two chatted as they walked. Soon they arrived at the gate of the Uchiha district. After walking out, Zhang Miao turned around and waved to Itachi. Well, thanks for seeing me off. I can go back by myself. You can go home too. Okay, then you be careful. I'll go back first. After saying that, Itachi directly turned back home, and Zhang Miao also turned back to his residence. While walking on the road, Zhang Miao asked the system in his mind. System, don't you think I grew a little too fast? Although I can still barely muddle through it now, if this goes on for a long time, I'm afraid there will be some trouble later. There is no need for the host to worry. The system replied very quickly. As soon as Zhang Miao's question came out, it immediately gave an answer. As the owner of the recruitment system, the host's body will experience 3 steps of growth. Now that you have passed the initial stage, you will no longer grow up quickly. Hearing the system's answer, Zhang Miao immediately frowned. 3 steps of growth? What do you mean? I don't quite understand. System, explain it clearly. Okay, dear host. As soon as Zhang Miao finished speaking, the system immediately explained to him. The initial stage lasts for a year. In order to allow the host to be independent as soon as possible, at this stage, the nutrients the host absorbs from food will all be used for the growth of the host's body, so the early stage is also called the growth period. Middle stage lasts for 10 years. At this stage, the host will absorb still nutrients from food. Most of the nutrients will be used to strengthen the host's body. Although the growth speed will slow down, the host's body strength will increase greatly. Therefore, the middle stage is called the stabilization period. In the late stage, the nutrition that the host absorbs from food will all be used for maintaining the host's peak condition at all times. So the late stage is also called the peak period. Growth period, stabilization period, peak period. Hearing the system's explanation, Zhang Miao immediately pinched his chin and nodded. Well, while these three stages are quite divided, but I don't want to grow so fast for the time being. Is there a solution? Of course there is a solution. As soon as Zhang Miao finished speaking, the system immediately gave him a positive answer. These three stages are the system's default settings. The host can adjust it by himself. The current ratio of nutrition absorption is 30% for the body's growth and 70% for the body strengthening. Does the host need to adjust it? Hearing the system's question, Zhang Miao immediately nodded. Adjust it, adjust the nutrition proportion of the body growth to 10%, and the proportion for the body strengthening to 90%. In fact, Zhang Miao planned to adjust the proportion of the body growth to 0, but after thinking about it, not growing at all and growing too fast were equally noticeable, so he gave up this plan. As Zhang Miao's voice disappeared, the system's voice also rang in his mind. Ding, adjustment successful. The distribution is set to 10/90. The cooldown time of this adjustment is 10 years. No adjustment can be made within 10 years. Hearing the system's words, Zhang Miao's eyes suddenly widened, revealing a face full of disbelief. What? There is a cooldown time? It can't be like this. According to Zhang Miao's adjustment ratio, every time he ate 10 portions of food, 9 portions of nutrition would be used to strengthen his body, and only 1 portion would be used to supply his body to grow. Now that the system said that he could not adjust it again within 10 years, this meant that if Zhang Miao did not eat enough and absorbed enough nutrients, then in these 10 years, his growth would be slow to the point of stopping. Thinking of this, Zhang Miao could not help but shake his head hard. No, no. If I can't adjust within 10 years, then won't I stop growing? System, I want to go back on my word. I want to readjust. No. The system bluntly rejected Zhang Miao's request and also gave him a solution. If the host wants to grow up, you can eat more nutritious food. As long as the host can swallow it, the system can help the host digest and absorb it. Therefore, please don't give up. As long as the host eats enough, he can still grow up. Zhang Miao. Damn it, he wanted to raise me like a rice bucket. But after thinking about it, Zhang Miao suddenly felt a little lucky. Fortunately, I didn't accidentally change the growth rate to 0. Otherwise, I wouldn't even have the chance to grow. I would look like a dwarf if I don't grow. Although there was a little comfort, Zhang Miao also knew that the current situation was still somewhat grim. Because according to his current nutrition needs, the money needed to eat properly was probably not a small number. Thinking of this, he suddenly let out a long sigh. Sigh, it seems that I have to find a way to make money quickly. After I finish the My Tailed Beast series, I will make some other sculptures to sell. Chapter 85, Zhang Miao's Ambition. Under the bright moonlight, Zhang Miao stepped on the journey home with a bitter face. Although he had accepted his fate for the next 10 years, it was impossible to say that he was happy with it, so he could only try to comfort himself. It's okay. The old director said that it is a blessing to be able to eat. I am very lucky this time, and the food I eat is not wasted. 90 of the nutrition will use to strengthen my body. This is a good thing. System, don't you think so? As if feeling Zhang Miao's depressed mood, the system immediately gave him a cardiac stimulant. That's right. If the host can still maintain the growth rate of a normal person under the current ratio of nutrition, then after 10 years, the host's body will skip the stabilization phase and reach the peak phase ahead of time. Really? Zhang Miao did not expect the system to give such an answer. He, who was originally a little depressed, suddenly revealed a face of surprise. Then what you said is not wrong, right? What this peak period is all about? Is it as powerful as the third Rampage? Zhang Miao remembered that in the whole world of Naruto, the strongest body was possessed by the third Rampage of the Land of Lightning. His ultimate move, Hell Stab, was called the strongest spear, and his lightning release chakra mode was called the strongest shield. He once single-handedly fought against 10,000 Uegakure ninjas, surviving for 3 days and 3 nights, and finally died of exhaustion. Moreover, when he was in his position, he had suppressed the Eight Tails frenzy several times. In short, as the only man who could fight against a tailed beast, the third Rampage's physical fitness was second to none. So when the system said that his body would directly skip the stabilization phase and reach the peak phase ahead of time, the first thing that came to Zhang Miao's mind was the third Rampage. And the system's answer did not disappoint Zhang Miao. When the host's body reaches the peak phase, there is no need for any use of elemental chakra mode. The strength and speed of host's body can surpass the third Rampage with his Hell Stab. The defensive power of the host's body also surpasses the lightning chakra mode version of the third Rampage. So fierce. Hearing the system's reply, Zhang Miao immediately sucked in a breath of cold air, and his heart began to beat violently. As if sensing Zhang Miao's excitement, the system added. A powerful body also means a huge amount of energy consumption. If the host wants to reach the peak of his body in 10 years, he must absorb enough nutrition. Especially proteins, they are even more essential. Please remember. Understood. At this moment, Zhang Miao nodded his head like a chicken. His face was full of excitement. In order to have a body that surpasses the third Rampage, even if I have to be a big rice bucket for 10 years, I will still accept it. For Zhang Miao, who had the recruitment system, he never worried that his chakra would not be enough. The only thing he was worried about was that his body was not strong enough. After all, his body was the foundation. Once his body was seriously injured, no matter how much chakra he had, it would be useless. For example, the first Hokage Senju Hashirama, who was known as the god of shinobi, had infinite chakra. At the same time, he also had an immortal body that could instantly recover after being injured. But why did such a strong person die early? Many people felt that the death of Senju Hashirama was a mystery, but Zhang Miao thought that the answer was very simple because the number of cell division of human cells was limited. Senju Hashirama had suffered too many injuries in the war. Although it seemed that he could recover in the blink of an eye, in fact, the division of his cells had reached an extreme. His last battle with Madara in the Valley of the End, especially accelerated his death. The official statement was, when Konoha was established, it was in a chaotic time. The first Hokage, who had overworked himself, died not long after he completed the village. And this statement? It also indirectly verified Zhang Miao's guess, so Zhang Miao came to a conclusion: to live long, and injured less, his body must be strong. Originally Zhang Miao was thinking about how to enhance his physical fitness, but now the system told him that as long as he ate the right amount of nutrients, all problems could be solved. What else was there to say? Eat. Thinking of this, Zhang Miao suddenly waved his fist hard, his eyes shining. From tomorrow on, Yakiniku-Q will be my second home. Although he let out such a slogan, Zhang Miao was still a little nervous, because the price of the food at Yakiniku-Q was enough to make any jonin in Konoha cry. After Zhang Miao won his bet with Fukuro reluctantly took him, Guy and the others to have a barbecue dinner at Yakiniku-Q. In the next few days, Zhang Miao found that Fukuro was quietly eating steamed buns. If even an ANBU member like Fukuro went broke from paying Yakiniku-Q's bills, Zhang Miao felt that with his needs for nutrition, he would need more money to go eat there. Thinking of this, Zhang Miao frowned even more deeply. It seems that even if I sell my sculptures, I have to take the best route. Otherwise, I'm afraid I won't be able to earn enough money for a barbecue meal even if I worked myself every day. Moreover, it would take 3 to 4 days to finish my Tailed Beasts series. Where can I find the barbecue money before then? Zhang Miao thought as he walked, but before he could think of the specific measures, he heard a cry coming from the front. Wah! Hearing this cry, Zhang Miao immediately looked up and saw a green figure. He immediately widened his eyes. Isn't that Guy? Why is he crying? The person who appeared in Zhang Miao's sight was none other than Guy. At this moment, he was squatting behind a tree, crying with tears all over his face. Seeing this scene, Zhang Miao frowned and thought for a while. Soon he had an answer in his heart, so he walked over and gently patted Guy on the shoulder. Guy, I know that Wui has been busy doing missions recently, so he can't train with you anymore. But he should be back soon. Even if you miss him, you don't have to cry so badly. Okay, don't cry. In Zhang Miao's opinion, Guy cried because he missed Wui, but he did not expect that after hearing his words, Guy immediately shook his head while sobbing. No. I didn't cry because I missed Uncle Wui. It was because they all said that my father was not my real father, so I cried. Wah! Ah! Guy's words stunned Zhang Miao. What do you mean by that? If your father is not your real father, then who is your father? Seeing Zhang Miao's puzzled look, Guy wiped away her tears again and looked at Zhang Miao with a sad face. They said that Du is not my father. They said that Uncle Wui is my father. Because I look very similar to him, so everyone said that I am Uncle Wui's illegitimate son. Wah! Zhang Miao! Damn, what kind of stupid rumor is that? Thinking of this, Zhang Miao sighed and patted Guy on the shoulder again. Guy, don't care about other people's gossip, and don't be sad with your looks. Because you will find out more than 10 years later that they are all wrong. Hey! Hearing Zhang Miao's words, Guy's face suddenly showed a hint of joy. Do you mean that in more than 10 years, I will grow differently? No. Looking at Guy's expectant face, Zhang Miao shook his head and looked at him sympathetically. On the contrary, when that time comes, you will find that you have the exact same look as him. Hearing Zhang Miao's words, Guy, who was completely desperate, suddenly let out an even louder cry. No. Wah! Chapter 86, Recruiting Kakashi, Part 1. After being provoked by Zhang Miao, Guy immediately wiped his tears and ran away. Looking at his back as he ran away in tears, Zhang Miao nodded with a face of gratification. I have to feed you with the bitter truth to make your heart stronger. Guy, this is all I can do for you. As if responding to Zhang Miao's words, a system prompt appeared inside his mind. Ding! The host made Guy feel deep malice in this world. Obtained 5-star Jonin, Might Guy Ninja Fragment X10. Zhang Miao. Hey, system, why are you like this? I'm doing this for his own good. However, no matter what, it was a good thing to be able to obtain some ninja fragments. Thinking that he haven't draw his lottery today, Zhang Miao suddenly had an idea. Since I have decided to use Guy's ninja fragment for lottery, it doesn't matter if I use them now or later. I might as well use them all at once since I can only draw lottery once per day. Thinking of this, he simply took out all the ninja fragments of Guy stored in the system space, and then held them with both hands. System, I want to do multiple lottery draws. Just as Zhang Miao thought of this, the system prompt sounded. The host currently has 370 Might Guy ninja fragments. The amount is relatively large. Do you want to use them all for the draw? Yes. When Zhang Miao gave a definite answer, the ninja fragments in his hand suddenly disappeared. At the same time, the system prompt also sounded. Ding! Obtained 5-star Jonin Hitaki Kakashi Ninja Fragment X132. Obtained Youth Bodysuit, Green, X10. Obtained Limited Edition Dumbbell X22. Obtained Training Bandage X5. Received Ninja Training Boots X15. Obtained Currency of the Land of Fire, 100 Ryos X24. Obtained Currency of the Land of Fire, 500 Ryos X16. Obtained Currency of the Land of Fire, 10.000 Ryos X3. Obtained Limited 3-star Chuyunin, Might Do Ninja Fragment X43. The system has placed all the prizes into the storage space. Host, please check it yourself. Today's lottery is over. Thank you for your patronage. What a great harvest! The result of using 370 fragments this time was obviously much better than the result of using 20 fragments last time. Of course, the reason why he was satisfied with the lottery results was not because he gained more things, but because of the appearance of 3 10,000 Ryo bills. For Zhang Miao, money was undoubtedly the thing he needed the most at the moment, but the biggest amount he received before was only 500 yuan. Now it was his first to earn more than 10,000 Ryos. Zhang Miao calculated that he obtained around 40,000 Ryos in total. It was enough for him to eat barbecue for a few days, which just solved his urgent problem. Great, this is really a timely help. With this money, I don't have to worry about food. It seems that I have to save some more for the lottery in the future. This way, the chance of drawing good things is higher. In addition to money, the amount of Kakashi's fragments he obtained from the draw was also very surprising. Gee! I didn't expect to earn so many Kakashi's fragments. System, how many pieces of Kakashi's fragments do I have now? Hearing Zhang Miao's question, the system immediately gave an answer. The host currently has 432 fragments. The conditions to recruit Kakashi have been met. Does the host want to do it now? When Zhang Miao heard that he had enough fragments to recruit Kakashi, he was stunned at first, but when he reacted, he immediately revealed an excited expression. Finally! It was a long ride. As an elite member of the Anbu, Kakashi spent more time doing missions than staying around the village, so although Zhang Miao had a good relationship with him, the number of ninja fragments he collected from him was still very small. Originally, Zhang Miao thought that it would take at least 1 to 2 months to collect enough fragments, but he did not expect that this time, Guy's ninja fragments has enabled him to get enough fragments to recruit Kakashi. This result made Zhang Miao very pleased and excited. Not only did I get more than 40,000 yuan from this draw, but I also gathered enough ninja fragments to recruit Kakashi. It seems my 1 month worth of savings were not in pain. Although Zhang Miao was so excited that he was about to roar, he forced himself to calm down and looked around vigilantly. After finding that there was no one around, he took out all of Kakashi's ninja fragments and laid them on the ground. Then he put the thumb of his right hand into his mouth and bit it hard. Crack! His sharp teeth instantly pierced his finger, and Zhang Miao immediately felt a sharp pain from his finger. Blood was flowing from the wound. However, he did not have enough time to care about this. With a face full of excitement, his hands quickly formed a seal, and then pressed his blood-stained palm on the ninja fragment on the ground. At the same time, he shouted in a low voice. Summoning Jutsu. As soon as Zhang Miao finished speaking, he heard a loud sound. A mass of white mist surrounded him. When the white mist dispersed, Zhang Miao found that there was nothing in front of him. He was immediately stunned. Where is he? Did the recruitment fail? Just as Zhang Miao was feeling puzzled, a familiar voice suddenly appeared behind him. Yo, Master, good evening. Hey! Hearing this voice, Zhang Miao looked back and immediately found that there was another person next to the big tree behind him. This person had a rare white hair, wore a green vest commonly used in Konoha, and held a copy of Ika Ika Paradise in his hand. At this time, he was standing under the tree and waving at him with a smile. If it wasn't Kakashi, who was it? At the same time, the system prompt also sounded in Zhang Miao's mind. Ding! Congratulations to host for recruiting 5-star Jonin Hitaki Kakashi, and obtaining Jonin level chakra reserves. Currently, host's total amount of chakra is 2 times that of ordinary Jonin. Since Kakashi is a ninjutsu specialist, host will automatically obtain elite basic ninjutsu. Would host like to check? Elite level basic ninjutsu. Previously when Zhang Miao recruited Guy, he obtained an elite level basic taijutsu from him. By using them he was able to oppress Itachi for 3 months straight. Now that he heard the system prompt about obtaining an elite level basic ninjutsu, he couldn't wait to nod his head. Check it immediately. As if feeling Zhang Miao's urgent desire, the information of the elite ninjutsu appeared in his mind. With the elite level basic ninjutsu the user would be able to use jutsus that required precise chakra control, including shadow clone, body transformation jutsu, and substitution jutsu. Note, the host's seal's speed are faster, conversion process are more flexible, and chakra consumption is more efficient. Note, just by putting the 3 basic ninjutsu into a good use, the host will be the coolest ninja in Konoha. And by having a good control of chakra, the host will be the strongest. Zhang Miao. Why did it feel like this elite level ninjutsu was a bit strange? Chapter 87, Recruiting Kakashi, Part 2. Because of its name, Zhang Miao's expectation of the elite level basic ninjutsu was inevitably a bit too high. Therefore, when he learned that the elite level basic ninjutsu was only about 3 basic ninjutsu and chakra control, he inevitably felt a little disappointed. Oh! I thought that I could have more offensive moves. Is this really the elite level basic ninjutsu? Seemingly aware of Zhang Miao's suspicious mood, the system's voice suddenly sounded in his mind. Host, please don't underestimate it. With the elite level basic ninjutsu, the speed of the host is faster than the speed of ordinary people, and the consumption of chakra is also lower. At the same time, the probability of being seen through is also lower. Oh! Hearing the system's words, Zhang Miao's eyes suddenly lit up. If it actually has such an effect, then I will try it. As soon as this thought came to Zhang Miao's mind, an instruction about how to use the transformation jutsu appeared in his mind, so he took a deep breath and then shouted in a low voice. Transformation jutsu. As soon as Zhang Miao finished speaking, there was a loud bang, and a large mass of white smoke immediately enveloped his entire body. When the white smoke dispersed, a person with silver hair that somewhat resembled Kakashi suddenly appeared on the spot. Seeing the one who appeared at this time, Kakashi, who was leaning against the big tree, suddenly stood up straight, and the Ika paradise in his hand also fell to the ground with a plop sound. His face was full of shock. Father! It turned out that the person Zhang Miao changed into was none other than Kakashi's father, Hitaki Sakumo. Looking at Kakashi's shocked face, Zhang Miao nodded with satisfaction. Looking at your expression, I roughly understand the strength of elite-level basic ninjutsu. After that, with a bang sound, Zhang Miao changed back to his original state. At this time, Kakashi also reacted. He immediately knelt down on one knee toward Zhang Miao. Kakashi, reporting in. Ready to give all his loyalty and even his life. The master's order is everything. Seeing Kakashi's action, Zhang Miao immediately frowned, but he thought that this should be because of the recruitment system, so he immediately nodded. Well, then I will change your name first. From now on, you will be called Kazaki. Kazaki, please take care of me in the future. Master is too polite. Seeing how polite Zhang Miao was, Kakashi, who was given a new name, was stunned and quickly lowered his head. Seeing that he was a little reserved, Zhang Miao nodded again. Well, Kazaki, you are not suitable to stay around Konoha in your current situation. Since you have been an Anbu, you should know a lot about Konoha and its surroundings, right? Yes. As soon as Zhang Miao finished speaking, Kazaki nodded. I know the nook and cranny of the village and its surroundings. I can leave the village without anyone noticing. Hearing Kazaki's words, a smile appeared on Zhang Miao's face. It seems that you already understand what I mean. Since that's the case, I won't ask for more. Take advantage of the night and leave the village quickly. When you find the place to stay, think of a way to inform me. Yes, master. As soon as Zhang Miao finished speaking, Kazaki immediately nodded. I plan to go to the land of waves. It's very small and doesn't attract many attentions. When master needs me, you can find me quickly. What do you think? The land of waves. Hearing this name, Zhang Miao thought for a moment and then nodded. All right, then you can go there. You should pay more attention to your safety outside. Also, I feel that calling me master is strange. In the future, you should call me boss. Yes, boss. Then I will leave. Please take care of yourself. As soon as Kazaki finished speaking, his figure instantly disappeared from where he was. It was obvious that he had used the body flicker jutsu. After Kazaki disappeared, Zhang Miao immediately picked up the that he had just dropped on the ground and sighed helplessly. Sigh. It's a pity that with his Sharingan, his identity is too obvious. Otherwise, he might have been able to pretend to be Kakashi's uncle. But I don't know if Kakashi will believe it or not. After all, he's not a simple-minded muscle-brain-like guy. Speaking of which, have I forgotten something? Just as Zhang Miao thought of this, the system prompt sounded again. Host has successfully recruited a 5-star Jonin, Hitaki Kakashi. You can choose one of his specialties. Will the host choose now? Hearing the system notification, Zhang Miao immediately slapped his forehead. Oh, so that's what I forgot just now. It turns out that I haven't chosen my specialty yet. Let's see what he got. System, quickly show me Kakashi's specialties. Affirmative, now opening Kakashi's specialty list for the host. Just as the system notification sounded, Kakashi's specialty list appeared in front of Zhang Miao like the system menu in the computer. Seeing this scene, Zhang Miao's eyes widened. Yo, system, you are getting more and more advanced in technology. Not bad, oh right. Other people can't see this thing, right? The moment Zhang Miao asked this question, the system immediately answered him. Yes, only the host can see this menu. Please choose the specialty you need. After deciding, please use your finger to choose. Okay. Zhang Miao agreed and turned his attention to Kakashi's specialty. Option 1. White Light Blade, incomplete using Sakumo-style Kenjutsu, its power is astonishing. Note, death is like the wind, always accompanying me. Option 2. Sharingan, left eye Obito's Sharingan. Has evolved into the Mangekyo. Is able to use Kamui. Note, consumption of chakra will be doubled if the user doesn't have Uchiha's lineage. Option 3. Advanced Ninjutsu Lightning Release, Chidori and Reikari. Note, the atmosphere's electric. Option 4. Konoha Secret Art 1000 Years of Death, attack the weakest part of the opponent's bottom with great piercing damage. The opponent will be rendered useless for a short period of time. There is a certain probability of causing the opponent to suffer hemorrhoids. Note, please do not use it on women. After reading these 4 options, the corner of Zhang Miao's mouth suddenly twitched. Damn it, the first 3 are still okay, but what the hell is the 4th option? While the name is quite awesome, being a secret art and all, isn't that just about stabbing your opponent's anus? Zhang Miao remembered that the 1000 Years of Death is just a trick that Kakashi used to mess with Naruto. When he saw Naruto being hit by this move while watching the anime, Zhang Miao laughed so hard that he almost spat his cola, so the impression it left was very deep. At this moment, he suddenly felt a little lucky. Fortunately, I am familiar with the original work. Otherwise, I might have been tricked by the system. Among these 4 options, the first choice was an incomplete jutsu, and the second choice only had Sharingan. This did not match Zhang Miao's perfectionism, so he naturally would not choose those options. Zhang Miao was most interested in the third option, because whether it was the Chidori or its upgraded version Reikari, not only was it powerful, but it was also a rare tool for making a lot of noise, so Zhang Miao took a fancy for it at a glance. Damn it, with all those sparks and lightnings, how cool must it be? After making the decision, Zhang Miao immediately stretched out his finger. Just as he was about to point his finger at the third option, a loud roar suddenly appeared behind him. I have already figured it out. You are right. I should not care about other people's opinions, because this is also part of my youth. The person who made this roar was none other than Guy, who had returned. At this time, Zhang Miao was in a trance. Guy's roar suddenly startled him. His hand shook, and the system's voice suddenly rang in his mind. Congratulations to the host for learning Konoha Secret Art 1000 Years of Death. Zhang Miao. Damn it, it's over, my Chidori is gone. Thinking of this, Zhang Miao suddenly became very angry, and with a flash, he appeared behind Guy and shouted at the same time. Konoha Secret Art 1000 Years of Death. Ah! Chapter 88, Tobirama appears. After the night fell, the business district at the south of Konoha was brightly lit. The crowd was bustling, and the shops on the streets welcomed the highest traffic of the day. It was very lively. In contrast, the other parts of the village were very quiet. Occasionally, there would be 1 or 2 barks on the street, followed by a series of shushing sounds. In such an environment, the people who had been tired for a day were relieved of their fatigue, and after washing up, they turned off the lights to rest. Hiruzen was also ready to rest. The work of the Hokage was very complicated, so he needed to ensure that he had enough rest time to cope with the work of the next day. Well, if only Minato was still alive. After sighing, Hiruzen lay down on his bed, then pulled up the blanket and closed his eyes. Just as he was in a daze, he suddenly heard a light sound from the window next to him. He was alerted and immediately woke up and quickly sat up from the bed. Who is it? Just as Hiruzen finished speaking, a familiar voice sounded in his ears. Saru, you're old. Hearing this familiar voice, Hiruzen's eyes widened and his face was filled with disbelief. This voice? Could it be? At this time, a ray of moonlight shone through the window, and Hiruzen immediately saw the person standing in front of the window. He was wearing a dark blue ninja armor, and under his silver hair, the forehead guard with the symbol of Konoha was extended to both sides of his face. Under the night wind, the white fur on his shoulder gently swayed. At this time, he crossed his arms and looked at Hiruzen with a kind face. What? It has been almost 20 years since we last met. Can't you recognize me? Looking at this familiar face, Hiruzen's eyes suddenly widened, and his eyes were full of shock. Sensei. It turned out that the person standing in front of the window at this time was none other than Hiruzen's teacher, the second Hokage Senju Tobirama. Hiruzen simply could not believe that his teacher, who had clearly died on the battlefield 19 years ago, was now standing in front of him alive. Am I dreaming? Just as Hiruzen was about to reach out and pinch his face, he saw Tobirama nodding at him with a gratified expression. Saru, you did well. It seems that I was right to hand Konoha over to you. You did not disappoint me. Hearing Tobirama's words, Hiruzen, who was nearly 60 years old, suddenly felt that his eyes were a little moist, and his lips could not help but tremble. Sensei. Looking at Hiruzen's emotional appearance, Tobirama smiled again, and then reached out to pat his shoulder. Saru, under your care, the new generation of talents in Konoha have grown strong. As long as they are around, Konoha will become stronger. You have done well, and I am proud of you. Teacher. At this moment, Hiruzen couldn't help but burst into tears. Sorry, I didn't do well enough, the Uchiha. Without waiting for him to finish, Tobirama shook his head with a smile, and then reached out to wipe the tears from the corners of his eyes. You don't have to blame yourself for the matters of the Uchihas. Just let nature take its course. What you have to do is to protect those who are dear to the village and trust yourself, and then nurture those who can be entrusted for the next generation. Do you understand? Yes. Hearing these familiar words, Hiruzen immediately nodded. I have never forgotten what you said. That's good. Looking at Hiruzen's determined expression, a gratified smile appeared on Tobirama's face again. In the future, you have to care more about the children of the village. Especially the orphans who lost their parents, such as the two sons of Minato and Kushina, Ryunosuke and Naruto. Their parents sacrificed themselves for the village. You must take good care of them on behalf of their parents. I got it. Hearing the Tobirama's words, Hiruzen immediately nodded. I have already sent the Anbu to protect them. I will give them 2,000 ryos as living expenses every month. I will go and see them more in the future. This is not enough. As soon as Hiruzen finished speaking, Tobirama immediately shook his head. Then, he stretched out his hands and pressed them on his shoulders, looking at him seriously. Saru, you have to give your best. Care for them, love them, and give them pocket money to use often. Now, a bowl of ramen from Ichiraku cost about 100 ryos. How can 2,000 yuan be enough? You have to give him 20 million. Fuck, I don't even have 20 million. How did sensei know the price for a bowl of Ichiraku's ramen? Seeing the doubt on Hiruzen's face, Tobirama's expression immediately changed. Then, he patted Hiruzen on the shoulder again. All right, Saru, don't talk anymore. I should return to the world of the dead. You must remember my words. After saying that, Tobirama placed his hands on the windowsill and jumped out. Seeing this scene, Hiruzen was stunned. Do you need to jump out of the window to return to the world of the dead? Just as Hiruzen thought of this, he heard the sound of shoes stepping on tiles. Hearing this noise, the Anbu who were in charge of protecting Hiruzen shouted. That man just came out from Hokage-sama's residence. Quick! Go and protect him. He is heading towards the west of the village, quickly chase him. Be careful of the tiles in his hand. Ah! Hearing the noise outside, Hiruzen was suddenly a little dumbfounded. This situation doesn't seem quite right. Could it be, someone was impersonating sensei? Thinking of this, an eccentric figure suddenly appeared in Hiruzen's mind. The corner of his mouth suddenly twitched violently. That damn brat! I wonder how he knew what sensei said back then. Damn it! He also used the transformation jutsu quite well. Even this old man fell into his trap. At this point, Hiruzen suddenly laughed again. However, even if I can only meet sensei in this way, I am still satisfied. Ha 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 ha. While Hiruzen was laughing, Zhang Miao, who was disguised as Tobirama, suddenly heard the system prompt. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining 7-star cage level, Sarutobi Hiruzen Ninja Fragment X10. Hearing this prompt, Zhang Miao couldn't help but reveal a trace of surprise. That worked? For Zhang Miao, the most difficult person to deal with in the entire Konoha right now was Hiruzen. This old man was a tough one. Even if he did the same embarrassing thing Fugaku did, he would not give him ninja fragments. However, Zhang Miao also knew that it was not a good idea to keep exposing his secret, so he did not know what to do. He could only put aside the matter of collecting Hiruzen's ninja fragments for the time being and plan to act when he found a solution. And today's operation was happened only because Zhang Miao had just obtained the elite level basic ninjutsu. He wanted to use Hiruzen, the professor, as a subject for experiment, but he did not expect that he would obtain his ninja fragments. Whatever, it's still nice to earn some of his ninja fragments. Thinking of this, Zhang Miao suddenly turned around and grinned at the 3 Anbu members who were chasing after him. Haha, witness this move of mine. Shadow Clone Jutsu. As Zhang Miao's voice rang out, a figure that looked exactly like him appeared on his left and right. The three chaser immediately split into three directions. However, the envy was not to be trifled with. Just as Zhang Miao made his clone, he heard a loud roar coming from behind him. Shadow Clone Jutsu. Upon hearing this voice, Zhang Miao turned around and immediately discovered that the number of envy members chasing him had not decreased, but instead, there were a few more. Seeing this scene, his expression changed. Damn, there's such a thing. Zhang Miao originally wanted to show off, but he didn't expect that someone else would beat him. Looking at the envy that was getting closer and closer, he immediately gritted his teeth and ran for his life. As he ran, he let out a heart-wrenching scream. Murderers! Help! Chapter 89, Fukuro's Shock. The envy's persistence was completely beyond Zhang Miao's expectations. He used every ninjutsu he had to no avail, and finally arrived at a prosperous business district street in the south of the village before finally getting rid of the envy's pursuit. When Zhang Miao dragged his exhausted body back home, seeing his tired face, Fukuro immediately asked in confusion. What happened to you? Don't sweat it. As soon as Fukuro finished speaking, Zhang Miao waved at him. I went to cause a little mischief with the third, and then I was chased by those masked dogs of the envy for more than an hour. It really tired me out. Fukuro. Those masked dogs of the envy. Seeing that Fukuro suddenly fell silent, Zhang Miao suddenly realized that he was a little rude. He hurriedly waved his hand again. Fukuro, I'm not talking about you. I mean the masked dogs that chased me today. Well, I'll go to sleep first. Good night. After that, Zhang Miao entered the room and closed the door. After a while, a snoring sound came from the room. Hearing the snoring sound, Fukuro walked to the window and looked inside. He found that Zhang Miao was already asleep on the bed. Seeing this scene, he suddenly frowned and thought. Should I pretend like nothing happened? Or should I report to the Lord Hokage? After thinking for a while, Fukuro immediately made up his mind. Forget it, this should just be a misunderstanding. I should just pretend that I don't know. After making up his mind, Fukuro turned around and entered the room next to him. Then, he closed the door. What Fukuro did not know was that when he closed the door, Zhang Miao, who was already asleep in the room next to him, suddenly opened his eyes and revealed a smile. Obviously, Zhang Miao was not asleep just now. If Fukuro chose to report to Hiruzen, then Zhang Miao would definitely have a different attitude towards him in the future. But fortunately, Fukuro made the choice he hoped for, which made Zhang Miao very satisfied. Well, not bad. I will take you to eat barbecue tomorrow. After that, Zhang Miao closed his eyes again and soon fell asleep. Perhaps because he was too tired from running last night, Zhang Miao slept soundly until a familiar system notification sounded in his mind. Only then did he wake up. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the 9-star Super Cage level, Kurama Ninja Fragment X8. For bringing back past memories, the host will obtain 1 more extra fragments each day. Hearing this notification, Zhang Miao immediately opened his eyes and a smile appeared on his lips. It seems that Naruto has woken up. Thinking of this, Zhang Miao turned around and found that Naruto had already woken up. At this time, he was curiously looking at the Isabi sculpture in the room with his eyes wide open. Kyubi was sealed inside Naruto's body. His vision and Naruto were shared. As long as Naruto was not sleeping, he would naturally be able to see what Naruto saw. Of course, Zhang Miao knew very well about this, so he smiled again. Each tailed beast sculpture earned me 1 extra fragments every day, so if I completed my tailed beast series sculptures, I will obtain 13 fragments daily. That's a lot. Thinking of this, Zhang Miao suddenly lost all his sleepiness and got up from the bed. After getting up, Zhang Miao casually washed his face and began to color Isabi sculpture. After that, he picked up his kunao again and ran to the courtyard to make the 4-tailed Son Goku sculpture. Just like yesterday, when Zhang Miao finished sculpting, it was already noon. Just as he put down the bitterness in his hand, Fukuro's voice rang in his ear. Do you still want ramen for today's lunch? Hearing Fukuro's words, Zhang Miao immediately laughed and waved his hand as he laughed. Haha, let's eat ramen next time. Let's go for a barbecue this afternoon. It's my treat. Hey! Zhang Miao's words were clearly out of Fukuro's expectations. He immediately widened his eyes. That's right. Don't worry, I have money. Seeing Fukuro's surprised expression, Zhang Miao immediately smiled and nodded. Then, he took out a large amount of money from his pocket and waved it in front of Fukuro. See that? Looking at the stack of bills in Zhang Miao's hand, Fukuro seemed to have thought of something, and his eyes suddenly widened. Those money? Did you steal them from? Although Fukuro did not finish his words, Zhang Miao had already understood, and immediately showed his annoyance. What are you thinking about? This money belongs to me. I earned it. To tell you the truth, last night, I disguised myself as the second Hokage and went to trick the third, so I got chased by the Anbu. It has nothing to do with this money. Ah? The second Hokage. Hearing Zhang Miao's words, Fukuro widened his eyes again. Have you seen the second Hokage before? It was normal for Fukuro to be so surprised because the second Hokage was killed in the battle against Kumagakure's Kinkaku unit in Konoha's 30th year since its formation. Now Konoha had been around for 49 years. That is to say, Tobirama has been dead for 19 years. Perhaps the third could still remember his appearance. As for the new generation of ninjas, they can only rely on the carvings of his face on the Hokage rock to make up for it. However, the transformation jutsu was not something that could be done by just imagining. After all, the user had to see with his own eyes first. Otherwise, if the appearance was not similar, how could it deceive other people? Moreover, Hiruzen was still Tobirama's direct disciple. It was not easy to fool him. Fukuro was not yet 20 years old. Naturally, he had never seen Tobirama before, so he felt that it was incredible that Zhang Miao could transform his appearance to match Tobirama's. But what he didn't know was, while this matter might be difficult for others, but for Zhang Miao, a transmigrator, it was extremely simple. Let alone Tobirama, I can even transform into the Sage of Six Paths himself. Thinking of this, Zhang Miao immediately smiled at the doubtful Fukuro. Well, for your cooperation last night, I will let you see what the second Hokage looks like. Look carefully. Transformation Jutsu. As soon as Zhang Miao finished speaking, a burst of white smoke suddenly emitted from his body. When the white smoke dissipated, Tobirama with his signature armor immediately appeared in front of Fukuro. Did you see that? I am Tobirama, the one that created the Anbu and the Academy. For such a small Anbu fry like you, you're very lucky to see me. Looking at Zhang Miao's transformation, Fukuro suddenly widened his eyes. Then he turned to look at the Hokage rock in the distance, and then turned back to look at the new face of Zhang Miao. He muttered to himself. Wow, you really look like him. Is this true face of the second Hokage? Just as Fukuro's voice disappeared, a familiar voice came from not far away. Yes, this the real face of my teacher, the second Hokage. Hearing this voice, Fukuro turned his head to look, and his eyes widened again. Hokage-sama. The person Fukuro saw was Hiruzen. He was wearing his usual Hokage attire with a pipe on his mouth. He slowly walked over, and then looked at Zhang Miao, who had changed into Tobirama. It's really incredible. I can actually see my teacher again in this way in my lifetime. I might have to thank you, Sensei. Chapter 90, Making Friends Through Meals, Part 1. Looking at Hiruzen who was right in front of him, a feeling called embarrassment immediately rose in Zhang Miao's heart. He quickly undid the transformation jutsu and revealed a forced smile to Hiruzen. Hehe, Grandpa Third, why are you here? Hearing Zhang Miao's words, Hiruzen immediately raised his eyebrows. Now you call me Grandpa Third? Didn't you call me Sar last night? As soon as Hiruzen finished speaking, Zhang Miao was stunned and then revealed a confused expression. Last night? What happened last night? Is there a misunderstanding? Hiruzen. This kid was really pretending. Seeing Zhang Miao persistence, the corner of Hiruzen's mouth twitched twice again, and then he took out an envelope from his sleeve and handed it to him. Here, this is your allowance for this month. I don't have 20 million, only 2,000 ryos. Don't complain that it's too little. How can that be? Just as Hiruzen finished speaking, Zhang Miao received the money with a smile on his face, and then grinned, no matter how small the grasshopper is, it is still meat. I don't mind this at all. Thank you, Grandpa Third. Hiruzen. What is this kid talking about? Looking at Zhang Miao's greedy face, Hiruzen shook his head helplessly. Very well. You don't have to thank me more. As long as you don't become the second Hokage to mess with me in the future, it's fine. I'm old, I can't take too much surprise. Okay, I promise I won't do that in the future. But I don't understand the surprise part. Although Zhang Miao promised, he did not forget to clear up the matter from last night. Looking at his shrewd appearance, Hiruzen shook his head again, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Forget it, I need to leave now. After that, Hiruzen turned and left, but halfway through, he seemed to think of something and immediately turned to look at Zhang Miao. By the way, the Ninja Academy will be recruiting new students in 2 months. Do you want to go to school? Hiruzen really wanted to send Zhang Miao to school. On the one hand, it was to let Zhang Miao have a place to go, so that he would have nothing to do and would not cause any trouble. On the other hand, he hoped that he could have a normal dream through studying in school, such as becoming a Hokage or something else. Unfortunately, Zhang Miao had no intention of going to school. As soon as Hiruzen finished speaking, he immediately shook his head. No, I don't want to. It's impossible in this life. And I don't want to be a teacher either. I will rely on eating and playing to relieve my boredom. Hiruzen. What a familiar line. Thinking about how Zhang Miao had used such a reason to refuse his dream of becoming the Hokage, Hiruzen gritted his teeth, then he turned and left without saying a word. Looking at the old man's back, Zhang Miao suddenly shrugged his shoulders, then turned to the stunned Fukuro. Fukuro, go get Naruto. Then go to Yakiniku-Q first and wait for me. I'll go and see if Uchiha has finished school. By the way, take my sculpture inside. I'll continue to work on it in the afternoon. Hearing Zhang Miao's words, Fukuro, who was in a daze, came back to his senses and nodded quickly. Understood. After that, Fukuro entered the house with the Son Goku sculpture. As soon as he entered, Zhang Miao received the system prompt. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining 9-star Super Cage level, Kurama Ninja Fragment X9. Hearing this prompt, Zhang Miao was in a good mood. He hummed a tune and went to the academy to pick up Uchiha. When Zhang Miao arrived at the academy, it was just in time for the bell. Just as he was about to enter the yard, a series of system notifications rang out in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining Ninja Fragments X3. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining Ninja Fragments X2. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining Ninja Fragments X4. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Hearing this series of system prompts, Zhang Miao suddenly felt that his last fight in the academy was simply super worth it. Only one fight and it can bring such a long-lasting profit. I like this kind of investment. Speaking of which, isn't the teacher I beat up called Ikeda or something? Just as Zhang Miao was thinking, he heard a familiar voice coming from not far away. Ryunosuke-kun. Is that Izumi? Hearing this voice, Zhang Miao immediately looked up and found that it was indeed Izumi. But unlike usual, this time she was not with Itachi, but came out with Uchiha. Looking at Izumi who was waving at him, Zhang Miao also waved at them excitedly. My wives! I'm here. I'm here to pick you up to eat some barbecue. As soon as Zhang Miao finished speaking, dozens of shocked eyes immediately diverted their attention on the two girls. Seeing these gazes, Uchiha and Izumi's faces immediately flushed red. Zhang Miao's ears were once again pinched red. Perhaps because the joke this time was a bit too much, not only Uchiha, but even the always gentle Izumi grabbed Zhang Miao's ears and twisted them half a circle. However, the two girls still accepted Zhang Miao's invitation and went to the Yakiniku-Q with him. At this time, Fukuro was already waiting inside. Zhang Miao had just entered with the two girls and heard his voice. Here. Today, Fukuro did not wear a mask and was also wearing casual clothes. Seeing this scene, Zhang Miao suddenly smiled. Coming. After sitting down, Zhang Miao grinned at the lady boss who was walking over. Lady boss, give us 10 pork chops, 10 portions of pork belly, 10 portions of beef slices, 10 portions of beef tongue, 20 portions of beef tenderloins, and a big pot of rice. Alright, let's do this first. If it's not enough, I'll order more. As soon as Zhang Miao finished speaking, the surroundings fell into silence, including the lady boss of the Yakiniku-Q. Everyone was in shock. Looking at this scene, Zhang Miao frowned. Then he took the money out of his arms and stuffed it into the lady boss' hand. This should be enough. I'm counting on you. Hearing Zhang Miao's words and looking at the thick stack of bills in her hand, the lady boss immediately reacted. She quickly put the bills on the table and then smiled at Zhang Miao. "Customer, you're joking. How can there be a reason to pay first before eating? I'll get someone to bring the dishes." With that, the lady boss went to order her staffs to serve the order. Soon, the table in front of Zhang Miao was filled with plates of raw meat. Because they could not put them down, many plates were stacked together. Looking at the stunned looks of Uchiha and the others, Zhang Miao suddenly grinned. "Don't be shy. Let's start eating." After saying that, Zhang Miao began to pick some marinated meats and put them on the grill, then licked his lips. Itadakamesu. Next, it was Zhang Miao's showtime. He moved his chopsticks really fast, and the number of meats also began to decrease rapidly. In a short while, more than half of the meats had entered his stomach. Uchiha and the others were stunned. Just as everyone was deeply shocked by Zhang Miao's appetite, a hearty laughter suddenly rang out beside them. "Ha ha ha ha, what a great appetite! You must be from our Akimichi clan. Boy, what's your name?" Hearing this voice, Zhang Miao immediately raised his head. A tall and chubby figure with a head full of red hair immediately entered his sight. Looking at the character "Eat" written on his clothes, Zhang Miao's eyes immediately lit up, and then he shouted at the lady boss not far away. "Lady boss, I have a guest here. Give me another serving according to the one I ordered just now." Chapter 91, Making Friends Through Meals, Part 2. Zhang Miao was not much of a generous person, but at this moment, his reason told him that he had to be generous, because the person who came was none other than the head of Akimichi clan Akimichi Choza. Although he was younger than Zhang Miao had imagined at this time, when he saw his red hair and the chief's earrings on his ears, Zhang Miao immediately recognized his identity. Without a doubt, this was an opportunity to obtain a good impression from the Akimichi, and the price he paid was just a slightly expensive barbecue, which was simply worth it. Seeing Zhang Miao's generosity, the Choza was also a little surprised. "Wow, you know me, little boy." "Of course." Hearing Choza's words, Zhang Miao suddenly smiled at him. In Konoha, who doesn't know the name of the Akimichi Choza? And Uncle Shikaku also said that not only are you very strong, but you also have a gentle and kind heart, so I always want to know you. Of course, these words were not spoken by Shikaku, but this did not prevent Zhang Miao from borrowing his name. After all, since he only speak words of praise, even if the got exposed, the other party would still happily accept it. Most importantly, Zhang Miao felt that if he said these words, Akizuki should be very happy. Sure enough, as soon as he finished talking, Choza laughed loudly. "Ha ha ha ha, so it was Shikaku who told you. In fact, I am just a rough person. By the way, boy, what is your name?" "My name is Uzumaki Ryunashuk. Uncle Choza can call me Ryunashuk, or you can call me Ryu like Uncle Shikaku." "Alright, I'll call you Ryu then." Hearing Zhang Miao's words, Choza immediately nodded. "So you're from the Uzumaki clan? No wonder." Zhang Miao knew that Choza was referring to his red hair, so he laughed again. "Hehe, Uncle Choza, although I'm from the Uzumaki clan, but in terms of appetite, I am not inferior to the Akimichis. How about we compete and the loser pays the bill?" Hearing Zhang Miao's words, Choza was first stunned, but then he laughed loudly. "Haha! It has been so many years, but this is the first time someone wants to compete with me in terms of appetite. Good! Today, regardless of whether I win or lose, I will treat you to this meal." As he spoke, Choza sat down next to Zhang Miao. At this time, the lady boss of the Yakiniku queue also brought the food over. The two of them immediately looked at each other and then said in unison, "Itadakamesu." As soon as they finished speaking, the two of them started eating. For a while, only the sounds of two people eating could be heard around the restaurant. At this time, Zhang Miao and Choza had completely immersed in their meal. Plates were continuously emptied, and towers of empty dishes started to pile up. At this time, Zhang Miao's voice rang out. "Lady boss, 10 more pork chops, 20 beef tenderloin, and a pot of rice." Just as Zhang Miao finished speaking, Choza also requested for more. Also 10 servings of pork belly and 20 pork chops. Everyone! Were these two human-shaped beasts? Zhang Miao and Choza's food competition finally ended when Zhang Miao put the last piece of meat into his mouth. At the same time, a system notification sounded in his mind. Ding, congratulations to the host for defeating Choza in eating contest. Obtain 6-star Elite Jonin, Akimichi Choza Ninja Fragment X10. In the future, whenever the host and Akimichi Choza eat together, the host will earn extra 5 fragments. Hearing this notification, Zhang Miao's face immediately revealed a satisfied smile. Playing shogi and eating, now this is the correct way to collect the fragments. Zhang Miao's smile also seemed to have infected Choza. He patted his stomach and laughed happily. I haven't eaten so happily in a long time. Tomorrow noon, I plan to call Shikaku and Inoichi over. Ryu, you come too. Ah. Hearing this, Zhang Miao's eyes immediately lit up. He immediately nodded. Okay, I will definitely be there tomorrow. Seeing Zhang Miao's straightforward appearance, Choza nodded with a smile. Then he stood up and shouted. Lady boss, the bill, please. Hearing his voice, the lady boss immediately ran over and smiled at Choza. The total is 23.150 ryos, but for our Choza-san, 23.000 is fine. Perhaps it was because the amount of food this time was relatively large, so the boss lady of the barbecue shop also wiped away the zeros. After hearing her words, the Choza laughed again. Ha 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 ha, thank you, lady boss. No, Choza-san is too polite. Facing the polite lady boss, Choza very happily took out his wallet and paid the bill. Then Zhang Miao waved his hand and turned to leave. After Choza left, Ujio immediately looked at Zhang Miao with a look of disbelief. Ryu, you actually got to know Choza-san like this, and it seems that you are also very familiar with Shikaku-san. Yet, looking at Ujio's surprised look, Zhang Miao immediately smiled and nodded. I played shogi with him. When Zhang Miao said this, Izumi also showed a surprised expression. It turns out that Ryunosuke not only knows the genius ninja Kakashi and Itachi, but also knows the famous Akimichi Choza. It is really amazing. Hearing the words of Ujio and Izumi, Fukuro, who was holding Naruto, suddenly showed a strange expression. If you know that he can become the second Hokage, and even the third Hokage personally came to give him pocket money, you don't know how surprised you will be. However, Fukuro only thought about this in his heart. As the Anbu, he would not reveal the situation of the Hokage to others, especially if the situation did not seem important. Finding that the people around him were looking at him with different expressions, Zhang Miao seemed to think of something, and he suddenly patted his head. Oh, just now, I was too busy eating and forgot about you. I'm really sorry, I will order some more. With that, Zhang Miao called out to the lady boss for more. Lady boss, give us 20 more spare ribs, beef tongue and beef tenderloin, and her pot of rice. Hearing Zhang Miao's words, Ujio hurriedly waved at him. No, there's no need for so much. We can't eat it all. Yes, just one serving each. Izumi also nodded. Seeing that the two of them were a little anxious, Zhang Miao grinned again. Haha, it's fine. Anyway, I only ate 70% of my fill just now. Don't worry. I can eat more. When Zhang Miao said this, the people around were stunned again. Chapter 92, Same Old Rules. When Zhang Miao walked out of Yakiniku-Q, he found that the way Ujio and the others looked at him had become a little different. It felt like they were looking at a rice bucket. However, Zhang Miao did not care about this anymore. Because as the food in his stomach was continuously digested and absorbed with the help of the system, Zhang Miao felt a surge of power from his body. This feeling was something he had never felt before. The power is constantly surging out. Is this change brought about by the enhancement? Yes. Just as Zhang Miao thought of this, the system's voice rang out in his mind. As long as the host can guarantee that he can eat this much every day, after about 3,600 days, the host's body will reach the peak of strengthening. Zhang Miao. Damn, it seems that the rice bucket hat can't be taken off just yet. And most importantly, if a meal like before cost around 20.000 ryos, then 3,600 days worth of meal would cost 72 million ryos. Damn it, where can I find so much money? Forget it, I can only take it one step at a time. Thinking of this, the corner of Zhang Miao's mouth suddenly twitched, and then he turned to look at Ujio. Ujio, you and Fukuro go back first. I will take Izumi home and take care of some things. Let's go, Izumi. After that, Zhang Miao directly turned and walked toward the Uchiha district in the north of the village. Seeing this scene, Izumi quickly followed, and turned to Yujao and Fukuro and waved. Yujao-san, Fukuro-san, goodbye. Goodbye. Looking at the back of Zhang Miao and Izumi, Yujao seemed to think of something, and his face suddenly showed a strange expression. The things he said, could it be that he went to Itachi's house again? It had to be said that the intuition of a woman was sometimes really accurate and shocking. Just as Yujao thought, Zhang Miao went to Itachi's house. After more than 10 minutes, Zhang Miao and Fugaku sat face to face, and there was a wooden box in the middle. Fugaku looked serious, and his pair of Sharingan slowly rotated. Zhang Miao also had a serious face. Uncle Fugaku, please. Yes. Fugaku agreed. He reached into the wooden box and took out a piece of paper. Then, he opened it. In the middle of the paper was an eye symbol. Seeing the symbol on the paper, Fugaku was stunned at first. Then, a hint of surprise appeared on his face. Got it. Really? Hearing Fugaku's words, Zhang Miao quickly stretched his head over to take a look and found that he had indeed drawn it. He was immediately stunned. Wow, how can be so lucky? Fugaku. Fuck, I have already drawn the wrong pieces of paper more than 20 times. Is it really a good luck to only draw them now? Could it be that my luck is bad if I can't draw them all my life? It had to be said that Fugaku really misunderstood Zhang Miao, because this was the first time Zhang Miao had not done anything to the box, and he was really lucky to be able to get it at once. However, he obviously did not know this, so his face immediately darkened. Humph, since I got it, then hurry up and tell me, what exactly is on Uchiha Madara's eyes, the eternal Mangekyo? For this answer, Fugaku had already bleated like a goat for almost a month in a row. Those were difficult times, so at this moment, he was a little impatient. Zhang Miao also understood his thoughts very well, so he immediately nodded. Okay, I will tell you now. After Uchiha Madara obtained the flesh of the first Hokage, he successfully evolved his eternal Mangekyo Sharingan again, and this time, to a Sharingan that evolved to the extreme. The Rinnegan. Wow! Fugaku was obviously also a knowledgeable person. When he heard Zhang Miao's words, he immediately sucked in a breath of cold air, his eyes filled with shock. The Sage of Six Paths Rinnegan. Yes. Seeing Fugaku's shocked expression, Zhang Miao immediately grinned. It's good that you understand. It saves me the trouble of explaining to you. This time, Fugaku did not speak again. Apparently, he was still digesting this shocking news. Zhang Miao was not in a hurry. He sat cross-legged on the side and drank some tea. After about 10 minutes, Fugaku spoke again. With such eyes, why didn't Madara immediately return to Konoha to take revenge? Instead, he had to rely on Obito. This means that he definitely does not have such an ability. Am I right? According to the original work, when Kushina first came to Konoha, she was just 10 years old. At that time, the wife of the first Hokage, Uzumaki Mito, was already a 90-year-old woman. Judging from this, if Madara, who lived in the same era as the first Hokage, was still alive, he would naturally be an old man over 100 years old. Zhang Miao knew all of this, so when he heard Fugaku's analysis, he immediately nodded. Yes, Madara is a man over 100 years old, so he decided to temporarily hand over the fighting and killing to the youngsters. There is nothing wrong with it. Fugaku. There is something wrong with your words. Looking at Zhang Miao, who was leisurely drinking tea, the corner of Fugaku's mouth twitched. What do you mean by temporary? It means literally. Uchiha Madara is dying, or he is already dead, but the Rinnegan is still there. Speaking up to this point, Zhang Miao suddenly put down the teacup in his hand, and then looked at Fugaku with a serious face. The ability of Rinnegan is very strong. Not only can it resist all taijutsu and ninjutsu, but it can also instantly control the Kyubi. However, its most powerful function is to revive the dead. Have you heard of the Edo Tensei, the impure world reincarnation? Edo Tensei. Hearing this term, Fugaku suddenly frowned. The Edo Tensei you are talking about. Could it be the forbidden technique created by the second Hokage that can revive the dead? As soon as Fugaku finished speaking, Zhang Miao shook his head. No, the Edo Tensei only summoned the soul of the dead to attach it to the body of someone who is used as a sacrifice. To put it bluntly, the end result is just a puppet, that can be controlled by someone. This is not considered a resurrection. At this point, Zhang Miao picked up the teacup again and took a sip. Then he grinned. But the Rinnegan is different. The reincarnation jutsu carried by the Rinnegan can re-inject life into the person who has just died. In the case that the caster has enough strength, it can even directly resurrect the subject of Edo Tensei. Do you understand what I'm saying? Fugaku. Hearing Zhang Miao's words, Fugaku gasped again, his eyes full of shock. You mean to say that Madara plans to let others use his Rinnegan and then use its power to resurrect him? This is simply too inconceivable. Who did he give the Rinnegan to? Did he give it to Obito? Seeing Fugaku's anxious and greedy look, Zhang Miao's smile suddenly became incomparably brilliant. Hehe, do you want to know the correct answer? No problem. Saying this, he immediately picked up the small wooden box next to him and winked at Fugaku. Same old rules. Come, uncle, draw the prize. Chapter 93, The Matter of Principles. For the current Fugaku, the word draw had become synonymous with love and hate. Although he wanted to oust Zhang Miao and his wooden box many times, Zhang Miao could always tell some secrets that he longed to know. He always got lured by the bait, often putting himself in shame as a result. And this time it was the same. The Rinnegan could resist all ninjutsu and taijutsu, and could instantly control the Kyubi. Fugaku felt that as long as he got it, there was a great possibility of breaking the secrets of the Uchiha stone tablet, and find a way to change the fate of the clan. At this moment, Fugaku even used his Sharingan to cast genjutsu, so that Zhang Miao could tell him all the secrets. But he quickly cancelled this idea because Zhang Miao's unknown background made him not dare to act rashly. In contrast, choosing to play the lottery game with Zhang Miao was undoubtedly a very safe but risky approach. If one draw is not enough, I will draw 10 times. If 10 times are still not enough, I will do 20 more. At worst, just like last time, I will succeed in a month. I don't believe I can't get it. Thinking of this, Fugaku suddenly gritted his teeth and reached into Zhang Miao's wooden box again. The result of the lottery was obvious. The paper with eyes had been secretly put into the system storage by Zhang Miao, so Fugaku could only draw the goat paper. Looking at the familiar goat pattern in his hand, Fugaku sighed helplessly and opened his mouth to bleat. But before he could bleat, Zhang Miao seemed to think of something and slapped his thigh. Oh, I almost forgot. Uncle Fugaku, do you have a camera in your house? Fugaku. Fuck, bleating like a goat is one thing, but do you really need to take this up a notch? This is really too much. Thinking of this, Fugaku's anger suddenly lit up. At this time, he just wanted to shoot a fireball at Zhang Miao's face. However, his rationality told him that he couldn't do this, so he could only take a few deep breaths and squeeze out a few words from between his teeth. What do you want a camera for? Hee. Hearing Fugaku's question, Zhang Miao immediately felt a little embarrassed and touched the back of his head. In fact, I was planning to set up a small stall in the village and sell some things to earn some pocket money. But as you know, the police force of your Uchiha is too strict with the vendors, so I want to take a picture with you to avoid making everyone unhappy. Set up a stall to earn pocket money. Hearing Zhang Miao's reason, Fugaku realized that he had misunderstood. He immediately nodded. I see. How about this, tell me the whereabouts of the Rinnegan and I will give you 1 million ryos. What do you think? 1 million was almost the reward for an S-rank mission, and Zhang Miao only need to give the information about the Rinnegan in exchange. It was not directly selling the Rinnegan to him, so the price given by Fugaku was still very fair. But compared to Fugaku's Ninja Fragments, 1 million was insignificant, and Zhang Miao could still compensate for it. So when Fugaku finished speaking, he refused without hesitation. Nope, I refuse. I am a man of principle. Seeing Zhang Miao's firm attitude, Fugaku immediately snorted with a straight face. Humph. Then why should I take a photo with you? Hehe. Zhang Miao was not frightened by Fugaku, who had a straight face. Instead, she grinned. I can let you draw one more time. How about it, uncle? Fugaku. Fuck. This kid has caught my weakness. For the sake of the Rinnegan and the future of the Uchiha clan, Fugaku could only sigh helplessly, then opened the door and shouted out. Itachi, bring me the camera. Okay, father. Hearing the voice of Itachi outside, the corners of Zhang Miao's mouth immediately curved into a smile. Then, he held the wooden box with both hands and handed it to Fugaku. Come, Uncle Fugaku, draw the prize. I wish you a good draw. Humph. Fugaku snorted again. Then, he reached out and pulled out a piece of paper from the wooden box. When he opened it, he found that it was still a goat. He could not help but sigh. Sigh. I missed again. Seeing Fugaku's depressed look, Zhang Miao hurriedly went up to comfort him. Uncle Fugaku, don't be discouraged. It doesn't matter if you can't draw now. You just need to draw a few more times. TCH. Hearing Zhang Miao comforting her, Fugaku immediately nodded. I also think that I will draw a few more times. No. As soon as Fugaku finished speaking, Zhang Miao immediately shook his head. What I mean is, as long as you draw more and still fail, you will get used to it. Just like how you learn how to bleat like a goat. Alright, since you failed, just bleat. I want to listen to the old goat version. Fugaku. Fuck. Although there were 100 reluctances, Fugaku could only abide by the agreement with Zhang Miao. He opened his mouth and stuck out his tongue. Baa. The moment he opened his mouth to scream, the door of the room was suddenly opened. The person standing at the door was Itachi, who was holding a camera. Father, you. This was the second time Itachi saw Fugaku who stuck out his tongue and imitated a goat. Perhaps it was because he was too shocked, his hand accidentally pressed the shutter, and a crisp sound rang out. Click. The camera in Itachi's hand was the type that could immediately produce photos, so when the shutter sounded, a photo came out from the bottom of the camera and fell to the ground with a click sound. Zhang Miao was quick to react and quickly snatched the photo in his hand. Then, he saw Fugaku with his tongue out in it. Seeing this scene, Zhang Miao grinned and raised his eyebrows at Fugaku. Uncle Fugaku, let's be honest. How much are you going to pay for this photo? Fugaku. Itachi. Fuck, is this extortion? Moreover, how dare you to threaten the police force's leader? Are you trying to go to heaven? If someone else did such a thing, they were undoubtedly seeking death, but now it was Zhang Miao who did it. The only thing Fugaku could do was to close his eyes and take a deep breath. How much do you want? Hearing Fugaku's words, the smile on Zhang Miao's face suddenly became even brighter. I am a man of principle. The price is 72 million. If you don't give it to me, tens of thousands of this photo's copies will be scattered all over the land of fire. Fugaku. 72 millions? How dare you? Looking at Zhang Miao's villainous expression, the corner of Fugaku's mouth twitched twice again, and then he spat out a sentence. At most, I will give you 200.000 ryos. Humph, do you think 200.000 is enough? Let me tell you, I am a man of principle. Since you are so insincere, I am leaving. Seeing that Fugaku was so uncooperative, Zhang Miao immediately stood up and left. However, after taking 2 steps, he saw that Fugaku was still silent with his eyes closed. He hurriedly reminded him again. I'm really leaving. Seemingly noticing that Fugaku did not try to persuade him to stay, Zhang Miao could only sigh helplessly. Sigh, forget it. For the sake of Itachi and Anta Mikoto, 200,000 is fine. Fugaku. Itachi. Fuck, what about your principles? Chapter 94, Business Permit. Zhang Miao felt that although he was a man of principles, principles were dead things, and people were alive. Since people had to eat when they were alive, and eating needed money, there was no need to go against money. Thinking of this, he immediately handed the photo to Fugaku. Come, Uncle Fugaku, I look forward to the next cooperation. Fugaku. Cooperation my ass. Do you think there will be next time? Fugaku took the photo from Zhang Miao with a dark face and glared at him before looking at Itachi. Itachi, ask your mother to bring 200.000 ryos over. Okay. Hearing Fugaku's words, Itachi was stunned for a moment, but he quickly reacted. He quickly agreed and then turned to go out to call Mikoto. However, just as he turned around, Zhang Miao's voice rang out. Hey, Itachi, wait a moment. Help me take a picture with Uncle Fugaku first. Ah? Take a picture. Hearing Zhang Miao's words, Itachi was stunned again. Just now, not only did he accidentally see his father's most embarrassing situation, but he also took a photo with his camera. The most serious thing was that Zhang Miao had taken this photo to extort his father to give him 200,000 ryos. Now Zhang Miao asked him to take a picture. He immediately looked at Fugaku helplessly. Father, this. However, Itachi did not know that Fugaku was even more embarrassed than him at this moment. Seeing him look over, he could only nod helplessly. Just take it. Hearing Fugaku say so, Itachi could only lift the camera again and prepare to take a photo of Zhang Miao and Fugaku. But before he pressed the shutter, Zhang Miao raised his hand again. Wait. After saying that, Zhang Miao stood up and ran to the cabinet behind Fugaku. He took out a pen and paper and then wrote a few words on it. Fugaku turned around curiously and found that he wrote the words business permit. After writing the words, Zhang Miao seemed to suddenly think of something. He grinned again and then shouted in a low voice. Transformation Jutsu. The moment he made the sound, his surroundings suddenly emitted a burst of white smoke. When the smoke dissipated, a figure wearing a Hokage robe, a Hokage hat, and a pipe in his mouth appeared in the room. Seeing this scene, Fugaku and Itachi, the father and son, suddenly opened their eyes wide. Hokage-sama. At this time, the target of Zhang Miao's transformation was Hiruzen. Seeing the shocked appearance of Fugaku and Itachi, Zhang Miao suddenly smiled. Hehe, this is good. As he spoke, he picked up the piece of paper that had the words business permit written on it and sat down next to Fugaku. Only then did he raise his chin towards Itachi. All right, Itachi, take it. Itachi. This is a blatant lie. Although Itachi was young, he was not stupid. He knew that once he pressed the shutter, he would become an accomplice. Just as he was hesitating, Fugaku's voice reached his ears. Take it. Hearing this voice, Itachi turned his head in surprise. Then, he saw Fugaku looking at him with his arms crossed. Seeing Fugaku's expression, Itachi immediately understood. He immediately pressed the shutter. Click. As the shutter sounded, the photo quickly came out from the bottom of the camera. Seeing that the photo was out, Zhang Miao immediately removed the transformation jutsu with a bang. Then, he could not wait to hold the photo in his hand and look at it carefully. This was a photo of Fugaku and Hiruzen. In the photo, Fugaku had a serious face, but Hiruzen was smiling happily. In his hand was a piece of paper with business permit written on it. After carefully looking at it a few times, Zhang Miao nodded in satisfaction. He then kept the photo in his arms and waved at Itachi. All right, Itachi, go get Auntie Mikoto to take the money. If Auntie Mikoto asks, just say that Uncle Fugaku and I have completed a big deal. Don't say anything else. You don't want Auntie Mikoto to know that you just did something bad, right? I'm doing this for your own good. Itachi. Damn, that makes sense. I'm speechless. Seeing that Itachi was looking at him again, Fugaku could only nod. Just do as he said. Go. Yes, father. Since Fugaku had said so, Itachi no longer hesitated. He took the camera and quickly left. Soon, Itachi came with Mikoto. After entering the door, Mikoto handed a stack of money to Fugaku and then smiled at Zhang Miao. What did little Ryunosuke sell to Uncle Fugaku? Can you tell Auntie? Hehe. Hearing Mikoto's words, Zhang Miao immediately grinned. It's a very rare treasure. I guarantee that you will be shocked when you see it. If you don't believe me, ask Uncle Fugaku. Looking at Mikoto's curious gaze, the corners of Fugaku's mouth twitched twice again, and then he handed the stack of money in his hand to Zhang Miao. Take it and count it. Hehe, no need to count. Looking at the 10,000 bills that Fugaku handed over, Zhang Miao happily took them over. If I can't trust Uncle Fugaku, I can still trust Auntie Mikoto, right? Fugaku. Why did these words sound so harsh? Unlike the unhappy Fugaku, when she heard Zhang Miao's words, Mikoto immediately covered his mouth and laughed. Hehe. Little Ryunosuke is really becoming more and more good at talking. Hehehehe. Looking at the smiling Mikoto, Zhang Miao's smile became even more brilliant. Hehe, not only can I talk, I can also do things. With that, he took out 2 bills and placed them in Mikoto's hands. Aunt Mikoto, thank you for taking care of me all this time. This is a small token of my appreciation. I earned this money with my own ability. It is fair and square. Please accept it. Ah! Hearing Zhang Miao's words, Mikoto was stunned at first, but looking at his sincere face, Mikoto was immediately moved and nodded. All right, in that case, Auntie will accept it. Little Ryunosuke is not only sensible, but he can also make money. Itachi, you have to learn more from Ryunosuke in the future, understand? Just when Itachi did not know how to answer Mikoto, Zhang Miao came up to him, took out a $10,000 bill, and stuffed it into his hand. Then he patted him on the shoulder. Itachi, to be honest, if not for you today, I wouldn't have earned so much money. I am the most loyal person. Take this 10,000 ryos. Don't be shy with me. If something good happened to me in the future, I will not forget you. Chapter 95, Itachi's Sharingan. Looking at the 10,000 bill that Zhang Miao stuffed into his hand, Itachi felt very complicated at this moment because he could see that Zhang Miao was not trying to humiliate him, but was sincerely thanking him. But it was this reason that made him even more difficult to accept. What was this? At this moment, Itachi felt extremely guilty. If I had been a little more careful, I would not have done such a stupid thing. At this thought, Itachi's hand that was holding the banknote couldn't help but tremble. At this time, he suddenly felt his mind heated. His vision suddenly widened, and his vision became abnormally clear. Even the little bug struggling on the corner of the spider web could be clearly seen. What was going on? Just as Itachi was feeling a little strange about his situation, Zhang Miao's laughter suddenly reached his ears. Ha ha ha, Uncle Fugaku, today your spending of 200,000 ryos is worth it. This time, it is all thanks to my stimulation. Look at Itachi's eyes. Eyes, what happened to my eyes? Hearing Zhang Miao's words, Itachi looked at Fugaku in surprise, but he found that the latter's face was full of a gratified smile. Yes, I did not expect that he actually awakened the Sharingan in such a situation. He is really worthy of being my son. As soon as Fugaku finished speaking, Mikoto also smiled and nodded. That's right, that's right. A child like Itachi who has opened his Sharingan before the age of 7 is rare in the entire Uchiha clan. Itachi, congratulations! Hearing the words of Fugaku and Mikoto, Itachi suddenly opened his eyes wide. Sharingan? I actually awakened my Sharingan. Before Itachi could come back to his senses, a hand suddenly patted his shoulder. Itachi, congratulations on opening the Sharingan. The Sharingan is the eye of battles. In this case, I will fight you with full strength as your congratulatory gift. This time, I will not show mercy, hehe. Finished speaking, Zhang Miao patted Itachi's shoulder again, then turned around and walked out of the room. At this time, Itachi also came back to his senses. When he raised his head, he just happened to meet Fugaku's encouraging eyes. Itachi, go. Yes, father. Hearing Fugaku's words, Itachi's eyes flashed with a trace of excitement. He hurriedly nodded and turned to leave. After Itachi left, Mikoto looked at Fugaku with some doubts. Dear, I remember that the Sharingan needs great stimulation for it to be opened. Did Itachi suffer any shock today? Cough, cough. Hearing Mikoto's question, Fugaku's old face suddenly turned red. He coughed and shook his head. I'm not too sure. Maybe it's because I have always lost to Ryunosuke, so. Well. I'll go outside and see their fight. After saying that, Fugaku stood up and went out. Seeing him leave in a hurry, Mikoto immediately frowned. These two father and son are a little strange today. What is this? At this time, Mikoto suddenly found that after Fugaku left, there was a photo left where he was sitting. Curious, Mikoto immediately reached out and picked it up. Immediately, she found Fugaku with his tongue out in the photo. Caught off guard, she could not help but laugh out loud. Ha ha ha. Dear, is this you? This appearance is really. Ha ha ha. At this moment, Mikoto's bell-like laughter suddenly rang out in the room. Hearing her laughter, Fugaku who had just walked to the door suddenly frowned in confusion. Was Itachi awakening the Sharingan made her that happy? Did she see something that funny? The funny thing is not. As if he thought of something, Fugaku quickly reached into his sleeve and felt something was missing. This time, his face changed greatly. Shit! And just when Fugaku was endlessly distressed because of his embarrassment, the battle between Zhang Miao and Itachi in the courtyard had already entered the hottest stage, and a series of rapid crackling sounds continuously resounded in the courtyard. This crisp sound was like the sound of fire burning bamboo. It was precisely the sound of the fists and feet of Zhang Miao and Itachi. Zhang Miao fully displayed the specialty of his taijutsu, and his punches and kicks rained down on Itachi. If it were for in the past, under the storm of Zhang Miao's attacks, Itachi would have already been flustered, but ever since he opened his Sharingan, he found that he was actually still able to cope. At this time, in his bloody red eyes, a small black tomo was slowly turning. He couldn't help but excitedly mutter to himself as he resisted Zhang Miao's attack. I saw it clearly. I saw it clearly. Hearing Itachi's words, Zhang Miao couldn't help but reveal a trace of surprise on his face. Is it the dynamic vision of the Sharingan? What an amazing ability! It seems that I have to show some real stuff. As he spoke, Zhang Miao flipped a few times in the air and retreated. Then, he clenched his fists and shouted. 8 inner gates. The first gate of opening open. The second gate of healing open. The third gate of life open. As soon as Zhang Miao finished speaking, a huge amount of chakra suddenly rose from his body and formed a layer of green radiance on the surface of his body. Seeing this scene, Fugaku, who was standing at the side, suddenly widened his eyes. His chakra has actually condensed into substance. Zhang Miao had already recruited 2 5-star jonins, and the chakra in his body had already surpassed that of ordinary jonins. Now that he had opened the first 3 of the 8 inner gates, and under the amplification of the 8 inner gates, his total amount of chakra was comparable to that of a cage-level ninja. Feeling the pressure brought by Zhang Miao's chakra, even Fugaku couldn't help but reveal a worried expression. I didn't expect this kid to have such a move. It seems that Itachi is in danger. Although Fugaku was a little worried about Itachi at this time, he also understood that only in such a situation could his son be fully honed. As a veteran, he also knew that Zhang Miao's move was harmful to his body. When the next time came, Zhang Miao might not use this move again, so it could be said to be a rare opportunity. Such a rare opportunity must not be given up. As long as I pay attention, I should be able to save Itachi at the critical moment. Thinking of this, Fugaku suddenly closed his eyes and took a deep breath. When he opened his eyes again, his eyes were already blood red, and 3 black tomos were slowly rotating within them. Sharingan. At the moment when Fugaku opened his Sharingan, Zhang Miao's figure instantly disappeared, and then appeared in front of Itachi, who was more than 10 meters away from him. At the same time, he launched his fist. Feel the gap between us, Itachi. Chapter 96, Reverse Lotus. Against Itachi, who had just opened his Sharingan, even if Zhang Miao didn't use the 8 inner gates, he could still easily defeat him. He only needed to pay a bit more time than usual. But what Zhang Miao was unwilling to pay was precisely this bit of time. In Zhang Miao's view, what he needed was a crushing victory. If he didn't have this kind of strength, it would be fine. But as long as he had this strength, he would absolutely crush Itachi. Because now that Itachi had already opened his Sharingan, this was the time when his confidence reached its peak. Only in this kind of situation, if he defeated him in a convincing fashion, then he would be able to trigger the reward of obtaining Itachi's Ninja Fragment. It was precisely because of this that Zhang Miao opened the first 3 of the 8 inner gates at once, intending to give Itachi a surprise. In order to open these 3 gates, I spent a total of 200 ordinary Ninja Fragments. Itachi, don't disappoint me. Thinking of this, Zhang Miao waved his fist even faster. Bang! This punch landed solidly on Itachi's hand. The powerful force immediately pushed him several steps back before he stopped. His eyes immediately revealed a shocked expression. His power is much stronger than before. Seeing Itachi's shocked appearance, Zhang Miao immediately grinned. Hehe, in order to protect the body, a person's brain would often restrict a part of the body's functions. The first of the 8 inner gates removes the limitations of the brain to achieve the goal of displaying 100% of the body's ability. The current me is different from before. If I'm not careful, I will be injured, yo. When Zhang Miao said the word yo, his figure disappeared again and then quickly appeared in front of Fugaku. Unlike last time, this time Itachi saw the trajectory of Zhang Miao's movements. He clearly saw that Zhang Miao approached him with an S-shaped route. At this time, he really wanted to dodge, but his body could not keep up with his eyes. So when Zhang Miao used his best kick, Itachi only had time to protect his lower jaw with his arms. Bang! Zhang Miao kicked Itachi's lower jaw, and the powerful force immediately sent him flying. However, Zhang Miao also knew that this attack would not bring any harm to Itachi, so he immediately squatted down, then fiercely kicked the ground with both feet, and his whole body suddenly rose into the air. Whoosh! Because his speed was too fast, he actually made a sound when launching himself. Seeing Zhang Miao's movement, Itachi's Sharingan suddenly rotated even faster. Is he going to use that move? The double lion barrage that Zhang Miao used in the academy was still fresh in Itachi's memory. Now that he saw Zhang Miao's move, he quickly concentrated all his energy and prepared to meet Zhang Miao's next attack. What he did not expect was that Zhang Miao did not use an elbow or kick at him like in the academy. Instead, he locked his arms from behind and then spun quickly. Reverse Lotus. The Reverse Lotus was a kind of taijutsu that can be used in midair. The main step was to first launch the opponent into the air, then, the user tied their opponent with their training bandages, and then use a high-speed rotation to plant the opponent from the air into the ground. Zhang Miao did not have a training bandage in his hand, so he naturally could not tie Itachi up. Moreover, he did not intend to do this, because there was no need for it. It's over. When Zhang Miao and Itachi fell from the air, looking at the ground close to them, Itachi, who had lost the ability to resist, quickly closed his eyes, and at the same time, he used his hands to protect his head, ready to receive the hug of the earth. Bang! The sound of impact was heard. Itachi found that the pain he imagined did not come. He opened his eyes and found that he was lying on Fugaku. Father! Looking at his surprised appearance, Fugaku suddenly smiled and nodded, then patted him on the shoulder. Itachi, you have to remember that the strongest thing in our clan is this pair of Sharingan. The only thing we can rely on is this pair of Sharingan. Therefore, no matter what the situation is, do not close your eyes. I understand, father. Hearing his words, Itachi quickly nodded, then turned around and walked to Zhang Miao, bowing to him. Ryunosuke, thank you for your guidance for such a long time. I now understand the gap between you and me, but I will try my best to catch up with you. When I feel that I can fight you, I hope you won't refuse. Please. Hearing Itachi's words, Zhang Miao understood that the other party was obviously not ready to fight him within a short time. This was definitely not possible for him, who was eager to collect the ninja fragments of Itachi, so he was ready to refuse without thinking. This must be. However, before he could finish speaking, the system prompt sounded in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for becoming the target of Itachi's pursuit. From now on, as long as the host appears in front of Itachi, he will receive full amount of his ninja fragments until the host is defeated by him. Hearing this prompt, Zhang Miao suddenly felt happy and quickly changed his words. This is definitely not a problem. Speaking of which, I should go back. I will come to play with you again next time. Come on, I think highly of you. At this point, Zhang Miao suddenly patted Itachi on the shoulder with a smile on his face and then waved to Fugaku beside him. Bye-bye, Uncle Fugaku. Okay. Looking at Zhang Miao, who was waving at him, Fugaku immediately nodded and turned to look at Itachi. Itachi, send Ryunosuke off. Yes, father. Hearing Fugaku's words, Itachi quickly nodded and walked out of the house with Zhang Miao. As soon as he left the door, he could not help but ask. Ryunosuke, what do you want so much money for? Hearing Itachi's question, Zhang Miao could not help but shake his head helplessly. Sigh, I say, Itachi, you really don't know how expensive being me is. Let me tell you, I have to pay 20,000 ryos a day to eat at Yakiniku-kyu. This amount of money is only enough for more than a week's worth of food. Just as Zhang Miao finished speaking, Itachi immediately looked at him with a shocked face, but my mother only needs to buy vegetables for 1 or 2,000 a day. Don't mind these details. At this point, Zhang Miao suddenly put his arm around Itachi's shoulder and quickly changed the topic. Speaking of which, when I went to the academy to pick up my 2 wives today, I didn't seem to see you. Did you skip class? You have also become a bad kid, haven't you? Hehe. No. Hearing Zhang Miao's words, Itachi immediately shook his head. I didn't skip class. My shadow clone was discovered by the teacher, so I graduated immediately. Hearing Itachi's words, Zhang Miao remembered that in the original work also mentioned that Itachi graduated in a year. When he thought of this, he suddenly laughed again. Hehe, it's good that you had graduated. Anyway, there's nothing to learn for you. Since you don't have to go to class, how about setting up a stall with me to sell things? Sounds. This. Itachi really wanted to refuse, but before he could say the words of rejection, he was dragged away by Zhang Miao. More than 10 minutes later, a burst of tender and loud voice rang out on the street at south of Konoha. Clearance sale! Clearance sale! Everything costs only 100 ryos. The dumbbells, jumpsuits, shoes, and bandages, everything is 100 ryos. Everything you can't buy with 100 ryos, you can buy here for 100 ryos. Come, it's worth it. Everything is 100 ryos. It can be used for 3 or 5 more years. It can also be passed to the next generation. Hey, Itachi! Help me out, will ya? Hurry up! At this time, the one who was shouting was none other than Zhang Miao. After hearing his words, the originally stunned Itachi could only grit his teeth and shout with his eyes closed. These are only 100 ryos. These are not bad. Chapter 97, Intention. Perhaps it was because the Third War had just ended and the supplies were scarce, or perhaps it was because Zhang Miao's things were sold very well, so in a short while, all the things on the stall were sold out. As soon as the things were sold out, Itachi found a reason to leave. Seeing him leave in a hurry, Zhang Miao's eyes flashed with a hint of a smile. Itachi is actually quite cute when he was young, but I'm afraid it won't be so easy to coax him to be my helper next time. Thinking of this, Zhang Miao immediately shrugged his shoulders and began to count the money he earned this time. Because most of the money was spare change, it took him about a few minutes to finish counting. A total of 15,000 ryos. It's enough for a day's worth of food. It can also be considered a waste recycling. For Zhang Miao, among the prizes obtained from the elite Ninja Fragment, only the Ninja Fragments was useful. The other secondary products were all useless. It was naturally good to exchange them for some money. However, what surprised Zhang Miao was that the first thing he sold out was actually the green jumpsuits that he disliked the most. It seemed that this kind of breathtaking attire was very popular, which made him relieved. It seems that I don't have to worry about the stock in the future. It must be known that every time Zhang Miao used Guy's Ninja Fragment to draw lotteries, the green jumpsuits would be the one thing that came out often, and other than the jumpsuits, it would be Kakashi's Ninja Fragments. Thinking of Kakashi's Ninja Fragments, Zhang Miao suddenly remembered that his draw today was still useless, so he immediately found a place with no one around and took out all of Kakashi's Ninja Fragments from the system. Then, he held them with both hands and chanted silently. System, I want to do multiple lottery draws. As soon as this thought came to Zhang Miao, the system notification sounded. Host currently has 32 5-star Jonin Hitaki Kakashi Ninja Fragments. Do you want to use them all for the lottery? Yes. When Zhang Miao gave a definite answer, the ninja fragments in his hand suddenly disappeared. At the same time, the system prompt also sounded. Ding obtained out of print Nohara Rin Ninja Fragment X10. Acquired 7-star cage level, Uchiha Obito's Ninja Fragment X9. Received 7-star cage level item, Jiraiya signed X6. Obtained currency of the Land of Fire 100 ryos X2. Received Kunao X1. Obtained out of print 7-star cage level, Hitaki Sakumo Ninja Fragment X4. The system has put all the prizes into the system storage space. Host, please check it yourself. Today's lottery is over. Thank you for your patronage. Compared to Guy's, Kakashi's lottery result was already very good. At least half of them were ninja fragments, and 3 of them were 7-star fragments. Zhang Miao was undoubtedly very satisfied with this kind of lottery result, so he threw the money he earned from the stall into the system space, and then happily went home. On the way home, Zhang Miao recalled the battle with Itachi just now, and his eyes suddenly flashed with a trace of surprise. This time, Zhang Miao could be considered to have experienced the benefits of the Sharingan. Not to mention those crazy and cool Jujutsu, just the dynamic vision ability, it has made him very excited. Itachi was easily crushed by me in the past. But ever since he opened his one-tomo Sharingan, he can actually keep up with my rhythm. The Sharingan is really a good thing. After recruiting Fugaku and Itachi, I must get a pair of Sharingan. Thinking of this, Zhang Miao immediately asked the system. System, how many ninja fragments of Fugaku and Itachi do I have now? How many do I need to recruit them? Hearing Zhang Miao's question, the system immediately gave an answer. Host currently possesses 7-star cage level Uchiha Fugaku Ninja Fragment X340. And 7-star cage level Uchiha Itachi Ninja Fragment X170. Both of them are 7-star ninjas, so 1,600 fragments are required to recruit them. Hearing the system's answer, the corner of Zhang Miao's mouth couldn't help but twitch a few times. The system had told him before that a 1-star ninja could be recruited by only 25 ninja fragments. A 2-star ninja would need 50 ninja fragments. In other words, for every increase in 1 star, the amount of ninja fragments needed would be doubled on the foundation of the previous star. A 5-star ninja needed 400 ninja fragments, so a 7-star ninja would naturally need 1,600 fragments. Zhang Miao didn't have that much at this time, but he would eventually collect enough fragments to recruit them. Thinking about this huge number, he still couldn't help but feel a headache. Damn it, there is still so much to go. Fugaku yields 10 fragments in a day, and he will be able to be recruited after 4 months of hard work, but Itachi is a problem. Because the number of ninja fragments collected was affected by the current strength of the ninja, and now Itachi had just reached the Chunin level. He could only yield 5 ninja fragments a day, so it would take 10 months. Thinking of this, Zhang Miao could not help but sigh. Sigh. There is still a long way to go. I don't want the Sharingan first. I should go back and sculpt. The 8-star Kurama are much more important than the 7-star Uchihas. Zhang Miao had calculated that since 7-star ninjas required 1,600 fragments to recruit, so 3,200 fragments was needed to recruit 8-star ninja. However, 7-star belonged to intermediate level recruits. At this stage, the highest number of ninja fragments could be obtained every day was 10, but 8-star ninjas had already reached the advanced level. The highest number of ninja fragments could be obtained in a single day was 20. In other words, putting aside the difficulty of collecting, as long as one could reach the highest quota every day, the time required to recruit 7-star level and 8-star level was the same. Since the time required was the same, Zhang Miao naturally would not give up on any of them. He wanted to do both. After returning home, he immediately picked up his kunao, rolled up his sleeves, and threw himself into work. This time, he was sculpting the 5-tailed kokuo. However, just as the kunao in his hand touched the wood, he was stunned. Why did this wood become soft? The wood that Zhang Miao chose to sculpt was hard wood, so he usually needed a lot of effort to sculpt them. But this time, he did not use much strength. The kunao in his hand easily cut into the wood for more than an inch, as if the wood had become soft. However, he quickly reacted. It was not that the wood had become soft, but that his strength had increased. I didn't expect my strength to increase so much after today's meal. Zhang Miao gently threw kunao in his hand. After catching it, he picked it up and spun it around his index finger. His face immediately revealed a smile. And not only strength, but even my flexibility and physical strength have increased a lot. It seems that this rice bucket journey is really worth it. Alright, let's continue to work. As he spoke, Zhang Miao waved the kunao in his hand again. For a time, the courtyard was filled with the sound of blades cutting wood, and wood shavings covered the ground of the courtyard like snowflakes. Maybe it was because his body had been strengthened, or maybe it was because the next-tailed beast was easy to sculpt. In the afternoon, Zhang Miao completed the 5 tails and 6 tails sculpture in a row, and even finished the coloring process before dark. Zhang Miao was very satisfied with this kind of progress. At this rate, I can finish all the tailed beast sculpture by tomorrow. At that time, I can completely finish my tailed beast series sculptures, and maybe I can greatly improve the daily fixed amount of fragments that can be obtained from the Kyubi. Maybe it can directly give 20 fragments. Thinking of this, the smile on Zhang Miao's face suddenly became unusually bright. Chapter 98, Kyubi's full amount of fragments. In order to ensure that he could complete all the tailed beast wood sculptures as soon as possible, Zhang Miao woke up early the next day. After casually wiping his face with a wet towel, he took his kunao outside and began the sculpting process of the 7-tailed kome. Speaking of which, kome could be said to be the most difficult to sculpt among the tailed beasts, and at the same time, it was also the easiest to sculpt. It was said to be the most difficult to carve because its adult version was a giant flying insect. It was like a combination of a beetle and a dragonfly. It was difficult to sculpt. Its juvenile version was a pupa with 7 tails. What could be easier than sculpting a pupa? At this moment, Zhang Miao was sculpting kome's juvenile version, so he quickly finished sculpting and coloring the 7 tails. At the time he finished, the sun had just risen. It seems that if I move faster, I will be able to eat with the choza at noon, hehe. Thinking of this, Zhang Miao suddenly felt full of motivation. He picked up his kunao and began to sculpt the last-tailed beast, the 8-tailed Jayaki. Sculpting Jayaki was also very difficult, especially his 8 tentacles. It took a lot of effort, so even a veteran like Zhang Miao used nearly his entire morning to complete the sculpting and coloring of the 8 tails. Now that all 9-tailed beasts had been carved, Zhang Miao immediately took them inside the house. As soon as he took them in, the system prompt sounded. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the 8-star Super Cage level, Ramen Ninja Fragments X13, and by giving birth to memories of the past. As long as the wooden sculptures exists, the host will obtain extra 5 fragments every day. Hearing this prompt, Zhang Miao immediately frowned. That's not right. I have completed my Tailed Beasts series sculptures. Why I only get 13 fixed fragments? Is there a mistake somewhere? While thinking, Zhang Miao began to fiddle with the Tailed Beast wooden sculptures in front of him, but when he arranged the 9-tailed beast wooden sculptures in a circle, he finally found out where the problem was. There was one less core figure, the Sage of 6 Paths. As everyone knew, the 9-tailed beasts were all created from the body of the 10 tails by the Sage of 6 Paths. In a sense, Sage of 6 Paths was the father of the tailed beasts. Thinking of this, Zhang Miao immediately ran out of the house, then took out a wooden stake and quickly sculpted it. Soon, a wooden sculpture of the Sage of 6 Paths wearing a 9-hook jade robe and holding a black scepter appeared in Zhang Miao's hand. After giving the Sage of 6 Paths his wooden sculpture, Zhang Miao placed it in the circle of tailed beast wooden sculptures. Moreover, the direction that Sage of 6 Paths was facing was the wooden sculpture of the Kyubi. After doing this, Zhang Miao called out to Naruto, who was playing at the side. Naruto, look here. Oh! Hearing Zhang Miao's words, Naruto immediately turned around. At this moment, the system prompt sounded in Zhang Miao's mind again. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the 8-star Super Cage level, Ramen Ninja Fragments X18, and by giving birth to memories of the past. As long as the wooden sculptures exists, the host will obtain extra 10 fragments every day. Why are there still 2 less? At this moment, Zhang Miao's obsessive-compulsive disorder immediately flared up. He could not allow himself to spend so much time and energy, but what he got was an imperfect result. Since the maximum amount of fragments he could obtain from the Kyubi was 20, he would never allow himself to stop after only getting 18. But Zhang Miao thought for a long time, but he still did not think of the problem. He was so anxious that he scratched his ears and cheeks. Why are there 2 less? The tailed beast wood carvings I made are all perfect. The problem can't be on this, so where is the problem? Maybe it was because he was too anxious. Zhang Miao accidentally scratched his ear and felt the pain coming from his ear. Zhang Miao immediately felt a flash of light flash through his mind, and his eyes immediately lit up. The Kyubi see things through Naruto's vision, and they also hear sounds through Naruto's ears. In other words, the stimulation the Kyubi got from these wooden sculptures is only visual. In that case, I will also give him sound stimulation. Thinking of this, Zhang Miao suddenly grinned and then carried Naruto in front of him. Naruto, brother will teach you a song today. Brother. Hearing Zhang Miao's words, the young Naruto immediately jumped into his arms in joy and kept shouting, brother. Brother. Now that Naruto had started to learn how to speak, the first words that the other children learned were mostly dad and mom, but when it came to Naruto, the first words he shouted were brother. Zhang Miao never thought much of his brother, but when he heard Naruto call him brother, he seemed to understand Itachi's feelings in the original work. Brotherhood was an important thing to protect regardless of anything. It was also from that moment on that Zhang Miao abandoned his habit of lazing in bed. The first thing he did after waking up every day was to think about how to collect more ninja fragments and how to become stronger. It was just to have the power to protect his loved ones. Looking at Naruto, who was leaning into his arms with a look of dependence, Zhang Miao smiled and gently patted his little head. Then, he laughed. It's not Big Brother, it's the song from the Naruto anime, the Tailed Beast Counting Song. The song that Zhang Miao was going to sing was the Tailed Beast Counting Song from the Naruto anime. Although the melody of this song was very simple, it clearly stated the characteristics and names of each tailed beast, so Zhang Miao felt that if he sang this song, he should be able to give the Kyubi some sweet memories. Thinking of this, he pointed to the corresponding tailed beast and began to sing. As soon as Zhang Miao finished singing, the system notification sounded in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the 8-star Super Cage level, Ramen Ninja Fragments X20, and by giving birth to memories of the past. As long as the wooden sculptures exists, the host will obtain extra 12 fragments every day. Great! With the help of the wooden sculptures of 9-tailed beasts and Sage of 6 Paths, and the addition of the tailed beast counting song, Zhang Miao finally raised the number of fragments he could obtain from the initial 5 to the maximum of 20. At this moment, an incomparable joy and sense of accomplishment filled his heart, making him involuntarily tremble. Finally! I finally did it! I can obtain 20 fragments from the Kyubi every day. In this way, it will only take me 6 months to recruit him. Great! Chapter 99, Love and Hate. When Zhang Miao thought about how he would be able to recruit the Kyubi in 6 months, and then become a very strong ninja who could go against the world, he felt extremely comfortable. He immediately hummed the favorite song of his previous life. Hong hu shui yi. Lang ya ma lang da lang a. Hong hu en bien. Shi ya ma shi jia xiang a. Seeing that he was singing so happily, Naruto, who was sitting in Zhang Miao's arms, also followed him. Hong hu shui yi. Lang ya ma lang da lang a. Just as the two brothers were jamming together, the door of the room was suddenly opened. Uchiha, who was carrying a school bag, walked in with a smile. However, as soon as she entered, she was shocked by the tailed beast sculptures in the room. Yo, why are there so many of them? Haha! Seeing her surprised look, Zhang Miao immediately grinned. Of course, there are a total of 9 tailed beasts in this world, so there are naturally so many of them. Tailed beasts. As soon as Zhang Miao finished speaking, Uchiha widened her eyes again. You said, there are a total of 9 monsters like the Kyubi? It's really terrifying. Uchiha was only 10 years old now, and she was also one of the children who had personally experienced the Kyubi incident. Therefore, although more than a year had passed, whenever she thought about it, she was still a little afraid. Now that Zhang Miao said that there were a total of 9 tailed beasts in this world, thinking that there were still 8 more tailed beasts like the Kyubi, her face couldn't help but reveal a trace of shock and dread. Looking at her frightened appearance, Zhang Miao immediately shook his head helplessly. Perhaps in the eyes of us humans, tailed beasts are real monsters, but for the tailed beasts themselves, humans might be their so-called monsters. Speaking of this, Zhang Miao suddenly gently touched Naruto's little head, and then let out a long sigh. Sigh, thanks to the Kyubi, Naruto and I became orphans as soon as we arrived in this world. My condition was a bit better, since at least no one looked down on me, but Naruto was miserable. After forced into being a Jinhuriki, I don't know how many people will look down on and reject him in the future. Hearing Zhang Miao's words, Uchiha opened her mouth but did not say anything. Because she also knew that Zhang Miao was telling the truth. Uchiha even thought that if not for Zhang Miao, would she still take care of Naruto like this after knowing Naruto's identity? The answer was obviously no. Thinking of this, Uchiha immediately bit her lips and then looked at Zhang Miao with some complicated feelings. If that's the case, why are you still making those sculptures? Don't you hate them? Hearing Uchiha's question, Zhang Miao immediately smiled and shook his head. I used to hate them, but now I don't hate them anymore. You don't hate them anymore. Just as Zhang Miao finished speaking, Uchiha suddenly widened his eyes. Why? Looking at her surprised appearance, Zhang Miao suddenly smacked his lips, and then shook his head again. After sealing them and using their power again and again for their selfish desires, humans have already exhausted all the patience of the tailed beasts. Our kind is the one to blame right now. Even rabbits bite when they are anxious, let alone tailed beasts. And now my brother has become the 9 tails Jinhuriki. At this point, Zhang Miao suddenly grinned, and then gently touched Naruto's little head. Now that Naruto and the Kyubi are one, I can't hate my brother just because he has the Kyubi inside his body. Others can hate him, reject him, look down on him, but I can't, because he is the only relative I have left in this world. As if she noticed that the atmosphere was a bit heavy, Uchiha suddenly laughed. Hee. Ryu. In fact, you don't have to worry about him. With you around, others won't dare to bully Naruto. You are a genius in Konoha, and you know Kakashi, as well as that Uncle Choza, and that. Looking at the incoherent Uchiha, Zhang Miao suddenly shook his head. Uchiha, you don't have to comfort me, and I can't stay in Konoha forever to take care of Naruto. I have something to do. As for Naruto, he has his own path too. At this point, Zhang Miao touched Naruto's little head again, and then grinned. I believe that in the future, no matter if it is bitter or painful, he will adhere to his own way of life, and will harbor dreams, and will put his dreams into practice, because he is my younger brother, Uzumaki Naruto. Zhang Miao's words came from the Kushina's last words before her death. He had always remembered them in his heart, and now he said them as if it was natural. Hearing his words, Uchiha nodded with a serious face. That's right. Ryu, you are the genius of the village. I believe that Naruto's future will not be that bad. He will definitely be a genius in the future. Cough, 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 cough. Looking at Uchiha's confident appearance, Zhang Miao could not help but cough. Well, probably. Uchiha, help me take Naruto first. I will sculpt 2 more things. After saying that, Zhang Miao picked up Naruto and stuffed him into Uchiha's hand. Then, he turned and ran outside the room to sculpt more things. As he sculpted, his mouth was still muttering. If being suck and big-mouthed are considered as something to boast, Naruto is indeed a genius. Yes, there is nothing wrong with this. Thinking of this, Zhang Miao suddenly grinned. His hands suddenly became a bit faster. At this time, Zhang Miao was sculpting a palm-sized small wooden sculpture, so the process was relatively fast. After the sculpture was completed, he started to color the wooden sculpture while smiling at Uchiha, who was holding Naruto next to him. Hey, big wife, I'm going to barbecue for dinner. Why don't you come with me? Who is your big wife? Hearing Zhang Miao's words, Uchiha immediately rolled his eyes at him. Choza-san invited a genius like you, not an ordinary person like me. Uchiha emphasized the words ordinary person. Hearing her words, Zhang Miao immediately felt like crying and laughing. Yo, what kind of vinegar are you eating? Besides, how can you be an ordinary person? You are an elite kunoichi who is determined to join the Anbu. Come, big wife, give me a kiss. You are so annoying, don't come over here. He. In the end, Uchiha still couldn't stand Zhang Miao's persistence and was pulled to the business district at the south of Konoha by him. Looking at the big words Yakiniku at the entrance of the shop in front of him, a trace of hesitation flashed across Uchiha's face. Ryu, how about I don't go in? Choza-san is. Cut the crap. Without waiting for her to finish speaking, Zhang Miao interrupted her. I promised your sister that I would take care of you. Moreover, you are my 18th concubine. If there is something delicious to eat, of course I will take you with me. Let's go. After saying this, Zhang Miao directly pulled her hand and walked into the door of the Yakiniku. Seeing Zhang Miao's decisive look, Uchiha did not refute him. Instead, the corner of her mouth revealed a happy smile. Chapter 100, Wooden Sculpture and Father-in-Law. As soon as Zhang Miao and Uchiha walked into the restaurant, they heard a familiar voice. Hey, Ryu, over here. Hearing this voice, Zhang Miao turned around and found that Choza was standing not far away, waving at him with a smile. Hey, over here. Zhang Miao nodded, then quickly walked over. When he walked to Choza's side, he found that Shikaku and Inoichi had already arrived. Seeing this scene, Zhang Miao quickly clasped his hands together and bowed to them. Sorry uncles, I came late. Haha, it's nothing. Upon hearing his words, Shikaku, who had just put down his glass, suddenly burst into laughter. However, when he saw Uchiha standing next to Zhang Miao, he immediately revealed a surprised expression. Uchiha-chan? So the person that Ryu went to school to find was you? Yes, Shikaku-sensei, sorry for the trouble. Speaking of this, Uchiha hurriedly bowed to Shikaku with a red face. Seeing this scene, Shikaku laughed again. Haha, there is no such thing. Sit down quickly. Thank you, Shikaku-sensei. Uchiha agreed and sat down. After she sat down, Shikaku turned his eyes to Zhang Miao again. When he saw that Zhang Miao was still holding a bag in his hand, he immediately revealed a curious expression. Ryu, what is the bag in your hand? Hehe. As soon as Shikaku finished speaking, Zhang Miao grinned. As my thanks for treating me to barbecue twice, I specially prepared a small gift. Gift? For me. Hearing Zhang Miao's words, Choza could not help but laugh out loud. Haha, no need, Oh, Choza, just take a look at it first. Choza was about to refuse, but before he could finish his words, Shikaku interrupted him with a smile. Choza had always listened to Shikaku's words, because he knew that Shikaku always had his reasons, so he immediately nodded. Alright, then I'll see what gift Ryu has prepared for me. Hearing Choza's words, Zhang Miao grinned again and took out a wooden sculpture from his bag. Actually, it's just a small wooden sculpture I made myself. Please accept my humble creation. The sculpture Zhang Miao made was a brown-haired youth with 2 vortices on his cheeks. He was wearing a green coat and the character "Eat" was printed on his white shirt. Next to this youth, there was a person who was more than twice as tall and had a ferocious expression, whose fist was caught by the brown-haired youth with one hand. Although this youth had his head lowered at this moment, from his clenched fist and the pair of blue-colored chakra butterfly wings stretched out behind him, it could be seen that his heart was burning with fighting spirit. The sculpture was a rendition of the battle between Butterfly Mode Koji and Cursed Mark Jirobo. This work of art could be said to have vividly displayed the strength and tenacity of the chubby little guy. It was one of the most popular sculptures that Zhang Miao had ever made. At this moment, Choza immediately revealed a puzzled expression. This is... Seeing his puzzled look, Zhang Miao immediately laughed. Hehe, this is Koji when he grows up. Isn't he very handsome? Of course, he's always been like this. As he spoke, Zhang Miao placed the first wooden sculpture on the table and then took out another one from his bag. The second one was a sculpture of Koji eating a bag of potato chips with Choza sitting beside him. After seeing this sculpture, Choza immediately laughed out loud. Ha 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 ha. My son is really a spitting image of myself. Well, I like both of these wooden sculptures very much. Ryu, thank you. As soon as Choza finished speaking, the system prompt rang in Zhang Miao's ears. Ding! Congratulations to the host for gaining a good impression from Choza. Obtain 6-star Elite Jonin, Akimichi Choza Ninja Fragment X10. In the future, whenever the host and Choza eat together, the host will obtain a fixed amount of 10 ninja fragments. Hearing this prompt, Zhang Miao immediately grinned. Hee hee. As he laughed, he took out another wooden sculpture from his bag and placed it in front of Inoichi. Uncle Inoichi, this is my first time meeting you. This is my gift as a commemoration of our encounter. Ah? Me too? This is... Hearing Zhang Miao's words, Inoichi was stunned. He originally wanted to decline, but when he saw the sculpture in front of him, he immediately swallowed his words of refusal. At this time, in front of Inoichi, there was a sculpture of a woman with a slender waist and long legs. She had long blonde hair that reached her waist. Her 2 hands stretched out in front of her in a square pose. Her beautiful face was full of seriousness. Her small mouth was slightly open, as if she was using the famous mind-body switch technique of the Yamanaka clan. More importantly, the face of the woman was somewhat similar to Inoichi himself. Looking at the statue in front of him, Inoichi blinked his eyes in surprise. This sculpture, it can't be the appearance of my daughter when she grows up, right? Yes. Hearing Inoichi's words, Zhang Miao immediately nods his head. Yes, this is what Ino looks like when she grows up. How is it? I think she's very much look like you, Uncle Inoichi. Ha 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 ha. As soon as Zhang Miao finished speaking, Choza can't help but laugh and nod. That's right, she really looks like Inoichi, and she is especially beautiful. Ha 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 ha. Looking at Choza who is laughing, Inoichi suddenly blushes and nods at Zhang Miao. Well. Ryu, was it? Thank you. As soon as Inoichi finished his sentence, Zhang Miao received a system notification. Ding! Congratulations to the host for gaining Inoichi's trust. Obtain 6-star Elite Jonin, Yamanaka Inoichi Ninja Fragment X5. Inoichi did not yield the maximum amount of ninja fragments. This was actually within Zhang Miao's expectations. This was because he knew that although Inoichi looked a little shy, he was a real intelligent ninja. Therefore, Zhang Miao couldn't just earn his full trust and recognition by giving a small wooden sculpture. Of course, Zhang Miao knew about this, but he was not worried, because now that he had a good start, he could slowly start collecting Inoichi's fragments. Thinking of this, he immediately nodded at Inoichi. As long as Uncle Inoichi permits it, I think that in the future, me and Ino will definitely become good friends. Why don't you consider more and let me be your son-in-law? At this point, Zhang Miao immediately knelt down with a thud. Father-in-law, please accept this son-in-law's bow.